Presented by Firehouse Subs, Tyler Head live at SEC Media Days. Wes and Chris back in studio there in Columbia, right on time, by the way, for our guest of the next 10 or so minutes, Ryan McGee, joining me here at Media Days. How's it going, man? Good to see you.
It's good. It's great. It's we're kind of what's awesome is that we're talking ball.
Yeah.
We're not talking about spreadsheets. And then I mean I don't know if you guys are, but I'm not.
Well,
I like Marty and I. We're doing our talking season specials for I guess it's the 8th time we've done them now.
Sure.
And we made a conscious decision last week. We're like, we ain't gonna talk to any of these guys about transfer portal or I want to talk to them about football.
Yeah.
And or at least what we love about. I think fans are getting to kind of this breaking point of getting tired of. Everything feels like a business meeting.
Oh,
right?
yeah. No, the off season is the least fun it's ever been.
Ever been, because all we're talking about is money. And so now that's our job is to try to get these guys back to some fun.
By the way, weird seeing you guys apart. I thought you were just kind of joined at the hip at all times.
Yeah, no. It's I always say I have two marriages. I have my my wife in Charlotte, and then I have my work wife, which is Marty on the road.
Yeah, fair enough, man. Again, Ryan McGee joining us here for the next couple minutes. Let's talk South Carolina real quick. Obviously, you're very close to the program. Does your daughter still go to the school?
She is a rising senior.
Awesome.
She's going to probably listening and is going to be she's going to criticize whatever I have to say today.
Fair enough. Again, we've talked about it so much this offseason. Big critical year for Coach Beamer coming off the 4-8. What do you see out of this team? Where do you think their ceiling is for 2026?
Well, I don't believe the team could win the SEC, but I think this team is going to be good enough to be a wrecking ball, right? I think they could be in the conference. I was just talking to some folks in Alabama and Arkansas about this. They both asked now because if the Lenore that we all saw in the Clemson game 2 years ago, if we tap back into that guy, and I think that Briles can do that, then again, I don't know if he's good enough to win the league, but I know he's good enough to ruin the season for a lot of people. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the idea of an unbridled Lenoris. And honestly, too, and this is no secret, I remember at the Kentucky game, I came over to the game to see it was Parents Weekend, came over to the game to see my daughter.
Yep.
And prior to the game, I was talking to the coaches, and I talked to Lenoris for a few minutes. And then the conversation I had with everyone was, yes, they could be more creative with him offensively, but he's also got to do it himself. What they need is they need for Lenoris to take over that locker room a little bit and be more vocal. And he's not that kind of guy,
right?
But he needs to do that. And this is the year to do it. So I think he has the potential to be the biggest wrecking ball in college football that no one's talking about right now.
Hey, Ryan, Wes Mitchell back in the studios in Columbia. Appreciate you taking the time. We got to send your daughter out with a few more wins this year, man. Yeah. Obviously, the guy in charge of doing everything you were just talking about will be Kendall Briles. What do you expect from a Briles offense based on what we've seen over the years? And I would say especially going back to some of the stuff he was doing at Arkansas with KJ Jefferson, I got to imagine there's going to be a little bit of carryover there.
Yeah, it's just his creativity, and he comes from, for folks that don't know, I mean, obviously his dad Art, had with RG3 and all those legendary offenses at Baylor, but he comes from that Mike Leach, Hal Mumme, air raid deal, and so what it is creating open space. And I think one of the it's funny, I'm working on this book project right now. It's all about 100 years ago college football, and when they finally opened up offenses, the goal of the single wing and the goal of the double wing and all that was just to create open space and to get the ball out there. That's all the air raid does.
Yeah.
And so I think that what we're going to see is we're going to see opportunities for Lenoris, not just to have more targets. And it's going to be a lot of 9-yard passes. Everybody just get ready for that. But I also think it's now the threat of all these spaces that, there's potential touchdown scorers in there, is that opens up for Lenoris to use his legs. And so that's what's going – it's just creativity. I love Mike Shula. Nicest guy in the world. My dad, as you guys know, was a college football official forever. We had the most hilarious picture of Mike Shula lighting up my dad on the sideline at a game down in Alabama. Great guy. But it's very much an NFL, not very creative, offensive process. And if any, the only frustration you'll have with Briles is he might try some stuff that you think, what are you doing, dude? And so I think the openness to creativity is what people are going to. hopefully.
Sure.
Ryan, it's Chris. I want to go bigger picture in the league. Checked out something you put together that was year of the quarterback, kind of
Yeah.
video essay that you did a while back, which was good stuff that you did here recently.
Thank
How good do you think compared to some of the other years? We've seen a lot of great quarterbacks come through this league. Is this one of the stronger years, just top to bottom at that position that you've seen?
Yeah, and you got this mix of guys with all this experience, and you put Lenoris in that group, and you certainly put Arch Manning in that group. I think Arch Manning, has lived with this his whole life. He's fine, but the hype around him has been the hype around him. But he's also pretty good, and so I think that we kind of, I appreciate you bringing up the essay. We kind of have this perfect mix of guys that have been in the league for a long time, and then you got guys who are really, really talented at places like Tennessee, but have never thrown a college pass. And so, top to bottom, I don't think anyone in the league right now doesn't have a quarterback that they believe in. We just have a very level of experience. But yeah, I think the potential in this league, quarterback-wise, is through the roof.
Well, when you mentioned some of those younger guys, Caleb Russell at Alabama, who we assume might be the starter, Faison Brandon at Tennessee, is there a younger guy or somebody with a lot of experience like a Kenny Minchie that you're high on that could really kind of enter into that top level of quarterback by the end of the season?
Minchie's the guy. No, and again, because I think it's going to be interesting this year, because I think there's a handful of those guys where they quietly have more reps than people realize, and now they're going to have the opportunity to take over the team.
Sure. Well, he was only guilty not being better than CJ Carr.
Exactly right. And it's interesting because it just, these guys are so much smarter than they ever have been. And even in the NFL, we got Super Bowls with rookie quarterbacks, right? I would have never imagined that in my life. And we have one with two. And so now in college football, if you had come to me even 5 years ago and said that all these freshmen are going to have these opportunities, or all these second-year guys are going to have these opportunities, it's not at the schools you're talking about. I mean, maybe at a USF down the road here.
Yeah.
Like even at Auburn, you got Alex Golish and brought his quarterback with him.
Yep.
And to me, it's all about the familiarity of it. And I think about, I moved to Traverse Rest in the middle of high school, right? I moved from Raleigh down there. And I always say, if you can walk into a high school cafeteria first day of junior year not knowing anyone, the rest of life is a piece of cake. And these transfers do this all the time. But now the system is set up for them to succeed versus when all this started and JUCOs would come in or guys would transfer schools and you spend a year just figuring out where the bathrooms are. And now there's a familiarity level with some of these young guys with their coaches because they came with them. And then there's also they're just so much smarter than they used to be, man. It makes me mad because we all thought we were smart back in the day, but I couldn't have done any of this.
Sure.
Hey, Ryan, I've been diving into South Carolina's SEC opener with Mississippi State. I feel like that's a dangerous game that almost has to be won at home by South Carolina. But what can you tell people while we're on quarterbacks about Kamario Taylor? Just a dangerous skill set there that South Carolina will be really their first test of the year in week 3 for them.
No, so when my dad was a college football official, he would call games like this $1 million ball games. Because a game right here, this reminds me of the North Carolina game, not to bring up any pain, but the North Carolina game 2 years ago.
I had the same thought.
South Carolina should have won, but what if that as a tone-setting game for what the year is going to be. And Mississippi State and South Carolina are in a very similar boat. And by the way, it's going to be an emotional game because for folks that don't know, the head coach of Mississippi State is married into the Briles family.
Yep.
And so these guys spend Thanksgivings together, Christmases together. So no, I'm with you on that. And what people need to know is those offenses are going to look very familiar. If Carolina is able to do what I think they're going to, or what they're going to want to do, if they can do that early in the year, then there's going to be a lot of mirror effect with those offenses. But no, this is it is not just a dangerous game; it is an important game, and it is right off the bat.
Well, Ryan, man, no, you got to run real quick. NASCAR pick for a Cup champion this year. It's been a fun year so far.
Hey, Ryan Blaney's coming, boys. Now,
Sneaky.
I've been telling everybody all year, watch it. How that guy is not like a mega star. He's handsome. He's got that baritone voice. He's married to Miss Hawaiian Tropic World.
Yep.
He's got a Darth Vader tattoo the size of your face on his thigh. I'm a big Star Wars guy, and so it's Blaney's coming.
Yep.
And that wouldn't hurt me at all. Hurt my feelings off if he won a second championship.
Man, it's gonna be a fun chase coming up. Thanks for hanging out with us. You got to run.
Y'all the
Always
best.
appreciate you being on.
Absolutely appreciate it, boys.
Ryan McGee there of ESPN joining us here at SEC Media Days. We'll come back. We'll dive into what we talked about with him and also get set for Coach Beamer and the South Carolina contingent coming up later on today. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs here on your Tuesday at SEC Media Days of the game.
All right, everyone, let's tell you about our friends over at Integrated Media as we do every day. Michael, Nathan, their team can help make your home now, and they can do it for you. Control your lights, devices, thermostats, and even your security and cameras from the touch of a button, whether you're at the neighbor's house, outside, on vacation, at work. You can control everything remotely from your smartphone or your tablet. They can do everything from mounting televisions for you, which they've done at my home, to running Ethernet and making sure that your internet is running in tip top shape like they did for Wes, or security and cameras and complete smart home systems. IntegratedMediaInc.com is where you can go to learn more. They're a true one stop tech and AV shop. You don't have to shop online, you don't have to go to the big box stores. You get local service with the best in recommendations for technology in 2026. IntegratedMediaInc.com.
more motivation for this season to be better. His buddy Ryan McGee's daughter needs a better senior year than what she had her. So there's your extra piece of motivation if needed.
Yeah, you got to find a way to go out on top, right? Like senior year, you got to at least have a bowl, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Let's go win one for Ryan's daughter. How about that? But I agree with a lot of what he said, man. And the reason I asked him about Mississippi State is I've been going, game by game on the schedule. And I feel like we are maybe just gliding right over this SEC opener, and you start to really dive into this thing, and you say, look, Mississippi State has won one SEC football game in the last 2 seasons combined.
Right.
But then you look at it and you say, they have maybe the closest thing to Lenora Sellers' copy at quarterback, but just earlier in his career, you have a team that went to overtime with Texas last year, went to overtime with Tennessee last year, and really should have beaten Florida last year. And, they're coming into your place. You're not going to be tested at that point yet if you're South Carolina. And this is a game, let's not get it twisted, that you should win if you're Carolina. You're favored. You're at home. You're further along in your build, you would think, you would hope. But, man, this feels like a very dangerous game for South Carolina that absolutely has to be in the win column.
Yeah, and again, as Ryan alluded to, another system, much like what Kendall Browse runs, very quarterback-friendly, that can help Kamario Taylor thrive as he goes into his first 4 years as a starter.
Yeah, and, they improved from year 1 to year 2. The win column wasn't pretty, as you said, Wes, but, year 1, they won 2 games, and it was against Eastern Kentucky and UMass. The other ones were all L's, and last year, they didn't get the wins that they wanted, but they were a problem for teams. They can score. They've got a lot of those pieces. They got pieces back defensively. They have a very difficult to defend system. And as you said, Wes, they have a really talented quarterback. So I feel like this league's so tough. You got to bring it every single week. Even those teams that are kind of thought to be at the bottom of the table are not going to be easy outs, and Mississippi State's one of those.
Are we ready to put the label of most important game of the year on the Mississippi State game, or is that too premature?
I thought you were about to say must win, but no, I mean, here's the thing. If you just win the game, then it's not the most important. You know what I'm saying? If you lose that game, then all of a sudden it became the most important, right? Like, and I really hate to say it because nobody wants to think about this, but it did. I tell you what it reminded me of. I think Ryan was talking about the North Carolina game, when Beamer was already here. This reminds me a little bit of the North Carolina game up in Charlotte with Muschamp. And just like, you're going in, you're saying, hey, this is a game where you probably should win, but it's not going to be easy. And if you get off to a start where this is a loss and you're just chasing the math, the math of this thing when you look at the schedule is that this is probably one of your easier games, even if pretty much none of the games in SEC play are going to be easy. So, I look at that like, if you just win, it's kind of one of those games that's probably forgotten within a week as you move on to bigger and better things, you would hope. But if you don't win, it's one that's going to follow you probably for the rest of the year, and those are obviously dangerous. And it is at home, so you feel good about that. But also, to me, that creates more and more of a need for this to be a W because you want to take advantage of those opportunities at home and want to take advantage of the teams that you have as much or more talent than, which would be the case here. Whereas you look at some of these other games on paper where you probably can't say that.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of it is what is important, and the opportunity. It's early in the season. Look, everybody, we were talking about this last in the Garnet Trust Hour. You got to have a buffer, and you do have a buffer now. The goal is to get into the college football playoff. You want to be one of the top 4 to 5 teams, probably in the SEC. Last year it was 5. We'll see what it is this year. And you can't have, we don't think, more than 3 losses in the conference. And so if you drop an early one to a team like a Mississippi State or like a Kentucky, it just really, really shrinks that margin. Yeah, you could lose to Mississippi State and go out and say beat Texas A&M or beat Georgia and kind of erase it. The problem is you just have to add them all up. However you get there, however you get to 2 losses, maybe 3 losses in the conference or overall. If you're Carolina, you got to think about the fact that you play a non-conference game to end the year against Clemson. You want that record to look as good as you possibly can. The Mississippi State game is one of the more winnable games. And so just to make sure that you leave that buffer for the rest of the season, it's not that you can't overcome a loss to Mississippi State. You can. It just makes your path for the rest of the year much more difficult. You don't have as much leeway, as much of that buffer.
Well, and we talk about this a lot because, God, we've broken down the schedule 6 ways from Sunday. We'll do that again for the next 46 days or so until the season gets here. But we don't know so much about so many of these teams because they've changed a lot in the offseason, and Mississippi State is one of them. So, yeah, we look at this right now as a game that, hey, Carolina's probably going to be favored in. We think they get a good chance to win. But Mississippi State could be one of those sneaky teams in the SEC that ends up being in contention for the conference when it's all said and done because they kind of came out of nowhere and surprised everyone. But again, we're not going to know that when this game's taking place in September, much like we're not going to know with a lot of teams we face in the midst of the season what they're truly going to be by the time the season does end up, coming to an end. But for that moment on September 19th, that game, like we kind of alluded to a moment ago, you lose that, you've created a much more difficult uphill battle for the rest of the season because we know what we believe to be the tougher games are coming after that bye week. So put yourself behind the 8 ball in a winnable game is something that this team, we feel like, probably can't afford to do.
Yeah, and I think interesting to add on to that, too, you have an offensive-oriented head coach at Mississippi State, but you also have a very familiar name now at defense coordinator as Zach Arnett continues this, I feel like, recent trend. We've seen guys returning to their prior stop. And, say what you want about Arnett's, 10 or so games as a head coach there, but a very well-respected defensive coordinator, someone that's going to throw, I would assume, his 3-3-5 defense at you that's a little bit unique, going to just kind of be a little bit, it's always maybe a different scout, right, in terms of what most other defenses you're going to see. So you're going to have to be prepared for that. And then to Ryan's point, how about the fact that you've got brothers-in-law facing off with each other, and you've got, I'm trying to think if there's another, this sort of wide choice offense, which, kind of goes back to the Art Browse, to the Texas, to the state of Texas, like high school, I think mid-90s days is now at South Carolina. It is at Mississippi State. It is at Tennessee. I'm trying to think, is there another one? So that's at least 3 places that are running an incredibly similar offense, and will be very interesting to see those 2 guys sort of square off in this one.
Yeah, they've got obviously the tie-ins. There's going to be familiarity there, and is that just kind of wash out? Is it a factor one way or another for one team over another? I don't really know, but I think you look at this schedule this year for South Carolina. Of course, it's difficult. You got the 9-game conference schedule. You've got Clemson in there. That means it's not easy. But is it more maybe manageable than it has been in the past? I think you can make a good argument for that. Chris Lowe of On3, one man's opinion, but Chris Lowe knows the SEC, I think, talks to a lot of coaches, has a good feel for things. And recently, a few weeks ago, ranked, the toughest schedules in the SEC, and South Carolina was not in the top 5. Texas was number 1. They might be the pick to win the league, but they're also going to have the toughest schedule. And then he's got Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi State, and Alabama. And, of course, South Carolina is going to see all of those teams this year except for Texas, of course. So, for South Carolina, a little bit more of a manageable schedule, a veteran team that everybody seems in that building to feel better about compared to last year, but still not one that's going to be easy whatsoever. You have a lot of teams that you just don't know a lot about. What does Arkansas look like? I mean, they could end up being the worst team in the league, but Ryan Silverfield has a pretty good track record. What does Florida look like? You know, I mean, there are so many questions, I think, with the schedule that it just makes it really difficult to project whether it's here or anywhere else.
Well, before we get to any of those games, of course, got to start the season off against Kent State, which is coming up in 46 days. We'll get into our 46 days trivia question coming up next. But first, got to shout out all of our great partners allowing us to be out here for SEC Media Days, which include Little Pigs, Architect, and the Government. And thanks so much for being part of our SEC Media experiences. We'll continue on from the Marriott here in Tampa on SEC Media Days #2 here in the game. All right, welcome back in. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler Head here at SEC Media Days, and Wes and Chris back in the studio. We've bounced around to a lot of different things. We've not gotten to our 46 days until kickoff trivia question, which also includes guys naming dudes. So, guys, who's your best 46?
46. Gotta go with BT.
Yep.
Was Marcus Lawrence 46?
Oh, good call.
Back in the
I think,
day?
I think he was. Yeah. Marcus Lawrence, linebacker for the Gamecocks. Colts era.
Yeah.
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 I'm almost positive he was. I remember him because he had the collar, 46. Here's a random one. Cole Rasmussen, long snapper last year, 46. It's a linebacker / long snapper number. Also, Patrick Hinton, who played in the late 80s. I think he's in the top 10, or at one point was in the top 10 of total tackles in school history. Had 8 career interceptions, had 3 interceptions in a game at one point. So there's some good ones in there. But BT is probably the first thought that comes to mind, and recent, right? Just finished last year. Good player for the Gamecocks.
I think that's probably, like you said, the first one that comes to people's minds. But today's question is about none of those guys.
Oh, of course.
Is it about Adam
Let's
Prentice?
rewind. It is not about Adam Prentice either. It is about the first game of the Beamer era against that really awful Eastern Illinois team that we talk about all the time. The final score of that game was 46-0, which is an odd football score. The question is, how did South Carolina achieve that odd score? What happened in that game that made it a fake football score?
Fake PAT for a 2-point conversion.
Okay, who scored that? Who scored the fake 2-point or a fake PAT?
Now you're adding on things. The Tonka Hemingway.
Okay, Wes, you have a different answer?
I mean, how are we scoring this?
A, did Wes get
I
it
will
right?
give you.
B,
Wes got it. Wes got it right for answering how it happened. I'm giving a half point for if you can get the name
Which
right.
was
of
the
who got it-
question?
of who scored it.
Um,
The question was how did they achieve that outscore? What happened in the game?
yeah, and I gave you an answer.
Okay, so you got that right. Can you tell me who scored that 2-point conversion?
fake PAT. That was absolutely hilarious, actually.
Oh man, I don't know. Was it Tonka?
Kind of feel
Are
like
you
it
confident?
was. Not extreme. I would say over 50%. I feel like it was a big man for some reason. I'm thinking Tonka. I'm sticking with Tonka. That's what I'm going with. I think we're also maybe going to have to institute a rule on Wes that he can't answer the question before I've even heard the whole
But
question.
no, it's like Jeopardy.
Yeah. I guess
You
so.
can
I guess
buzz
Kill
in.
me though.
You can buzz in.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I don't have a guess. So
Okay. Well, just to lay it out there, some questions are like, okay, whoever answers it first. Some of them, it's more of a
I thought.
back and forth debate.
Oh yeah.
I feel like
Nah,
if
you're
you
just-
know
I'm
who
just
it is,
whining.
is it not?
Yeah, I'm just whining.
Is
Yeah.
it not who goes
Yeah.
first if you know who it is?
Chris is trying to keep the advantage from getting too high, I guess.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're not going to throw an answer out there for who scored it, Wes?
I mean, I'll just to throw one. I feel like it's not it, but I'll just say Boogie just cause.
Okay, Dave, Cup 41.
Who was the holder? I feel like
Let's see if they go for 2. They're going to.
who was the holder?
Flip it over to
It
the
was
left.
Hunter Rogers.
8-0 Gamecocks. Use gets all 8 points.
No.
He catches the touchdown, and he scores the 2-point conversion.
Nick Muse scored
Wow.
the first 8 points of the Beamer era with the touchdown pass from Zeb Nolan, and then he's the recipient of the fake field goal 2-point conversion attempt, however you want to phrase it, to give Carolina the 8-0 lead early.
I really think I must be thinking of another. Didn't Hunter Rogers?
He scored in the bowl game. That was a touchdown.
Not the pass though. I feel like Hunter Rogers at one point ran in either a fake PAT or a fake.
Well, he wasn't a
touchdown.
holder.
Well, yeah, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, but how would he run in the?
I feel like he did somehow, or like they put him on the field or something weird.
Hey, that could be a good question for 36 days until kickoff. So maybe do your research on that one.
I'm gonna look this up because it's bothering me now. I do remember the bowl
We could
game.
just
That was a
text
great
Hunter and
play.
ask him.
Yeah, have him on. Maybe we could have Hunter.
Hunter's actually one of my favorite interviews we've had.
He'd be great.
So, hey, Tyler, how many? I get a half point for that.
Well, you didn't get the who scored it right. You got the nature of what the score was, or what it was that made the score odd. So you get a full point for that. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So because of that, you have
Somebody's popping one out there.
yeah.
Is that a cold beer?
That was a Dr. Pepper, about 2 tables down.
Okay, I found it. Hunter Rogers against Georgia State. That would have been in 2022. Carried a fake field goal 5 yards for a first down. All right, I knew he carried.
How did they do it?
I don't remember. We'll have to look that up. But that I know I'm not crazy.
No, clearly not.
Yeah, we'll look it up.
So it's funny how many times we reference this Eastern Illinois game, because again that team was awful. But like, was that going for 2 on a kind of funky fake field goal lineup there? Was that kind of Beamer's way of setting the standard of like, hey, Beamer ball's in South Carolina now? Like, what was the conversation around that after the game, if there was any?
Yeah, no, I think that was definitely the case. Let's have fun with it. Let's make special teams matter. Let's be a weapon. Let's create a situation where people have to be looking for stuff like that pretty much every time you're out there. And I think it was just to kind of send a message. And it was probably one of those things where if you have a certain look, we're going to fake it. If you don't have the look, we're going to go ahead and just kick it. And you don't want to. You can only do that if you're still about 90% confident that you're going to make it, So Chris did find, by the way, the video of the Hunter fake for first down. So was he the holder that year? Or just on that
was
play?
2022. He was the snapper for sure. I think they just put him out there for that play.
That's a tell.
Yep. So they had, I think, Matthew Bailey snapping, and then Hunter went back there and held it. Now, to Mike, here's why I mixed it up. For some reason, I was thinking it was the
Scoots
PAT.
Bacon is on the way here.
It was a field goal. He almost scored.
And it was a chip shot field goal.
And Eastern Illinois and Georgia State look kind of similar, like colors, jerseys.
That was also from about PAT distance almost.
Yes. So I kind of
Hey.
conflicted it all in my head.
Chris, don't disrespect my other alma mater with comparing them to Eastern Illinois. That's disrespectful.
That's true. And Sean Elliott will get after you too.
That's right, he will.
Yeah.
He's a lot more intimidating than I am, so I'd be more worried about him than me.
Tyler's Georgia State boys.
All right, so Wes is now 2.5 points ahead.
Yes, he is 16.5 to 14 now. You're letting it slip, man. You had I think you had a 3-point lead at one point in time, and Wes just cruised right on past you.
Yeah, he's
Long way to
dominating.
go. Long way to go.
Yeah. All right, 45 tomorrow. What are some things to look at?
Colin Bryant.
There you go. 45, great walk-on linebacker number.
Mm-hmm. I got nothing.
Do people pick 45?
I'm sure Wes and I will go research some 45s, and then you'll come up with an off-the-wall question that.
Yes, I'll come up with a.
Wes will guess it halfway through you asking the question.
I'll come up with a 45-yard touchdown in some obscure game against Florida or something.
Chris will
like
have
that.
an excuse of why he didn't get it right.
I'll absolutely have an excuse. That's easy.
It's kind of turning into a bid. Wes gets it right, and then Chris complains about it.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing.
I'm not seeing
Making
any
good radio.
I'm not seeing any 45s. I'll tell you what, Chris, I'm gonna give you a shot at a half point right now.
Oh,
okay.
Redemption.
I don't know if I'm going to accept.
Have you looked anything up on
No.
45 yet?
No.
Okay.
No.
Tyler, we're running out of time here, so Chris has 30 seconds.
Okay.
Who's number 45 right now?
Oh, gosh. right now. I got nothing. No, I can't come
You
up
don't
with
even want to
it.
guess?
No. Who is it?
Our boy, snapper, Matthew O. Newcomer freshman.
Newcomer. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
come to the top,
Good try.
not
here's
to the top
Mike's-
of mind quite
here's
yet.
Mike's excuse. He's new. I didn't know. Yeah.
We will yeah, so there you go. You learn something new every single day. We'll come back, wrap up the hour. Preview Coach Beamer coming up here in just a couple minutes. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Again, shout out to great partners allowing us to be out here at SEC Media Days, including AAA Heating and Air, Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, and Westco Brew and Bowl. We'll come back and wrap up the hour up next here on the game. presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler Head, Wes Mitchell, Chris.
In the big room, I'd be curious, Tyler, if you could maybe ask about just at wide receiver, because I do think that's a position that is going to have a ton of competition at, and it's really going to be based on which guys are, able to kind of take their opportunity and just go win it in preseason camp. Some spots you maybe already feel like guys have sort of settled into starting roles at that spot. Other than Nick, it just seems like there's an ongoing competition.
I have a few that come to mind. So you inspired me on one, not receiver, but another skill position, running back. We've consistently heard a lot of really good things about Matthew Fuller. If I had to guess, Beamer's going to continue that in the big room, maybe talking with the local media today, etc. But what does he say about Christian Clark? What does he say about the other guys in that room, and maybe how close that competition is? Any insights on, does he think it's going to be more one guy? Does he think it's going to be a couple guys? Where do things stand there? Another couple things that come to mind: leadership on this team. Last season, when we sat down with Beamer before the 2025 season, West, it was pretty clear that they had lost a lot of guys, and you kind of came away wondering, all right, there's a few guys that were mentioned as need to step up, and some of those guys did. Nick Barrett, for example, really stepped up. They were looking for him too, and he did, not only with his production, but the way that he led. This year, you get the sense that they're an older team. They've got guys that have now been in this system for 2 years, 3 years, and are older. This team needs more leadership. So does he talk about that any? Is he asked about that? He's already talked some about the experience and how they are an older team. But what does he have to say about the leadership on defense, the leadership on the offensive line with some of the veterans that they brought in? And one thing, not that there's necessarily anything new since spring on this, what does he think about the kicking battle? Now there is actually one new thing. They've brought in another transfer after spring in Malik Orson to compete with Max Kinley and to compete with the other transfer, Upton Belafant. How does he feel about that room? Is there a guy that's leading the pack today? Is it still even? I think looking for more consistency there at the kicker position. My guess is, hey, that's something that's just going to continue throughout preseason camp in terms of the competition. But I think it's a question that has to get answered because there's going to be some, probably, if I had to guess, there'd be some big kicks this year that made.
Yeah, Tyler,
no
what
doubt.
about you, man?
Yeah.
What questions do you have in store for him?
Yeah, I think probably for a lot of just kind of the progression of the offense, obviously Sellers' comfortability in it. And again, he's not going to sit here and give us the playbook, but just kind of know where the progress is, what that relationship is like, and what we can, again, hopefully see translate on the field this upcoming year, because that's kind of the straw that stirs the drink, right? If this combination of Sellers and Briles works the way that we think it's going to, this team has the ability to go out there and be good, if hopefully not better than they were a couple years ago. And I think that's kind of where it all starts and ends in a lot of ways. So I'll try and mix in some of those questions you guys have there when we talk to him coming up here in a couple minutes. And of course, local media, and then in the big room later on today. And yeah, we'll have the ability to obviously react to all that and what he has to say coming up tomorrow.
Looking forward to it, man. Go get him, Tyler. Hope you have a good interview. Remember all your friends and family, and don't get too worked up. Just go do your thing and have fun while you're playing.
I did want to ask you guys real quick, because you can see I'm lined up next to the big Dr. Pepper cooler right here. Are you guys team regular, Diet Dr Pepper, zero sugar. Where do we fall with Dr Pepper?
Mm-mm.
I don't really drink a lot of soda now. I do think Dr. Pepper is one of the goats. I'm not opposed to diet,
Okay.
but I think regular.
See, I was
Yeah,
trying to turn Jack on to DDP earlier.
DDP's great.
Mm.
Great.
Yeah.
I haven't had a Dr. Pepper in about 10 years, so I don't think I can weigh on this one.
Might change your life, man. Crack one open.
We'll see.
We'll talk to Coach Beamer in the halftime show coming up next. Here, that'll do it for the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs on the Game.
where we will get to hear shortly from Shane Beamer, from Peyton Williams, from Lenora Sellers, as the Gamecocks will take over SEC Media Day later this afternoon. And this hour, we don't know an exact time just yet, so you have to listen all hour. All hour. You can't go do whatever you're doing, stop it, or take headphones with you. We will have Shane Beamer join Tyler and I for an exclusive 2-versus-1 showdown interview with the head coach of the University of South Carolina as we get set. Tyler, vibe day 2. What's the vibe?
I think it's pretty high, man. Obviously, we've already had Alex Golish and Kirby Smart speak. I don't know if you've seen on SEC Network yet, Clark Lee is not wearing a suit. I thought it was kind of a given rule that every coach that comes to this thing wears a suit, but he's dressed like he's just, I don't know, going to go meet with the team. He's got khakis and like kind of a Vanderbilt pullover on, where I told Jack earlier, if you win 10 games at Vanderbilt, you can wear whatever you want, man. I'm not going to argue with you. It's just, it is different seeing a coach not wearing a suit.
I've not, as a matter of fact, as I walk here, apparently with everybody out, nobody knows how to work the TVs. All 3 TVs are off. I just realized that as I sat down and looked up right before we went on air. So I'll be fixing that as soon as we hit a break. But it's been an I say an entertaining day, but anytime you get a brand new coach and Alex Golish, you get a little bit of entertainment because you want to hear them speak. You want to hear how they address it. Obviously, a lot of excitement down on the Plains, a program that, to me, there's no mid ground with Auburn. They're up or they're down. They're champion contenders or they're doormats. And maybe one of the surprising things of my lifetime is the debacle that was Hugh Freeze. Now, I didn't expect them to maybe go and win national championships, Tyler, but when they were able to get Hugh Freeze away from Liberty, I thought, boy, Auburn's going to turn into, a consistent 9-win team. And for whatever reason, that never happened, and now you get a brand new era on the Plains.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And look, Golish, like these other coaches that are coming into their first year, brings a lot of positives with what he was able to do and turn around what was a really bad South Florida program a couple years ago. And he's kind of trying to follow the Indiana model, and he did speak on that a little bit today, of just kind of bringing in the entire roster, a lot of the guys that made USF so successful right down the street here in Tampa, and bring them to Auburn. And that translates to the SEC. Again, that's what Kurt Signated did with James Madison going into Indiana, and we'll see if that ends up working out for Golish at Auburn.
Yeah, and one thing about that situation that's so different than the past, and obviously we're starting to see it change, and we're starting to see it be part of head coaching changes. If Golish at Auburn had been stepping into the current situation, we'd all been looking like, oh, well, you got to find a quarterback. Maybe you're going to have to play a freshman quarterback. I think, did they lose? I have not done the research on this. Did they lose Deuce McKnight or did they gain Deuce McKnight?
Let's see. I believe Deuce McKnight transfer. Deuce Knight.
Deuce Knight.
Yeah. Where did he transfer to? If my internet will go fast enough, I can tell you. He is. Oh, he's at Ole Miss now.
Okay.
So they
of
lost
course.
him.
Why not?
Yeah.
Right. So, but you would be looking, and Knight, by the way, was a guy who's very, 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 a lot of words there, similar to Lenora Sellers. His first play of his college career was a 75-yard touchdown run. And if he was a guy, again, if Golish was coming in and he was there, you'd go, boy, they're going to have to go with him. Well, guess what? That's not how it worked. Golish was able to bring his quarterback from South Florida who had a very good year.
Yeah, Byron Brown coming over, and again, like with all those guys, we'll see how that translates over. But you've seen it work at other schools, and we'll see. I'll say Alex Golish is a very spirited guy, brings a lot of energy, and kind of a welcome change for a lot of people compared to what they had with Hugh Freeze.
So day 2, off and running in Tampa. This is kind of peak day. Tomorrow, everybody starts to kind of wear out a little bit, and then Thursday everybody's truly dragging. But peak day will center around, at least this afternoon for us, the University of South Carolina, and a lot of our show today will be dedicated, the vast majority of our show, now it's not always, will be dedicated to South Carolina. And this year, as I mentioned, Shane Beamer will join us. They will be getting off the plane and landing in Tampa around now and heading over to the JW Marriott to make their appearances. Shane Beamer will speak, if you're wondering, at 2:55. We will have that for you live right here on 107.5 The Game. You can also obviously catch it on the SEC Network. But he will be speaking live in the big ballroom. And then throughout the rest of the day, we're never showed the way it works. Tyler will tell you, I'll tell you, you never show to work. We could have a player sit down with us at any moment during the show. We do have another guest. You just texted me right before we went on air. Who do we have coming up sometime between 2 and 3?
Yeah, we got Matt McCleary,
Okay.
who's going McLaren, excuse me, from the Ticket in Dallas. So we can talk Texas and Texas A&M with him sometime between 2 and 3 today.
All right. We will we'll catch up with all that. But again, a lot of today will be centered around South Carolina football, which is good because, Tyler, I don't know why, but you wrap up the World Cup. NBA playoffs obviously ended a while back. NHL playoffs ended a while back.
Yep.
Last night was the first night, truly, that I feel like I looked around and was like, uh-oh, there ain't nothing.
Oh.
There ain't nothing. I wasn't into baseball. Didn't feel like getting into Major League Baseball.
Sure.
I was like, nope. It was a Big Bang Theory night and an early bedtime for me.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't get back to the hotel till 9. I had work to do. I didn't even turn the TV on. It was one of those kind of nights.
You didn't go to the reception last night?
Oh, I did go to the reception, but I just didn't get back until 9 o'clock. And
Oh,
then I had to put the shows together, get ready for bed and all that. So I didn't even touch the TV remote.
Those receptions will, trust me, they'll get to you. I've been there.
Yep, they will.
Might have done one show from Atlanta years ago for 3 hours in the morning with my head buried into the table. But good. How was the reception? Very fun? Good time? Tampa putting it on?
It was fun. Yeah, fun. Free food, free beer. It's funny. I know we got to hit a break here, but
Yeah.
I'm not used to beer being free. So I go up there to the counter to get it, and the guy hands me the glass. And I'm like waiting for him to say, "Oh, that'll be $5 or whatever," and he doesn't. I'm like, "Okay, I guess it's free. That's awesome. Just not something you get very used to."
Not to pick on you, but that's a rookie move. But we'll get you.
I just need to take it and run next time.
That's right. You
Okay.
walk away. If they give you the beer and you haven't given them the cash, you go the other way, and it's up to them to chase you down. At least that's
Fair enough.
my theory on it. All right. Yeah, we're going to hit a break because we are not certain when Shane Beamer is going to give us a call this hour. Again, we're kind of on his schedule. So we're going to hit a break, and that way that opens up the clock for us the rest of the hour, and we will catch up at some point. We don't know. It could be towards the end of the hour. Could be when we come back. We're not sure. But we're going to hit a break so we can set ourselves up. Look forward to speaking with Shane. Look forward to an exciting day. This is it. It's here. South Carolina is in Tampa today, and this, to me, starts college football season. We're going to talk a lot about the season, that expected record that a lot of you have gotten into, certain players. We'll get into all of that. A very heavy day as we roll along. Tyler Head live from SEC Media Days in Tampa. It is the halftime show.
things like that. So maybe hiring someone who's actually been running an athletic program might be a good idea.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's one thing about that. But then when they stumble into Harbaugh and they win a national title, you'll see Michigan. I know he's just a really good coach.
SEC Media Days, day number 2. Tyler Head in the middle of all the action down there as we hold the fort down. Myself and I believe Captain Dave are currently in here. I believe Captain Dave will step aside here in just a little while. We'll bring in the next producer. But Tyler, let's go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm being told Terry will get a text when they're about to call. So I'll get a signal to know what's about to happen when they're about to call you guys. So hopefully we get that soon.
All right, a signal. Sounds like y'all are a baseball team down there, and Terry's the third base coach, and you're the batter.
That's right.
Sounds
Gonna give
like,
me a little tug on the ear, touch on the nose.
That's
got to
good.
make sure I got to make sure I know the hit and run's on.
All right, so we'll be prepared for that. Let's real quick as we were kind of doing. You mentioned it. Auburn speaking earlier. Alex Golish talking a lot of energy. Your takeaways though, what you had to. Of course, I know you've been working, so I don't know how much. I keep thinking that you're like me and that you only work 3 hours and you got time to get into the big room and actually listen to what was said. But from what you've been able to pick up, what have you gathered, and your take on what Alex Gold talked about early on? That he is the interesting one again because he's the new coach.
Yeah, high energy, which Hugh Freeze could get fiery when needed to be, but he was just kind of more of that kind of slow pace, not very high, not very low type of guy more often than not. And it seems like Alex Golesh brings that kind of young, fresh energy about him. I heard somebody say, I think Jack mentioned earlier, talking to somebody, he said he was going to run the piss out of the ball at some point, which said he's after Preston Thorn's heart, if that's the case. So just kind of those little things. When you're a fan base with a new head coach, you love hearing that. Will Stein said the thing yesterday, like, "Hey, we're going to win because of me." If I'm a Kentucky fan, I'm like, "Hell yeah, we're going to win because of you." That's what I want to hear. We're going to be Indiana 2.0 here. We'll see if it ends up working out or not. But doing those things to excite the fan base are kind of what this is about for new coaches in their first year at pro.
Yeah, we'll revisit the afternoon session shortly with Josh and Kentucky and what they had to say. Will Stein, I think, was pretty interesting yesterday. Again, we'll get to this in another hour, in the next hour, and talk more about what exactly he had to say. But there was definitely almost a level of arrogance that, yes, I approved of. I have to admit.
Yes.
There was a level of arrogance that I think in college football you have to have, and he was he did a good job of that yesterday. Georgia has also spoken. Kirby Smart would rank amongst the top 3 in my opinion when I've had to listen to him of boring people. I guess he's actually gone. Is he gone? He's gone right about now, right? I've got the.
So he went first this morning.
Oh,
Golish wrapped up at probably about noon. Yeah. So and then leaves it, I think, about 1:30.
Okay. Yep. So Vanderbilt's not going to. I've got the master schedule here. Us also speaking earlier today, and I don't know if you caught any of this because it was not. No, you didn't. You were on air 9 to 9:30.
Been sitting here since 9 a.m. Bill.
Yep. John McDade, the SEC coordinator of football officials. That one you don't really catch quite as much as normally, but you do get sometimes some information out of that.
Well, see, here my biggest problem with him is he doesn't take questions. So he gets up there, he gives a little PowerPoint of, "Hey, here's what the SEC did great in officiating last year," and nobody can ask him questions because I would love to ask him officiating questions. I'm sure a lot of other people would, but they typically don't open the floor for that.
We didn't get into this yesterday, but it was annoying to me in Greg Sankey. I really, the more I thought about it last night, the more I gave thought to just yesterday, I really became more annoyed with Greg Sankey's speech.
Okay.
Really became more annoyed with it. I just mentioned an air of arrogance from Will Stein that I kind of enjoyed, but there was an air of arrogance from Greg Sankey that I did not enjoy. And I don't know if there was a specific back and forth on transparency, and it was about officials. And you mentioned this about John McDade. I think South Carolina fans, you even go back to, I know we're still harping on it, but the LSU game, I still think, and I don't understand. I truly don't understand. It's one of the dumbest things. It really is one of the dumbest, most ridiculous things in sports that the head official does not have to have some kind of small press conference post game to answer questions for why things happen. That there's almost no accountability. And then Greg Sankey's interviews, oh, well, it's transparency and allow coaches to send in footage of things that they question, but no, we're not going to discuss that publicly. And what's the secrecy? Why can a head official is a head coach? Why after the game do they get a pass? Why do they get a pass and not have to answer certain questions about about certain
Yeah.
situations in games?
Well, and especially when you look at like what the ACC does now, where and I think it's just on their primetime broadcast on Saturday nights that we get to hear what's going on back at headquarters, right? When there's a play that's being reviewed or being overturned, we get to hear the process of why that's happening, how it's happening, and what decision they come to. And the SEC being Sankey talked yesterday, like, hey, we're the one leading the charge when it comes to ABS in college baseball, which is now going to go full time in the in all of the major conferences next year. Well, why can't you follow suit with what or a league like the ACC is doing to give us more transparency on what exactly is happening when your officials are making calls? Because here's the thing: people are always going to have their conspiracy theories and put on their tinfoil hats about calls going this way or that way for their team or against their team. But if you give them that access, then you're not going to satisfy everyone, but you at least alleviate some of the concern of saying, hey, there's the conversation that happened that led to that call being made. Nope. Did I lose
Sorry,
Bill?
no, I'm having to
Bill,
do a
do you have your
photo.
po' boy? Do you have your po' boy?
Yeah. You're watching the video. Louisiana Purchase, one of our fantastic sponsors for the week, has taken care of me here in studio, and I now am the proud owner of a shrimp po' boy that I will be indulging on during breaks here. And so, Louisiana Purchase for bringing this to. They've actually got today. So they've got a great deal going on. The po' boy of the week. I'm a big fan of New Orleans food, Tyler. I love New Orleans food. I can't complain with any of it, and I'm a huge fan. And they have brought me today a shrimp po' boy. I love a good shrimp po' boy.
Oh yeah, man, can't complain about that.
And this makes it all the worthwhile being here in studio for one of these things. You can go and visit Louisiana Purchase yourself, 7011 St. Andrews Road in Columbia. And let me tell you, they've got some great ones. They've got the Striker is their shrimp po' boy of the day today. Slow roasted, certified Angus beef with piled high on New Orleans French bread, topped with crispy French fries and rich gravy. I've gone with the shrimp po' boy because I love, again, a shrimp po' boy connoisseur here, and man, I'm excited to dig into this. So you may get the next hour to yourself. So
well, Louisiana Purchase, Louisiana Kitchen, one of the great partners allowing us to be out here at Media Days too. So shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out to them. Yeah, they are. Thank you very much to them. So yeah, you saw on the live stream, I was doing a quick photo op. A proud dad holding a baby. I was holding this rather large too, by the way, shrimp po' boy. You just mentioned again, we're talking accountability. It's one thing I truly just in college football, and then it's almost like nobody will answer that question. Well, why can't the head official speak? Yeah,
I don't know.
Really, really ridiculous, in my opinion. Shane Beamer and crew are about to land. So let's go ahead and hit another break and get this one out of the way. That way we can plan ahead again. Shane Beamer will be joining us this hour to talk about his team. It is Gamecock Media Day at SEC Media Days. One day, a lot of excitement, a lot to get to. We'll get to this as we roll along this afternoon. You're listening to the Halftime Show.
following yet?
Wait, I'm waiting for them to land.
All right.
I just sent you guys a group text.
All right.
Wait, I'll give you the heads up. And I'll text you guys. I'm just waiting for him to give me the heads up.
Oh, man. I just had 2 bites at Louisiana Purchase shrimp po' boy. No doubt. One of the best po' boys, Tyler, I've ever had in my life. That is.
I was literally about to ask Dave if you were still eating that thing and I needed to bring it back in or not.
That is, I'm telling you what, folks, 7011 St. Andrews Road. Go by and see it. That is a delicious. They've got a bunch. The Cluckin' Creole, a chicken cutlet po' boy, the Big Easy, a pork po' boy, the Gulf and Garden, a crab cake. Oh my goodness. You may find me there all the time. My goodness, that is delicious. They've got a great deals going on po' boy of the week this week. Louisiana Purchase, again, 7011 St. Andrews Road in Columbia. Thank you to them for stopping by with food today. 803-404-6100. I tell you what, here's what we're going to do, Tyler. Let's get this last break out of the way. We are anticipating Shane Beamer to call us here momentarily. So what we're going to do to get the head ball coach of South Carolina on the phone and have time with him, let's go ahead and knock this baby out. Let's get you one more break. I apologize for the way this hour's gone. Kind of playing fast and loose. So we're going to go ahead and hit one more break. That way we've got the rest of the hour to be with you. There'll be no more breaks after this one, I promise. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and get this one out of the way. Shane Beamer will be joining us in the next segment. Stay tuned. Okay. I'll tell you what, all right, we're going to go ahead and go to him.
Let's stay with it here, Bill. Let's stay with it here, Bill.
We're going to go to him now. We're going to go to him. He is the head ball coach of the University of South Carolina, a guy that I consider a good friend. I've known him for a long time. He goes into year number 6. And Shane, how different is going to SEC Media Day in year 6 compared to year 1?
It's different. Year 1 was Hoover. It was COVID, so I think we only took 2 players as opposed to 3. It was really, really exciting. It still is really, really exciting, but now you know what to expect. I'd always watch SEC Media Days growing up and or coming up in the profession, and you know it's a big deal, but you never quite know what to expect. So learn what to expect in year 1, and it's an awesome day, and feel extremely grateful to be here for year 6.
I got to ask you, it is your first media day without the great Steve Fink, who has done just admirable work over the years for the university. I know you were close with him. How has it been so far without Steve Fink by your side?
Yeah, that's certainly different. He's been there with me, since year 1, and we just got off the plane here in Tampa, and we're not having him, but he's had great staff around him all those years. No different now with the guys that are taking over in those roles. But he's done a lot for Carolina athletics and a lot for me, and miss having him down here today.
Coach, thanks for joining us. Looking forward to seeing you over here at Media Days coming up in a little bit. I kind of jump right into it. You're going to be answering this question a lot today, but what can you tell us about the progression of both Jakarius Peak and Dylan Stewart as we approach the start of the season?
Yeah, I think they're both well on track and doing a great job. Peak he's actually running. Saw him in the weight room this morning, doing workout in the weight room. Dylan's gonna advance next week in his rehab. So both those guys are doing well and on track to have a really good 2026.
How will you judge you and the training staff on their availability for game 1 and game 2? Not that I want to put those opponents down, but obviously Mississippi State's a little bit different. Is it something where you say, hey, I need you guys to be 100%? We got to be 100%. If you're 90%, we're going to consider it. If you're 80%, no, we're going to hold you. How will you and I think Clint Haggard get together on that and make that decision?
Yeah, I think it's one of those where you want to do what's best for each individual player. The thing that I love is both of those guys are competitors, and both of those guys, they're working, do everything they can to play week 1, and they want to play week 1 as competitors. So it's not going to be, I don't think, an 80, 90, 100%. I've never been a head coach or a coach in general that has just, gone down to the trainer and given him an ultimatum that this guy's got to play. We trust the medical professionals. There's a lot of them involved on this one. And when they say that these guys are ready to roll, then we'll turn them loose.
Coach, you're bringing along Nick Harbor alongside Lenore Sellers and Peyton Williams here today. We talked a lot about this wide receiver room this offseason. A name like EJ Black's come up a lot in conversation in terms of somebody that's maybe turned a lot of heads in the springtime. We know a guy like Nitro Tug has done a lot of good things when he was at Purdue. Obviously, you only have so many spots and so many reps to go around in that wide receiver. How's that shaking out right now? And where do you see that group and that room being when the season gets here and what to expect out of them in this new offense?
Yeah, we have, you obviously mentioned Nick being here with me today. He's a great receiver, but we've got so much depth in that wide receiver room, which I'm really excited about. Those guys understand the competition in that room right now, and they're fighting for spots, and it doesn't start when we start practice in August. I mean, this has been ongoing since January, and what they're doing in the weight room right now. And I think all those guys in that wide receiver room are pushing to make each other better. Like I said, talented guys in that room. We've got a lot of really good returning players. We've brought in some transfers. We brought in a freshman since spring practice ended in Sequel Patterson. That's going to be a good player. So really, really fired up about the overall depth in that receiver room. And we're trying to identify, those top guys are going to be part of the rotation on game days and what their roles are going to be this season.
Coach, you just mentioned it. We have talked ad nauseum about Lenore Sellers for, it feels like, 2 years. I think Nick Harbor is maybe, in my time covering South Carolina, one of the greatest representatives of the university off the field that I have seen, the things he does with kids. I don't think we know a lot about Peyton Williams, and you're bringing him today. He's been around. He's stepped in when you need him. You tell us a little background on Peyton Williams, kind of not just on the field. Don't give me coaches speak. Oh, he's a great player and he does it. Give us some background on Peyton Williams so we get to know him a little bit today.
Yeah, I don't think people realize it. I didn't realize it. Peyton and I were talking about it a few weeks ago. He's the longest tenured player in our program.
Oh, wow.
He's been here since 2022. And that, to me, says everything in today's time of college football. And he's just been a guy that's been Mr. Steady and Mr. Dependable ever since he got here. He is a really, really good player, but he does everything right off the field. He does everything right on the field. You can count on him. He's dependable. He's what you want in a football. He's what you want in a person. I don't take lightly, and I spend a lot of time thinking about who I want to bring to media day. It's not just like I just say, let me just grab these three. Like, I spent a lot of time thinking about it, and there's a lot of guys in Columbia that we didn't bring that, in my opinion, are very, very worthy of being here because of the kind of players they are, people they are, leaders they are, teammates they are. But, these three that are here with me today, and then Peyton, obviously, you asked about him, are right there at the top, and it was an easy decision to bring them.
Well, and it kind of follows a trend of what you do pretty much every single year. Last year, Nick Barrett, the year before that, Luke Doty. You kind of always seem to bring somebody along that's been in the program for 4 or 5 years. And as you mentioned, it is something that's very rare in college football today. What kind of statement do you think that makes about South Carolina that you have pretty much every single year a handful of these guys you can pick from that have, stuck it out and decided to stay in one place with you for their entire careers?
Yeah, I think it's really important. I think if you look across college football specifically, but college athletics, the best teams, in my opinion, year in, year out, are the oldest teams. Look at, Indiana last year. They had a lot of seniors on their football team, and that's what we have right now. And a lot of things have changed about sports and college athletics, but, what hasn't changed about athletics ever is, you've got an older team that's got a lot of really good leadership and high character guys who got a chance to be successful. That was the case when I was playing high school sports back in the 1990s, and it's the case now in 2026 when I'm coaching in the SEC. And I don't think that'll ever change. And when you talk about the guys that we've brought, those guys, and everybody got on me back in 2022 because I didn't bring Spencer Rattler to SEC Media Day in 2022. But it wasn't nothing against Spencer. We had a lot of other guys on our team and seniors and that I brought, and that's what I believe in is leadership, seniors, and the guys that have invested in your program. And it says a lot about our place. And I've got 3 guys here with me today that all of them are going into at least their 4th year in our program. And when you got a lot of guys like that, which we do, it gives you a chance to be successful.
He is Shane Beamer, University of South Carolina head football coach. He has made the trip. He is in Tampa, ready for SEC Media Day and to face all the extremely hard questions that he'll get. And first, he leads off with us, the softball guys. But I do have to ask you, you've talked a lot in your past about self-evaluation, evaluating yourself after each and every season. And after a difficult season like last year, what was the introspective of yourself? What did you look back and say, hey, I as coach could have done this better, or I need to change this? What was your self-report card on you?
Yeah, certainly when you go 4-8, I'm the one that's ultimately responsible and I'm accountable. So there was a lot. It's hard to say just, one thing. Every year is different, but I think you got to be careful about just saying, okay, we went 4-8, we got to blow everything up because, it was 1 year before that we went 9-3 and we were almost at the college football playoff. So I think you take a look back after every year. You did that self-evaluation after 2024. I did it after 2025. For me, it's just making sure you got the right people in the right roles. Unfortunately, I've made some changes from a staffing standpoint that needed to be made, in my opinion. Those were hard decisions, but it was what needed to happen for us to move forward. We've made some changes in how we, do things a little bit in the weight room. The summer this year is a little bit different than the summer previously. How we practice, we tweak some things, but I think that's every year. I get it. Ultimately, you're judged on your final record. 2025 was nowhere near good enough, but you tweak and change, and we did the same thing after 2024. And you do what you feel like you need to do to be better in each year, the following year. And I like where we are right now. Eager to get to work.
Let's go back to last year for a second. And as a head coach, as a football guy that understands it 10 times better than I do, you mentioned last year, but what is it, 6 out of 7, 7 out of 8? You're there in the 4th quarter. You're either up or you're down a touchdown. I sometimes don't think people realize how close you were to being 7-5 or 8-4. You had games in your grasp. Is there a reason for that? You think last year that was something? Was it inexperience? Was it just? Did you reevaluated? Do you see something? Because there's really, in this conference, a fine line between 4-8 and 8-4. And again, if you really evaluate that season last year, you're there. You're there. It just didn't seem to get the breaks. What your assessment of that?
Yeah, certainly, in this league, the games are going to come down to the 4th quarter. And, to answer your question, I think you probably go back to experience, and not to make excuses, but we have more experience in 2026 and more older guys that have been in those environments than maybe what we had last year in those moments. So you point to that, you look at, decisions that I made throughout the game that could have helped us play better. But I think that's just what it is. Every year is different. And in 2024, we also had those close games in the 4th quarter. We beat Missouri in the 4th quarter. The Clemson game came down to the final possession. So those are games that we won in the 4th quarter in 24. And last year, when we got to the 4th quarter, we just didn't coach well enough or play well enough. But you're always looking at, do you do things differently in practice? Is it conditioning? Is it play calling? Is it execution? Whatever it is. And I think you could look at everything last year and say that we need to be better. But you just know that in the SEC, you're going to play a lot of close games. Every week, typically, it's going to come down to the last 15 minutes, and confident that when we get in those games this year, which we're going to get into them, that we'll be much better than what we were last year.
Coach, you talk all the time about, this team maybe playing its best from being overlooked or doubted. Is the narrative around this team kind of playing right into that for this upcoming season again?
y'all just keep talking about what you've been talking about, the local media, the national media. We'll just keep working on the football facility, and we'll see you in September. How about that?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Coach Shane Beamer joining us for a few more minutes as he makes his way over to Tampa. Coach, you mentioned experience. One of the it seemed like on the offensive line, one of the main goals in the transfer portal was to bring in more experience, and then obviously you brought Randy Clement as your new offensive line coach. Talk a little bit about Coach Clem, what you've seen so far now through 9 months, 6 months, I guess. And then also talk about what you really like about the transfers you brought in out of the portal.
Yeah, been pleased with Coach Clem. He's a proven coach, proven recruiter. He's been a part of really successful offenses that have been able to run the football successfully. Love the fact that he and Kendall Briles have a relationship. You know, they've worked together at multiple stops, so there's a connection that they have, which is really, really important. There's no doubt about it with the offensive line. We needed to get better, but we needed to bring in, you know, guys with experience that, you know, to me had played winning football at a high level. And that's what we've done. You know, we brought in guys, multiple Power 4 transfers that have a lot of starts under their name, which is key. And then not just that, but guys with the right DNA that have an edge about them and have a nastiness to them and take the field with the right mentality. And that's what we've got. And, you know, like with the way they're working this summer, like the way they've progressed since they got here, and eager to see them continue to take another step throughout the month of July and into August.
Coach, you obviously got to be able to run this ball in this league to be successful. You brought in a couple of transfers, and Clark and Coleman are different guys getting back in that running back room. What are you seeing out of those guys this offseason, and what are we hoping to expect out of that unit this fall?
Yeah, you know, people talk about those guys that we brought in, and rightfully so. Those are good players, but I don't think enough people are talking about the guys that we bring back. Matthew Fuller, to Warren Howe, Isaiah Augustov. I mean, those guys are really good players along with the new guys that we brought in. So looking forward to it. That's a good group. I like our running back room. I like our, you know, depth on offense in general. And those guys are going to make a lot of plays for us.
Yeah, you unfortunately, you know what our job is here. We're to get on here and talk every day, make wild predictions and say things that are sometimes ridiculous speculation. I've been high on Christian Clark. I think you got a great 1-2 punch with Fuller and Clark, but I think Clark tell me a little bit about your assessment of Christian Clark, because I'm really high on him. I think he gives Fuller great competition, and to me, I've said it. I'll tell you if you've listened. I think Clark maybe earns the job by the end of September, but I'm not out there watching like you are. But I'm very high on him, rewatching Texas and Michigan in the bowl game. Your assessment of Christian Clark?
Yeah, you know, when you got a guy that comes from Texas, you know, he's played at a high level. And for me, when we were recruiting Christian, I just went back and watched the bowl game.
Yeah.
He was starting running back for Texas in the bowl game against, I think they played Michigan in the Citrus Bowl, and you know, he carried the weight that day, carried the load, and went over 100 yards that day in rushing, and that was enough for me to see going up against a good defense that Michigan had, and really hard worker, great, you know, young man, comes from a great family. He's from Arizona, but you know, he's got family ties in the state of Georgia, so this is kind of getting back to his roots in a lot of ways, and he's got a great way about himself, and eager to see him continue to take steps for us this upcoming season.
Coach, last one for you here. I know you got to run. City of Tampa, anything fun that you can recommend doing while we're hanging out here for a couple days?
In Tampa?
In Tampa.
I don't know much about Tampa. It's about I haven't spent much time down here in Tampa other than an Outback Bowl with Coach Spurrier back in the day, and came down here for a Tampa Bay Bucks playoff game and the women's national championship game. Outside of that, I don't know much about Tampa, but good city, good location. Beach is close by, so hit up the beach when you guys are done today. That's what I would say.
Real quick, are we going to get a photo up of you at a restaurant with a thumbs up and a tie, half untied?
I don't think so. I think it landed, and I think when this thing's over, as much as I love being around you guys, I think when this thing's over, it's how quickly can we get back to the airport and get back to South Carolina.
I don't blame you, Coach. I don't blame you, man. We thank you for joining us. Great hearing from you, my man. Hope you travel safe. Good luck today, and we'll catch up with you soon.
All right, guys. Appreciate all you guys do. See you soon.
Take care.
Thank you, Coach.
Take care. Shane Beamer, head ball coach for the University of South Carolina. Y'all should know that by now. We'll come back. I got to find out exactly how we're going to handle everything, but we'll analyze and discuss a lot what was said there. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing, the company that's been there for you, for me, for over 30 years, being a leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry, making sure that our home or our business stays dry and running long into the future. Let me tell you, that is important. Trust me, you don't know until you have a leak and the damage it can cause. So be proactive today. Whether it's your home or your business, it doesn't matter. Call Mid-State Roofing, 803 356 1919. Again, that's 803 356 1919. Get in touch with Mid-State Roofing. Set up a maintenance contract. Now, let's say you decide you don't want to do that. You're not going to listen to Bill Gunner. Okay. Well, when you have a leak, it doesn't matter what time, you can still call Mid-State Roofing. It can be midnight. They're there for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 803 356 1919. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. Thank you to Shane Beamer for joining us this afternoon to discuss a myriad of different issues, from Jakarius and Dylan Stewart to self-evaluation after a 4-8 season to the offensive line. A lot of different things there that we got into, and a lot of answers that Tyler and I will address this hour. And maybe if we can get that audio up, we will replay that interview before the end of the show in case you missed it. As some really good stuff. Shane Beamer will take to the podium at 2:55 this afternoon for meeting with the actual media in the big room. You can catch that right here if you're driving about on 107.5 The Game, or it will be on the SEC network where you can hear that. Tyler, let's just start with big takeaways. What
Yep.
did you take away from everything or anything in particular that Shane Beamer had to say?
Well, I like the progress update that he gave on Peak and Stewart, and I think that is again kind of the most pressing question on people's minds is like, hey, obviously we know Stewart's already been a star for a couple of years, but we anticipate Peak is going to play a very important role in this team. And the injury in the offseason was unfortunate, but kind of going back to what he said there, that he's running and you saw him in the weight room doing some workouts this morning, and Dylan is advancing his rehab. Those are all positive signs. Again, I wasn't expecting him to sit there and say, yeah, those guys are, definitely going to be playing week number one. That's something that we'll obviously see as more time plays out. And as kind of alluded to there as well, maybe you don't even need to play them in those first couple games because of the opponents there, which is not something that Beamer's going to, come out right publicly and say. So it's a step in the right direction. It sounds positive, and hopefully, again, we get those guys back in the fold at 100% when the games, really, really start mattering in week number 3.
Well, and that's why I asked him. How will you decide? How will he and trainer Clint Haggard sit down and decide that? Where is the line for game one? Let's be honest for a second. If you really start to analyze things, game one is going to be extremely hot, right?
Yep.
Now he did say a big part of this. He did say Peak had started running. Did he say Peak started running today, or he's running? Was running. Whatever it was, I don't remember if it was he started running like actually today, or if he's been running and
he just said he's actually running. He saw him today in the weight room. That's
okay,
what
today
was
in the weight room. So I say that because it's gonna be hot that day. It's gonna be hot. I mean, it's hot the next week at night, but you get during the day a little worse. you don't want him to go out there and not be in game shape and be a little slow or something happen and he just get hit and bent the wrong way. So, I can see a scenario where you go, all right, night game next week. It's just gonna be slightly cooler. We can put him out there, and I'm not quite as worried about him being there in that September sun. We don't know what the weather's going to be for all we know, it could be pouring rain September 5th. But I think there's a lot, and that's why I asked him. There's a lot more that goes into it than just, okay, can you play? All right, get on out there and play. Yeah, what percentage? Again, you need to be completely 100%, or at 95%. Do you go, okay, we know you're coming back. We'll go ahead and get you some snaps because we know by Mississippi State you'll be 100. That to me is still the question, and also it's a game that South Carolina should win without question, and Towson too, and we know the importance of the rest of them.
Well, and especially for Peak, right? Because we talk about this a lot, and it almost kind of becomes cliche. We talk about offensive lines. It's like, hey, that's a unit that moves 5 as 1, like fingers on a hand, right? So for him, if you can get him out there with that main group of starters for even a couple series in the Kent State game or the Towson game, that would probably be very beneficial. Because again, that's a group that just hasn't, unfortunately, gotten a lot of time to work together as what we anticipate to be the starting group because of Jacarius Peak's injury. So if you have the opportunity to get him out there and can safely do it against one of those 2 opponents to start the season, you'll probably try and do that. That way he's not going to the Mississippi State game cold. But again, it's all dependent on the recovery, where he's at health-wise and all that kind of stuff. And, if worse comes to worse and you have to sit him out those games because he's just not ready, then hopefully when he does get out there, it'll be a smooth process of getting up to speed with everybody else.
I think he'll be ready. It's just a matter, again, of where are you drawing the line for him to be ready? What are we definitely saying as, okay, this is your mark? So that was interesting. You listen to him talk about self-evaluation. That's important. 4-8. Again, I mentioned it. They're right there on the cusp. I'm not making excuses for them, mind you. They were 4-8. 4-8. Doesn't matter how you got there. If you lost 8 games by 20 points each game, or if you lose 8 games by 3 points or more. It does, Tyler, when you lose some of the close ones like that, it does tell me you're closer to having a bounce back year than, say, if you get your doors blown off every game. You go, whew, we're far away. We're far away. Now, the thing is, how do you solve that? And that's where I go back to self-evaluation. What can Coach do himself? It's easy to say, well, Lenore needs to make this throw, or our team needs to execute better. No. Well, what do you do that enhances your team's opportunities to win? You kind of heard him talk about that.
Yeah, well, and I think for a lot of people, the perception of Beamer in a lot of ways is a guy and a coach that has trouble closing out some of these games. We actually saw way too many examples of that last year, but it's been something that's happened throughout his career as a head coach here at South Carolina. So again, what were you doing so well 2 years ago at the end of the year where you were able to make your comebacks against Missouri? You were able to close the game out against Clemson. Like how do you go back and try and recreate some of that stuff? Obviously, you hope the personnel, changes you made in the offseason are certainly a part of that. But yeah, this has been something that's been an issue. But when you are putting yourselves in position to win those games, hopefully the fortune will start going your way a little bit more this upcoming season. We can't talk about them. Hey, they closed that game out. They closed that game out as opposed to, well, they let that one slip through their fingers again in the last couple minutes. Obviously frustrating to watch as a fan base. And again, here's hoping that it gets better this year.
You asked about earlier this week, maybe yesterday, maybe last week, about kind of what Beamer's known for. And I hate to say it, I did not realize, and some people have put this out on the internet, and maybe I choose to block it out. Maybe I'm too much of a homer, and I choose to block it out. I have not really realized some of the blown games that South Carolina has had in the Beamer tenure. And that is an issue. And last year, aside from Texas A&M, they were close games that were blown. But you go back at the Florida game 4 years ago, I believe, where they're up by 10 late in the fourth quarter and they lose. The LSU game, obviously, where they were up by 17 early on and they lost. the Texas A&M game is another one that stands out where they were up big, and there's a few others in there. There's about 5 of them where South Carolina legitimately is up, and that is something, Tyler. You know, I don't know with Kendall Briles that changed. I don't know what changes, but I hate to say it, I do think you start to look at, and that is a very uneasy trend of you're watching a Carolina game and they get a lead. I don't know if the game's over.
Yeah. Well, yeah. For this fan base, especially, it's something you're never going to probably get over until you do it enough times to say, "Hey, that curse is out of the boat," or whatever it may be. But yeah, it's become an issue, right? And there are various ways with the way those games slipped out of Carolina's fingers. Again, the A&M game being the worst example. That's something that's going to haunt this fan base for a very, very long time. And I go to that game specifically because that was in the third to last week of the regular season. The next week you beat Coastal Carolina. Nobody was paying attention to that. And then you lost the game, in the way that you did against Clemson. You were also down 7 with about 4 minutes to go, and Sellers threw that into the game and thus into the season. I think you have to go out there and do something significant this upcoming season to get people's minds off that A&M game, because I think that's the last thing that most people think of when they think of South Carolina. Hey, that's the team that blew the 27-point halftime lead to Texas A&M, and I think that's something that's going to follow you for a while until you do something significant enough to make people forget about it.
Yeah, I think if you were 5-7, if you were 6-6, we would talk more about that game. But last year became such an implosion, that it became laughable, if you will, right? Like the LSU game is going to stick in people's craw a lot more than the Texas A&M game, in my opinion, because that LSU game is at home. Obviously, it may have very well cost you a chance for the college football playoff at 10 wins. Who knows? I'll even say this. If you go back, and I think sometimes people forget this, and this isn't on Shane Beamer, but they had the Alabama game won in Tuscaloosa
They did.
2 years ago. And, for all it's worth, it's not Shane Beamer's fault it's not his fault. I know he's the head coach and the buck stops there. But that Lenoris and Rocket Sanders can't handle the handoff exchange there late in the game after a huge turnover. Folks, I was there at that game. South Carolina had started to dominate. And I will go to my grave saying that when the Gamecocks got the ball, they were going to march down the field and score. Now, to what we're talking about, Tyler, I also, when South Carolina had gotten up, I think a touchdown late in that game, I do remember thinking, like, how are they going to blow this? And lo and behold, they did. But I'll go back to that particular time, that particular game. Again, I can't blame Beamer for a miss exchange there between Sanders and Sellers. But that's one of the plays where at that point, South Carolina's up 5 with 12 minutes to go. And I will, again, go to my grave saying South Carolina was going to go down and score a touchdown. They had taken control of that game. The offense had gotten going. South Carolina was running the ball on Alabama. I was in the stadium that day. Alabama fans were, they were coming off the loss out to Vanderbilt. They knew what was coming down their throat. And South Carolina they blew it. And Alabama would score. They'd get the ball. They'd recover the fumble and score on the next possession and take the lead and so forth and so on. And that's how the game went. But, there have been certain situations. That is something, again, folks, we talk about records and schedules and everything. And you look at this season, Tyler, you look at that schedule. There's nobody that you just say, well, they should be able to roll the ball out. And maybe Arkansas. I don't think we know what Arkansas is or who they are or what they're about. But there's nobody that you just, I think, instantly say, well, they're going to kick the ball off in conference play or Clemson and dominate by 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, and this not be a fourth quarter game.
Yeah, and again, all those games come in a row. You got Kent State, you got Towson to start the season. You don't have your November cupcakes. So you don't really have a lot of reprieve outside of, hey, Arkansas is really bad. When you go make that trip in October, November, whenever that game is, then yeah, you're looking at kind of a gauntlet of a schedule. Which, hey, that's just the nature of the beast in the SEC. But yeah, you don't have a ton of gimmies this year, which goes back to what we've talked about a lot. Like, hey, you got to take advantage of that Mississippi State game because we think that's a game that you have a better chance of winning than some of the ones that comes later. And if you drop that one, then you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball pretty quickly.
Well, you say that about Mississippi State, Kentucky, and Arkansas. I mean, they just simply must. 2 of them are at home. They are simply must win. You just can't lose. I don't know where we want the Tennessee game because it's a home game, and again, you'll be coming off a bye, and Tennessee is coming off a game against Alabama, which is an emotional week, and then Tennessee's got to travel here. And we'll get into a little bit of what Josh Heupel had to say from yesterday about his team. But the bottom line is you're right. But again, there's not again, maybe from Arkansas, we don't. I mean, do we have any clue what Arkansas is? Do we know anything about Arkansas? Anything?
I mean, like any team, they've got they did a lot of activity in the transfer portal, which when you bring in a head coach, that's usually kind of par for the course. But no, they're a team that, I don't know, could they surprise people? Sure. Could they be towards the bottom of the SEC again? Yeah, that's also possible. And Ryan Silverfield's obviously fighting an uphill battle there compared to some of the other coaches going into new places in the SEC.
Well, because again, I mean, 803-404. I apologize. We got to hit a break. 803-404-6100. A lot to talk about. We will continue to do so as we go along. Tyler Head live from Tampa at SEC Media Days. Bill Gunner, now joined by Kel Wilson in the studio. We will continue to roll along. It's the halftime show. It is 1:21 on your Tuesday afternoon. SEC Day, Tyler Hitt, live from Tampa. I do want to take a second here. As I've mentioned on this program for a long time, a lot of my background is basketball scouting, coaching, high level AAU. During my time, I got to know some great people, meet some great people throughout the country. And unfortunately, this morning, we lost, and I'm going to tear up because he was a great friend of mine. But we lost one of the great people of Midlands basketball. Not a lot of people knew about Juan Ornelas. Senior passed away this morning. And maybe some of you out there had known him. You knew him. He ran the Adidas organization back in the 2000s, the late 90s. He was an integral part of Buddy Harper, who played at Keenan and went to Cincinnati, and obviously, or tried to go to Cincinnati and had some problems. And was a top 20 recruit, but Juan was an engaging guy. Never a person that he didn't know. I worked with him very closely with Adidas and with Tops. We actually had one of our final teams. We were bringing up a next level group of kids, 15-year-olds. We actually had Dylan Thompson on our team. We had Mustafa Green. We had a heck of a football team that played basketball. But we had Dylan Thompson and we had Mustafa Green, who would go to play running back at North Carolina State. We had Dre Whitmire, who went to Stanford to play linebacker out of Spartanburg. But he was a big part of the AAU scene and the basketball culture here in Columbia, and really got the ball rolling with helping make Columbia, the city of Columbia, the Columbia area, part of what it has become in terms of basketball. And so he passed away. My thoughts and condolences. His son, Juan Ornelas Jr., played basketball with me at Lexington, and we were good friends. Unfortunately, it's just sad. And but I do want to give him a shout out because we talk about. I know we're talking football today, and we will continue to do so. But basketball in this city, you see the likes of G.G. Jackson and Colin Murray Boyles, and so forth. So Keenan has got several players right now that are highly thought of. This was in a time before kids transferred. No offense to Josh Leonard from down in Florence, who's leaving to go to IMG, but. He was a guy that helped keep kids here at the local high schools and encouraged them to stay in state, encouraged them to go to the University of South Carolina or Clemson, and loved seeing his kids go to places like that so he could go and watch. And as I mentioned, in recent years, he's not been a part of the local scene. Health concerns have taken him down. I had many a great trip with him throughout the state as we would go see players. He was a guy actually that was very integral in Mike Holmes' life and getting Mike Holmes to the University of South Carolina. So for Clemson fans, he was integral in Derek Hamilton, the wide receiver, going to Clemson back in the day. And Derek Hamilton played AAU for him. And, so he was a friend of both programs, which is what you really want out of AAU programs in the state. You want them to strive for our state and for our colleges. And today we lost a really good one. He passes. Juan Ornelas Sr. again. He was a very big member of the Adidas organization, and here again ran the organization Tops that was local and had kids from all over the state. So my thoughts and prayers to Juan Jr., to the family, to everybody. I lost a good friend today. That was a big part of my life. And just want to give him a shout out because he did a lot. Him and a lot of guys from here. A lot of guys that are here did a lot for Columbia basketball, for the AAU scene. And he was a great man. So anyway, the passing of Juan Ornelas Sr., who again just a big part of the local high school basketball scene. 803-404-6100. Shane Beamer joining us, excuse me, in the previous hour. And Tyler, a few more things from that. It is interesting, the experience on the offensive line that Shane Beamer talked about, specifically going through the transfer portal to see what they can find.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, we knew this is a group that was going to be rebuilt in the offseason. When you look at, the amount of guys that went in the portal and how many guys you're going to have to replace. And, there's apprehension, obviously, when you have to rebuild any kind of unit, but especially the offensive line, kind of going back to the cohesion thing and all that we talked about. But the floor is so low in terms of what last year's team did with the offensive line unit that, like, hey, even if this year's group isn't perfect by any means, they can be better than last year. We'll consider that a step in the right direction. And we kind of anticipate, based on what we've talked about and what we've heard through spring practice, that it's going to be pretty much all new guys starting up front, with the exception of probably Shed Surratt. So likely 4 new faces to South Carolina being a part of this year's, main 5 starting offensive line group. And again, we're just hoping that it's better than it has been.
Yeah, and I've said it multiple times, new face, new voice, new system, new. Everything's
Right.
new. And this is why I didn't like it when guys like Trevon Ball and Tree Babalade, who had proven themselves. Now, I'm not saying that they were good last year or whatever, but this is why I said losing them, I didn't like. I didn't think that was a good thing. People will say, well, look, they were on a line that stunk. Look at what they did. You're right. But it didn't matter, or it might not have mattered. We might have just, I don't know. Tyler, neither of us are offensive line experts. The easiest thing in the world is to say, well, those guys have no talent. Well, they just stink. Well, that's not always true. You can have bad coaches. There can be bad coaches at the college level. And Lonnie Teasley recruited lights out. There's nothing, and I hate to do this. I hate to be this negative on somebody. There's nothing to prove that he was a good offensive line coach.
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw tons of blue chip talent come in here over his time as the offensive line coach, but time and time again, for whatever reason, most of those guys didn't end up panning out, because when it came to the development process, that's where Lonnie Teasley seemed to come up short. And he's obviously Nebraska's problem now. We feel like we're in a pretty good space with Randy Clements, and hopefully he can get the most out of these guys the way Lonnie Teasley unfortunately wasn't able to.
Another reason why I wouldn't mind, if we're not going to go to a college football playoff game, going to the Music City Bowl and playing Nebraska, as Athlon Sports suggested. We're going to hit a break, come back, and we'll start to look around at what else was said yesterday. Kentucky and Tennessee both speaking, and we'll revisit those. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Whew. Tyler, I'm tired. That po' boy. That po' boy, it was delicious. That was delicious. Thank you again to Louisiana Purchase. They've got their po' boy going on. You can beat the heat with, I don't know about that, but beat the heat with New Orleans flavor. Today is the Striker, a certified Angus beef po' boy. Tomorrow, if you want to go by there, 7011 St. Andrews Road, the Cluckin' Creole po' boy. That'll be a crispy chicken cutlet topped with melted mozzarella cheese and their house-made Creole sauce. That sounds pretty good. Might have to see if they can come back tomorrow. Thursday will be the Pig Easy, a pork po' boy, tender Iberico pork with fried jalapeno, pickled onion, arugula, and whipped goat cheese. Friday, the Gulf and Garden. That'll be a crab cake po' boy. 2 house-made crab cakes topped with fried green tomatoes, watercress, and yuzu. Remoulade? Is it remoulade? And then Saturday, the
Remoulade
or remoulade.
Yeah.
I've heard it called both. Yeah. And then Saturday, the oyster Rockefeller. Fried oysters topped with their rich Rockefeller style spinach, herbs, Parmesan, and mozzarella blend. 7011 St. Andrews Road, authentic New Orleans flavor. Thank you, Tim and Tyler. I know we also have some other sponsors who are making this week possible along with Louisiana.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our friends over at AAA Heating and Air, Palmetto Citizens Store, Credit Union, Westco Brewing Bowl, just to name a few. I'll read some of the more other ones as the show goes along as well. But yes, all these great sponsors that have allowed us to be out here this week, which we certainly appreciate. And I can only think of one thing that would make your po' boy better. That would be with a Dr. Pepper, as I've cracked open my first one of the day, as I was starting to feel a little sluggish there. Segment.
Yeah. Oh, we haven't gotten the Dr. Pepper update. Do we have new flavors, or what's the label there on the Dr. Pepper situation?
This is a 0 sugar strawberries and cream, and it is very delicious. See, Here's the thing, and Jack is not a Dr. Pepper person, and I was talking to him about it this morning, and he's like into the 0 sugar, diets and stuff like that. And I said, well, a Diet Dr. Pepper is the best diet soda you can get, because what makes Dr. Pepper good is not the sugar, it is the pepper, right? And taking the sugar out doesn't take the pepper flavor away. And you get that with all of these 0 sugar combinations or diet combinations of all these great Dr. Pepper flavors, because the pepper is still there, which gives it that signature taste.
Okay. All right. You said that, or Jack said that?
I said that. Jack is not like he's like a Diet Pepsi person.
Okay.
And I was like, hey, go get a Dr. Pepper. And he's like, I'm not really into Dr. Pepper. I was trying to sell him on DDP.
Okay. All right. I gotta admit, I've never really thought about it that way. No new flavors. It feels like every year they trot out something new there. Nothing new.
I don't believe so. Cherry, strawberries and cream soda. I believe it's the same lineup as last year.
Okay. All right. That's actually the last time I attended, there was no cherry there. I know they've had cherry, but was not served. So, okay. All right. There's their update on the Dr. Pepper situation. 803-404-6100. Let's joke for a minute, as if we don't do it the majority of the show. So we're all wrapped up, right, in Lane Kiffin going back to Mississippi, aren't we? We're worried for Lane's health, right?
Yes.
This I find entertaining, and I didn't realize this until yesterday. Lane Kiffin has to go back to Mississippi and fear for his life and his safety.
Right.
Late in the season, he's got to return to Tennessee. Yesterday, Josh Heupel, and this is going to be the cut on Josh Heupel, Kale, talking about Lane Kiffin. It's clip number 26. Have Tennessee fans, because remember what happened last time there was mustard and golf balls and nickels and all foreign objects involved. Lane Kiffin revisiting Tennessee. They still don't like him. Josh Heupel was asked about Tennessee fans cooling on Lane Kiffin.
Certainly hope our fan base hasn't cooled off. So, whether it's the grocery stores being fully stocked with mustard, or our sports stores making sure that they got reinforcements on the golf balls. Hopefully, Knoxville's ready for his arrival.
Oh, Josh Heupel with a joke there too. How about that? I think it's a joke.
This is exactly what we hope to hear at media days. Yeah, we know your teams looked good in the offseason. Yeah, we know you're excited about how hard these guys work. This is what I come for.
I agree.
Give me some of this. And he went on to say, yeah, tongue in cheek, but there's no beef between me and Lane Kiffin. Lean into it, man. We want drama. We want storylines. We want to talk about mustard being thrown on the field. This is what entertains us. Please give me more of this.
This was great. You're 100% right. This is that's what you want, right? A little bit of humor, a little bit of personality. And I didn't realize that though for Lane Kiffin. That is, man, you talk about an opening season for LSU. You got to go to Mississippi where literally he better wear body armor on the side of the sideline there. And then you go back to Tennessee, who probably isn't going to forget you. All right, has not forgotten you. It'll be ready for you. Josh Heupel also talked about more important things yesterday, and this is something I got questions about regarding when South Carolina plays Tennessee, and that's their quarterback competition. Tyler, they've got two young men, up and coming young men that both high. I think Faison Brandon was I think according to some he might have been the number one, if not the number two recruit in the nation. He enrolled early, went through workouts and everything. Is considered the next star of the team, and then they've got George McIntyre, a 6'6", 195-pound redshirt freshman, and that's who it appears to be between. They also have another really good one in Jake Merklinger, who could step in. Here he is, Josh Heupel yesterday, and Kale, I apologize. This is going to be cut number 27, his quarterback room, and here's what he had to say about his quarterback room.
Yeah, there's going to come a day where I come back in here and we got a return starter. It's been 5 years here, and I was talking with Bill Martin, our sports information director, and 7 out of the last 9 years, we've had a new starting quarterback in our history with our staff. 7 out of the last 9 years, we've been top 10 in the country in scoring too. So we have two young guys that are competing at a really high level. They've continued to grow. There's a lot on their plate. Look forward to seeing them take a job during the course of training camp. I think that's important for his teammates to see that, garner that trust and respect from the other guys that are going to be on the field with. But excited about who we have. And I think it's really important. I mentioned the offensive line earlier. It's important that those guys play at a high level. We have a lot of experience coming back at our skill positions on the offensive side of the football. It's going to be important that they're doing their job at a really high level. And ultimately, when you have a young quarterback, you got to tie everything together. We got to play good defense, and special teams got to be on point.
Now let's hear. So he's talking about his quarterback situation. Now this is going to be the next clip, Kale.
Bill, I think we got to hit a break here.
Good point. All right. It's been a crazy day here with our time and with everything. We'll come back and we'll discuss more about the Tennessee quarterback situation, which I think you look down the road at the South Carolina-Tennessee game, and we'll talk more about that here.
So, Bill, we're going to be joined by Peyton Williams on the other side, actually.
Okay, see? You got all kinds of crazy stuff. All right, let's hit the break, and let's catch up with Peyton Williams, Gamecock safety, when we come back. It's the halftime show.
Good. How are you? Good to see you. All right, welcome back in halftime show. We are live at SEC Media Days at the Marriott out here in Tampa. It is South Carolina Day, and I'm excited to be joined now by what we learned, Bill, earlier in the show. The longest tenured Gamecock on the team, Peyton Williams, hanging out with us. Peyton, thanks for coming by. Welcome to Media Days, man.
Thank you. Thank y'all. It's great to be here.
When you hear long tenured Gamecock, like what is does that blow your mind? Like, can you believe you're the oldest guy on the team, at least in terms of time spent here?
Time. It's crazy. Some of the guys, they tease me, like even some of the guys are older than me in age, but I've been there longer. They tease me also.
Well, what did it mean for Beamer to select you to be a part of Nick Harbor and Lenore Sellers being the representatives for Carolina this year?
Yeah, it meant everything. I have been here for a while. Just being able to come out here and talk about my teammates and the experience I've had. Just coaching staff and the university, it's awesome.
He is Peyton Williams. Let me ask you that. I've been there before. I used to go all the time. It's a different event. How has it been so far? You're making the radio row rounds right now. It's a lot, right? Like is it a little intimidating? You see everything there?
It's not intimidating. It is a lot. But I just love it. I do love it.
All right. Awesome. I got to ask. I'm looking at you on our live stream. I can see it looks like you got a I don't know what kind of shirt that is. I can't tell if it's just a regular collared shirt or if it's a button-down shirt. That's always the first question. How was the decision making on the swag, the drip for today? Because sometimes this feels like a fashion show for everybody showing up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a couple options to choose from suits wise, but I went with this one. The black, and then it had the little garnet.
Okay.
Let me show you real quick. A little garnet inside.
Got the full team colors going on.
So that's why I went with it, because it has the garnet inside.
Okay.
Very cool.
You look sharp now, because I think it was 2 years ago. Debo Williams showed up looking like he was about to be a first-day draft pick, wandering around. It's your defense this year. You're the guy. You've kind of gone back and forth with DQ Smith. You've stepped in his own. How does that change for you, knowing you are the starter, you are the guy, you are the leader of the defense?
Yeah, definitely taking control, making sure everybody's on the same page, just being that leader, and bringing on the other leaders. Like we have Sean Murphy, Kelby's spoken up as a transfer to be a leader. So just those type of guys, making sure we're all on the same page as one defense unit.
Do you feel the pressure of being a DB at South Carolina, knowing the reputation that group has? Dorian Gray's done a phenomenal job bringing in talent and putting those guys to the next level. Again, we're seeing what Nicky Morey did in his rookie year, and hey, maybe you're kind of that next guy in line to do that. Does that come with a lot of pressure?
Yeah, but you just got to embrace it. I love it. I embrace all of it. Dorian Gray, he's an amazing coach. He knows what he's talking about. So just embracing it and actually having that as using that as swag, basically.
Sure.
Yeah, he's Peyton Williams, Gamecock senior safety this year. I know that the position next to you is kind of up for grabs a little bit right now. What have you seen from freshman Xavier Currents? I don't know what his role will be this year, but what have exactly you seen from him during the spring and through summer workouts?
Yeah, I love Currents. He's came in. He's definitely didn't come in as a freshman. I can tell that was bred into him since he was little that, football serious, and everything he's done this offseason, even when he came in January, his attention to detail and his intentions of coming in every day and working have been amazing.
What's it been like going up against this new offense? I know you're not going to hand us the playbook by any means, but it's going to be a little bit different. What can you tell us about what it's going to be like?
Definitely fun. Just being able to come in every day and compete. That's all you can ask for.
Now on the field, you seem like a nice, quiet young man right now. Are you a trash talker? Are you a loud guy? Give us Peyton Williams on the field. You letting the quarterback, you letting the wide receivers know if they come in your area, it's a no-fly zone.
I like to have fun on the field. Definitely like to have fun.
Now, are you, because we talk about leadership a lot, are you speech in the locker room guy, beat your chest kind of guy? Are you rallying the troops? Is that kind of your leadership style?
I'm trying to actually being a vocal leader is something I worked on this whole past off season. But before I was more like a do everything right type of leader, but now I am more of a vocal leader.
Okay, need those guys for sure.
Exactly.
And he's Peyton Williams joining us this afternoon live from SEC Media Days down in Tampa. Peyton, take us inside players' mindset. We talked to Coach Beamer just a little while ago, but take us inside players' mindset. What is the mindset of the team personally in the locker room, in the weight room, coming off of 4-8? How was that handled? How did y'all discuss individually? We have to change this.
Coming in with a chip on our shoulder, coming in every day, coming to work, being intentional about what we're doing, and just having that intentionality every day that you're coming here to work. We all have the exact same goal at the end of the season.
Well, Peyton, man, thanks for hanging out with us for a few minutes. I know you got a lot to do while we're here, and man, we can't wait to see you on the field this fall.
Thank y'all so much.
Absolutely. Peyton Williams there joining us here on the halftime show. We'll come back for hour number 3 on the game.
SEC Media Day in full force, day 2 down in Tampa. And again, I'm here in the studio. Thank you again to the great folks at Louisiana Purchase who supplied the station today with po' boys. They brought the Striker, certified Angus beef po' boy that has piled high with New Orleans French bread topped with crispy French fries and rich gravy. But they made and brought me a shrimp po' boy, and oh my goodness, it was. I've put a video out on my Twitter account, a little review. It was delicious. I am revved up, ready for the afternoon. And Tylerhead, you should be revved up too, because as soon as we get off air, you got to head straight to the main room because the one and only head coach Shane Beamer will be speaking at 2:55 today.
Well, fortunately, if you look at that door right over my shoulder, that's the main room next to the very important Dr. Pepper fridge. So I can grab a Dr. Pepper, go in the main room, and listen to Beamer talk, and it's literally 20 feet away.
All righty. So Shane Beamer, again, we'll have that for you right here coming up in obviously now a little less than an hour when he addresses the main ballroom. And of course, if you're not in a position where you can listen on the radio, you want to watch on TV, the SEC Network will have it as well. And we just got off the line there. Peyton Williams joining us this afternoon. We'll see. You never know. I can from being down there for so many years, these situations are chaotic. Guys are going around and around. They don't come up to you, hey, you're getting this guy at 215. You're getting this guy at 220. They show up, and then instantly, we're on the roll like we were with Peyton Williams. So we may get Lenoris. We may get Nick Harbor.
I'm constantly scanning left to right in case somebody comes up, so I can be as alerted as possible.
And
so I'll try and get my head on a swivel.
And Tyler and them are not. This goes for every station down there. It's. I'm telling you, it's a scene. What Tyler's going through, I don't miss it. I miss the fun part of it. I miss the social aspect.
Well,
of
I mean, this is fun, but like it is a little like sensory overload with how many things are happening and moving at once.
I was gonna say I gotta touch ADD, and it's a lot. It's a lot for me when I would get off air. Thankfully, doing the mornings, it was a lot quieter. You didn't have quite as much going on as you do.
Elijah was like one of 3 people in here this morning for about 3 hours.
Yeah. Again, it's the mornings are a lot different. It's not as fun, and it's fun, if that makes sense, because you're kind of missing. You were right now midday. You're heavily involved in the action. You just mentioned at one point you looked over to your left, and Kirby Smart was doing an interview at the table next to you. Right now is all the action, and like I said, I'm watching Tyler on our live stream. His head's going right, left. It looks like he's watching a tennis match, trying to keep up with everything. It's fun. It's chaotic. I do wish and I don't know how to do it. I don't have a plan how you could make this more of a kickoff fan event. They've tried. They've got some stuff going on down there. Tyler, I think they had something big on Sunday night, but unfortunately some very severe storms came through.
Yeah, they had a Fan Fest event set up somewhere around here when I came in on Sunday. But yeah, it is interesting. And look, you'll have fans that'll, kind of congregate in the lobby or whatever, like they used to do out in Birmingham. They'll try and catch, their favorite coach or their favorite player coming in, but it's not really a fan open type of environment. So yeah, I'm not surprised, but I am intrigued to see if you can make it into something like that a little bit more going forward. I thought, like the College Football Hall of Fame last year was maybe a place to do that. Now, again, it's a little bit tighter confines once you get everybody packed in there with the radio stuff and all that. But, I'm sure people smarter than us can figure this kind of thing out because, for one, it's a way to generate more revenue, which, hey, the conference is never going to be mad about that. But, two, it's just something else for people to be involved in, and it can get you excited for football season, which I'm all about.
803-404-6100 if you want to text in this afternoon. Again, you never know what's going to happen. We have to shorten something up to get to a player. It may have to go long. Who knows? Bear with us. We do appreciate it as we roll along. If not, if we don't, I think Jay Phillips likely may have. We Lenoris last year. Let's revisit that for just a second. Tyler, last year we had Lenoris. You were in where were you at last year? Where were we at?
Atlanta.
And you go back to those conversations with him, and now you look back, and it's easy to do the hindsight thing. I just, without putting anybody down now, that conversation I think couldn't have been any more wrong when it came to us to discuss things with Mike Schuler.
Yeah, and look, we going back all the way to November of 24 or whenever, we understood why the decision was made to make him the offensive coordinator once Dow Loggins had gone to App State, and he was already there. And quite frankly, a lot of people were crediting him with this success that Sellers had down the stretch, saying, hey, he's the magic sauce here. It's more him than it is Dow Loggins. And, of course, it ended up being a complete disaster, and that's why he was fired, and that's why Kendall Browse was brought in. So that's a reminder to take everything you hear with a grain of salt this week, because everybody's going to talk everything up. Very rarely do you have somebody go up on the podium or do an interview saying, yes, this thing or this coach really sucks, and I hate it, or I hate that guy. So you have to be weary of that, because I think we can all kind of get caught up in the hype at an event like this of, hey, so-and-so talked up this guy or this player or this coach. It's really going to be great. And then it doesn't end up working out. And they're like, well, sure seen that coming.
Peyton Williams, let's go through a text here and let's discuss this for a second. Peyton Williams mentioned the leadership of Sean Murphy. Now, I've talked a lot about Fred Johnson, Justin O. Sean Murphy is going to be that third linebacker. And if you was listening to Peyton Williams a few minutes ago, he mentioned leadership. Tyler, to me, having covered this Gamecock team for a long time and followed them for an even longer time, potentially. And again, I hate when the word potentially is one of the worst words in the English language, because it means you're capable of doing something, but you haven't. Right. And maybe you won't. Potentially, this group has the chance to be one of the best linebacking groups that's ever come through South Carolina. Yes, I said it, the best that's ever come through. Now, they have to live up to it. They haven't done it yet. But there is speed, there's talent, there's experience now in that group. Justin Oak played a lot last year. Fred Johnson's been around a while. Sean Murphy's played at just about every college in college. No, he's only played at 2, Alabama and Florida State. But he's been around the block a couple times. It is interesting to hear Sean Murphy, because I feel like he is a forgotten man on the defensive side of the ball there at that linebacker position.
Well, and let's go back to 2 seasons ago, and the season that we have to reference so much because of how good it was. What did you have at your linebacker spot? You had a ton of experience with Debo Williams, with Van Martin Scott, and obviously with Demetrius Knight. And I'm not saying that what you have this year is going to be a one-to-one comparison, but I like the fact that you have a group of guys that have played together already for an entire season that are going to get the opportunity to do that again coming up this year. And again, hopefully that translates to this entire defense being really, really good.
It does feel like, I like the secondary. You got maybe expected 4 out of 5 starters back, 4 out of 5 guys with experience, Gerald Kilgore, Collier, and Swain on the right and the left. You've got obviously Peyton Williams, who we just spoke with, their safety. You'll figure out the other safety position. Quaysheed Scott comes in from Kentucky. Now, again, he's been around the block a lot, played SEC football, so you got him as well. So I think you love the secondary. You go to the defense, you know all about Dylan Stewart. Lord knows we've talked about him, and there's a question that comes in on my text message asking specifically about Dylan Stewart, the surgeon. He didn't have, so we don't know, truthfully, and there's no point in asking Shane Beamer because we're not going to get this direct answer.
Yeah.
We don't really know what's going on with him.
Well, we know that whatever he had, he was able to play through at the end of last year, right? Because this injury popped up, and I don't think anybody would have blamed him if he decided to sit out the last couple games, decided he was going to play it out, and they felt safe enough for him to do so. So it was something that he was able to play through in the last handful of games. That much we do know.
That is true. Now, obviously, he sat out. Now, to my knowledge, at least nothing reported publicly. There has no been procedure or surgery or anything. Shane, during the spring, said that they elected to go against it, that he needed rest. I'm not trying to bang on. I'm not trying to, but given the history of what has been reported with injuries, I don't know. I have no clue what to expect, Tyler, when it comes to Dylan Stewart. But you do look across that line. I really like the interior defensive depth with Brownlow Dindy, with Tommy Watt. I like the backup they've got there. It'll be interesting to see how the freshman Noah Clark can fit into that rotation, as he's a bigger, different kind of tackle. I love what they've got there. I do think you've got to figure out that other edge position. Maybe if there's a question on defense, it is the edge position. I think the biggest question, I shouldn't say the other question, but the biggest question on defense is figuring out that other edge position. And you do have some names there that you can look at that could step up.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we have reason to believe that this defense can be right in line with where it was last year, which was good enough to keep in games, as we talked about, and give you a chance to win. And obviously, that's where the offense has to come in and be better than it was a year ago, and be able to capitalize on that to make sure that you're not going, 4-8 again. But yeah, led by guys like Peyton Williams, Gabriel Brownlow-Dinley. There's a lot of spots to be excited about on this defense. And again, we have full trust in Clayton White because he's proven over and over again that he's routinely putting a good to really good unit on the field, typically in most years.
Tyler, I'll go as far as say this on paper, and I know this is slightly being a homer. This is slightly being a homer and being a little dramatic and over top. This has the potential to be one of the best defenses in the league. Top 4 defense in the
That'd
league.
Great.
Technically, again, on paper, you've got 2 5-stars starting on your defensive line. That would be Brownlow-Dindy, really 2 top 15 recruits, Brownlow-Dindy and Dylan Stewart. Again, 4 stars. Sean Murphy, by the way, was at one point a 4-star recruit when he went to Florida State. He's a 4-star. I don't remember what Justin O was, but Fred Johnson was a 4-star. Your secondary, Collier wasn't, but the experience he's got. Swain was. Kilgore, Scott, not. David Boosie, not. But Jazavion Currents was. You've got some backups that could be very interesting again as well. Kendall Daniels Jr. is back there. We haven't talked about him, and he's competing also for a safety spot, and I think we'll back up Peyton Williams. Again, on paper, simply on paper, this should be the best defense of the Shane Beamer era. Scary, and this should be, without a doubt, a top half of the SEC defense, and again, closer to top 4 defense in the league. And I know, again, that's being a little bit of a homer. I know that's being a little bit dramatic, but I also don't think it's going to be unrealistic when you talk about it, and you talk about the guy leading, Clayton White.
Yeah. No, and again, with so many guys with so much experience that a lot of them are likely going to have an opportunity to go after the NFL like that group did, 2 years ago. It all goes back to being able to capitalize while you have this experience. You have, these guys that we know can go out there and make plays, as opposed to whatever your defense is going to look like in 2027. Peyton Williams, great example, a guy that's been around here forever and is getting a good opportunity to be one of the leaders on this defense. And again, hopefully it translates on the field. We'll see.
You mentioned that again, going back to what you just said. I didn't think about it until the way you worded it. You're going to be replacing, this is a senior, a veteran defensive group. You're going to be replacing upwards 7, 8 guys on the defense next year when you think about Tomiwa Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy, Dylan Stewart, Collier Swain, Peyton Williams is 6, Kilgore Scott would be 7, potentially Fred Johnson and Sean Murphy. That's I don't want to say it's now or never. Earlier the show, we had Shane Beamer on. When we come back, we'll let you listen to a little bit of that, including an update on Dylan Stewart and Jacarius Peak, as well as a few other things. We'll replay, not the whole interview, but we'll get some clips out of it that are now prepared. You're listening to the Halftime Show.
So right here for our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialist. Tell you about it all the time. I remind you once again, you always need to be on the lookout for things around your home that are a little bit off. Things like cracks in your exterior brick, cracks in and above windows and door frames, doors, windows that might be sticking, uneven or mounty floors, or cracks over your garage doors. You know, seeing these problems with your home, you could have serious foundation issues. That's where our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialist come in. Go online to discover your home today at cantycanfix.com. That our friends at Canty Foundation Specialists helps you out with your home's foundation needs. Do not hesitate. Those situations and issues will only continue to get worse. Go online to cantycanfix.com and make sure our friends at Canty Foundation Specialists help you secure your home's foundation before it's too late. Again, cantycanfix.com for our friends at Canty Foundation Specialists.
$220 on your Tuesday, kind of the official start of football season for South Carolina in a way, as Shane Beamer and crew address the media today at SEC Media Day. So they're coming up. They've been making rounds. We had Shane Beamer on with us just a little while ago. He joined us to talk about this coming season and a couple different topics. And of course, right now, the one that everybody wants to know about is injury situation with Karius Williams, Darius Peak, and Dylan Stewart. And Kale, I know we got a lot going on. By the way, let me real quick before we get to this, let me give a shout out to our producers. All of our producers this week, Kale, Jalen, Jen, everybody. But I tell you what, nobody knows I was picking on him, and the work that David Aaron doing is getting these cuts, getting everything together. We couldn't do this without David Aaron. We couldn't be doing some of the things that we're doing without Captain David Aaron, getting this audio together. He is. I picked on him earlier. I walked in. I said, I know you don't have anything going on. I've never seen Dave look at me like that in his life. I've never seen Dave give me a stare like that. And I actually backed out of the room.
And
But
you've never done that.
what?
Backed out the room when Dave's looking at you.
I'm telling you what, but the efforts of David there, the efforts of all of y'all. You're great this week. We got a lot going on. We're mixing and matching. We're doing this, we're doing that, and I'm glad to have Kale running the show this afternoon. He's doing a hell of a job himself. Just a shout out to David Dare, who behind the scenes this week. Anytime you hear audio, we got the Shane Beamer from an hour and a half ago, and if it wasn't for Dave, we couldn't do this week. We simply couldn't. Dave is making this thing go, and thank you to David Dare for what he's doing and the effort he's putting in. You deserve a vacation after this. You deserve a you deserve a you deserve a paid trip by Cumulus to Larkin and Poe. Now I'm not in control of that, but you
I still have 3 weeks left.
okay? All right, but you deserve a paid vacation by Cumulus to see Larkin and Poe, concert tickets and all. So thank you to David Dare. All right, let's listen. This is Shane Beamer earlier, Kale. I think you got it there in front of you. It's going to be clip, I believe, number 16 here, if you can find it. This is Shane Beamer when we asked him. Tyler didn't wait. He got right into it. What is the situation with Jacarius Peak and Dylan Stewart? Here's what he had to say.
They're both well on track and doing a great job. Peak he's actually running. Saw him in the weight room this morning, doing workout in the weight room. Dylan's gonna advance next week in his rehab. So those guys are doing well and on track to have a really good 2026. Do what's best for each individual player. The thing that I love is both of those guys are competitors. Both of those guys, they're working, do everything they can to play week one, and they want to play week one as competitors. So, it's not going to be, I don't think, 80, 90, 100%. I've never been a head coach or a coach in general that has just, gone down to the trainer and given him an ultimatum that this guy's got to play. We trust the medical professionals. There's a lot of them involved in this one. And when they say that these guys are ready to roll, then we'll turn them loose.
So I followed that up with, what is ready to roll. Does it have to be exactly 100%? He's 95%, but in 2 weeks he'll be 100. So let's give him a shot. 9%. Shane go on to say as later part of that, essentially, hey, we're going to talk with the trainers. We're going to kind of leave it up to these guys. If they want to play, they're going to play. And so we'll see again how it comes down for Stewart and for Peak, particularly I think in the opener. I do think you will see them in the Towson game. They're going to need some live snaps, regardless of what they've done in the past. Peak in particular with the offensive line. I think they're going to need live snaps, and so maybe you don't see them in the Kent State game, but maybe you see them get if they do. Maybe you see them get 15 to 20 snaps in the Towson game to make sure they're ready to go. I'll repeat specifically with Dylan Stewart. Carmelo Taylor, the quarterback, if you haven't done your research yet for Mississippi State, is a problem. The more I've looked at it, he's scary. He's scary. Now that doesn't mean that South Carolina shouldn't be favored by a touchdown or more, but I will say this: Taylor is a dual threat quarterback who's going to give that South Carolina defense some fits, and Jeff Lefty is a very good offensive minded coach. Don't go into South Carolina should win. Might make no mistake. South Carolina should win, but don't just go into thinking, well, we'll kick the ball off. We'll kick the ball off and we'll just go out there and roll. Shane Beamer also was asked earlier about last year and losing the close ones. Tyler and I talked about that just a short while ago. This is clip number 21. Kale, here is Shane Beamer talking about last year and in multiple games having opportunities late in the game, but not being able to pull it off.
Certainly, in this league, games come down the fourth quarter. And, to answer your question, I think you probably go back to experience. Not to make excuses, but we have more experience in 2026 and more older guys that have been in those environments than what we had last year in those moments. So, point to that, point to look at, I made throughout the game could have helped us play better. But I think that's just what it is. Every year is different. And in 2024, we also had those close games in the fourth quarter. We beat Missouri in the fourth quarter. The Clemson game came down to the final possession. So those are games that we won in the fourth quarter in 24. And last year when we got to the fourth quarter, we didn't coach well enough or play well enough. But, you're always looking at these things differently in practice. Is it conditioning? Is it play calling? Is it execution? Whatever it is. And I think you could look at everything last year and say that we need to be better. But you just know that in the SEC, you're going to play a lot of close games every week. Typically, it's going to come down to the last 15 minutes, and confident that when we get in those games this year, which we're going to get into, we'll be much better than what we were last year.
Tyler, we talked about it, and 2 years ago, you and I weren't doing a show together, but in 2024, a stat that was constantly brought up was that walk-ons, seniors, everybody included, South Carolina had the second most. It was the second most, either the first or second. I think it was Eastern Michigan had the most seniors. Whatever, however you want to judge a senior, the most guys of that year or more. South Carolina was second. And he does make a point there, and you and I just mentioned it, all the guys that you're likely to lose on defense this year, the guys we've talked about that you're likely to lose on offense, it's going to be a very senior. This is really, I haven't seen the numbers yet. I've got to imagine this is one of the oldest football teams, senior, junior, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior-wise. I don't know about average age. This is one of the oldest football teams in America.
It has to be, and we talk about it a lot. And look, there's plenty of highly rated players coming out of high school on this team, but there's something to be said about guys who just played a lot of college football, and you have that throughout this entire team. I think we talked about it a few weeks ago with the offensive line. I think this is the most experienced offensive line group that Coach Beamer's ever had, and again, it kind of speaks to what the rest of this team is. Guys that just played a lot of college football, either here at South Carolina, like a Pete Williams had, or elsewhere around the country, and that's what you're hoping for is going to help you be successful this year. Is guys that just have that experience, been in those games, it can help you get over the edge and hopefully get back in the win column the way you want to be.
Coming back, we will look around some other things that other coaches have said so far through 2 days of the SEC Media Day. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Well, I can't speak for Tyler. It's a lot. I've been there. I've been there where Tyler's at. It's a lot different, but I've had a blast today. Shane Beamer, Peyton Williams, and I have had a phenomenal boy from Louisiana Purchase. I encourage you to go by 7011 St. Andrews Road and check out all their great food that they've got there. They brought me a shrimp po' boy, a keto good pork po' boy to me. A is the bread, B is the sauce. You got to get the right sauce on it. And they absolutely knocked it out the park with their New Orleans French bread, and then the type of sauce they had on it. I encourage you to get 7011 St. Andrews Road. Thank you to Louisiana Purchase. They're one of our great sponsors. They've got some po' boys going on this week. You can go over there tomorrow. The Cluckin' Creole, a chicken cutlet po' topped with melted mozzarella cheese and their house-made Creole sauce. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna see if I can pick up. Well, that sounds pretty delicious. Thursday is the Pig Easy, a pork po' boy with tender pork with fried jalapeno, pickled onions, arugula, and whipped goat cheese. Friday is the Golf and Garden, another delicious sounding crab cake po' boy. 2 house-made crab cakes topped with fried green tomatoes, watercress, and we didn't come to a
Rumelade.
Okay.
Rumelade.
And then on Saturday, this coming Saturday, as you have no football to get into, the Rockefeller fried oysters topped with rich Rockefeller-style spinach, herbs, Parmesan, and mozzarella blend. Thank you to Louisiana Purchase today for my lunch. That was phenomenal. They have found a way into my heart. Tyler, I know we also have some other sponsors who are making this week possible for you and everybody to be down there.
Yeah, for sure. Again, thanks to our friends over at Atkins Law, SC Lumber. We talked about Louisiana Kitchens with Louisiana Purchase, as well as Little Pigs, Connect in the Gutterman as well. Again, all these great sponsors allowing us to be out here this week, which we are so appreciative of. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, we're kind of wrapping up, day 2 for our part. So got a couple more days to go here, and like you were very right. This does kind of seem like we're getting to the fever pitch a little bit today, where everybody's here. The energy's pretty high, and it's been a pretty fun day so far.
Yeah, there's no doubt. No doubt. Right now, it's got to peak. Now, tomorrow, the schedule for tomorrow, let me pull this back up. So, today, again, you'll have Shane Beamer wrapping up the day at 2:55. For Tyler and them at 3 to 4, there's a snack break that they will get. And social hour. How about that? At the Benchmark International Arena, the Mark Club. Social hour. That'll also be hosted by the Tampa Bay Lightning. Let me know if there's anything cool there. Tomorrow, Florida and Alabama. So our first listening to John Summerall tomorrow, and then Kalen DeBoer, who is one of my top 2 coaches in the country under pressure. I don't think he gets fired. I don't after signing that extension. But tomorrow when we come on air, you and I, some of the focus will be on John Summerall, along with what Shane Beamer said, but John Summerall and what the new Gator coach has to say about his team.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to it. Again, now you're getting into more teams the Carolinas going to have on their schedule. Again, I believe today Georgia was the only one. So, we'll be able to talk about Alabama and Florida a little bit more, and obviously preview those games that South Carolina is going to have later on this season as well. Bill, we just had our new guest sit down with us. Can we hit this blast break real quick?
Want to go ahead and do that
now? Let's talk some Texas on the other side. How about that?
We will hit a break right now. You're listening to SEC Media Day coverage live from Tampa. Tyler Head, Bill Gunner. It's a show.
Back in halftime show. Tyler Head, Bill Gunner, wrapping things up on your Tuesday. Coach Beamer going to be speaking live in the main room right in about 10 minutes. We'll have it for you live right here on the game. But to wrap up the hour, Bill, we are joined by Matt McLaren from the Ticket in Dallas, talking all things football in the state of Texas. Got quite a few teams in the SEC represented over there. Matt, thanks for hanging out with us. How's your media days going so far?
It's going well. We always have a good time. It's nice to be able to come out, and I think it's cool that they've started moving around a little bit. I remember when it used to just be in Birmingham all the time, so it's nice to be able to go and check out some different cities. It's fun.
I don't know if you flew or drove.
Oh, we flew.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long of a drive would that be to get here?
It would take 20, 21 hours, something like that. It takes 12 to get to Atlanta.
Yikes.
So I think driving down, because I lived in Gainesville once that I moved to from Dallas, about 20-hour drive. So it's a couple hours from here. So,
well, Bill, that makes the 7.5-hour drive I did on Sunday not seem so bad.
No, listen, I've made that drive many a time. It, to me, is nothing now. But yes, I agree with Matt. Wise decision, young man. Wise decision on the flying. I've been to SEC Media Day. You're right. I developed quite the affinity for Birmingham just because it's home, the Winfrey. But you're right. It is good to see them moving it around. I've already said next year, regardless, I don't care what's going on, I will be in Nashville. Nashville was a blast a few years ago.
yes. Yeah, Nashville's fantastic. It's so easy to get around, too, which helps tremendously.
Well, if you remember when we were there last time, they were working on the roads.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Especially right there in front of the hotel, and that was an issue. But hey, Nashville's over. You can wander down the road. I did it back then. I was doing a 6 to 9 show. I could leave the show at 9 and be down there at one of the bars for lunch by 10:30. And you're getting live music. You can't beat that anywhere. That was great. But let's talk a little bit Texas A&M. Let's start with Texas. There, you're out in Dallas. I have said, and I want your opinion on this. I don't think Sark gets fired. Who did we have? We had somebody on the other day who disagreed with me. I don't think Sarkisian gets fired, but I don't think there's a coach in this country who is under more pressure, given the money that Texas has invested in that roster, to at least get to a national championship game and show evidence that you are moving the program forward and it's not stagnant at 10-2 or 9-3. Your thoughts on that?
I agree with you. I don't think that he'll get fired. I say that now. If they somehow just completely fall off a cliff,
They
then
can find the money.
Right.
Yeah.
But if the expectation is national championship, and to your point, you don't go out and get Cam Coleman and Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers and invest what they did on the offensive line, and not just that, but the money they're already paying Sark. You don't invest that kind of money to be cool going 9-3, or even honestly 10-2 and not making a run in the college football playoff. That's unacceptable. And the Longhorn fan base, the Longhorn expectation is to compete and win national championships. And if that does not become at least more realistic, this season, I think, being the one season that you might look at and say this is the best roster Sark has ever had at Texas, you no longer have the excuse of Arch being like, we anointed him and he hadn't even played yet, really. So he had a season. He got to work out some of the kinks. So now it feels everything is in place with health for Texas to make a legitimate run, especially when everybody, not just people in Texas, anybody around the country points to that roster and goes, that and Ohio State are probably the two deepest, most talented rosters in the country. Then you better win.
You mentioned Arch Manning, and they'll be here on Thursday to wrap things up, and I'm sure every media person is going to swarm around him like they did last year. And look, the bar was definitely set way too high for a guy that never started a college game before.
Yeah.
Going into or maybe only started 1 or 2 games in the prior season going into last year. And he had his struggles out at the gate, but he hit a stride as the season went along. I think he had 14 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in the last 6 games or something along those lines. So he definitely figured it out. Where is the fan base with what to expect out of him in year number 2 now that he does have that much more experience going into this year?
I think it is the expectation, again, is that Art should compete for a Heisman and that he should lead this team to where Colt McCoy never won a national championship, but he took them on the cusp of one. And
only getting hurt in the Alabama game.
And don't mention that to Greg McElroy, by the way.
Yeah,
but,
I know.
You have that, and then you had Vince, who won one, and that's the expectation. I mean, this is one of the highest-rated recruits in the history of recruiting, and the expectation, fairly or unfairly, you are a Manning, and so that name is on your jersey, and that's kind of what people expect. I thought last year was totally unfair let the kid play a little bit. And the second game that he is going to have to play as a full-time starter is against Ohio State. It seemed like in revisionist history, people are like, oh, they got destroyed by Ohio State. No, they didn't. That was a close game. And if you go back and watch a lot of those Texas games last year, yes, the Kentucky game, Mississippi State, Florida, I don't know where that came from, but it's like the one game DJ Lagway decided, you know what, I think I can be good. No, but Arch struggled last year, but the offensive line wasn't good and they couldn't run the football. And I don't know a lot of quarterbacks who look good when your offensive line struggles and you struggle to run the football. So I do think if those two things, which Sark and everybody are saying those problems have been fixed, well, if that's true, then the expectation is on Arch Manning to be one of the top picks in the draft next year and to be one of the top quarterbacks in college football this year.
Let me ask you, let's compare and contrast for a second. It is of my opinion that if I have to pick the winner of a national championship first between Steve Sarkisian and Mike Elko, I go Mike Elko. I think Mike Elko is one of the most underrated coaches. I think he's still underrated because he's only been there 2 years, but I think he is one of the most underrated coaches in the SEC and conceivably the second best coach in the SEC behind Kirby Smart. Who do you take in that, and what are your thoughts on Elko long-term at Texas A&M? I think he's perfect for them. He's quiet. He's unassuming. They recruit well without needing flash and dash. I think he wins a championship in the next 5 years. Your thoughts?
I think he's going to win. And, man, between him and Sark, it is really hard to choose. I don't know who I would pick. I mean, Sark's been in the playoffs, but then again, so has Elko. But then you look at what happened and what A&M did against Miami at home in Kyle Field. I mean, nobody saw that coming, the way that Miami just manhandled them. But to your point, Elko recruits so well down there. Kind of feels this way now in the NIL world. You kind of wonder this with Texas Tech. And when you have money, if you marry it with the right coach, Joey McGuire at Tech, Kurt Signetti at Indiana, and if you have somebody who's willing to invest in your program, you can achieve things now in today's game that might not have mattered years past. And Elko, I think, is the perfect coach for A&M. I remember when he got hired a couple of years ago, I told people, if you are a fan of any other team in the SEC, you should hate this hire because Mike Elko is going to win. Mike Elko will do what Jimbo couldn't do, which is to take high-level elite talent and turn it into one of the best teams in the country. But now, as you guys know, he has to do what Sark had to do with Texas, because Texas would win 10 games and people would sit there and go, oh, Texas is back. Well, no, they weren't. You're not back until you consistently win 10 games and you're consistently in the national title conversation. Elko has to show that he can do that at A&M because no one else has. Sumlin couldn't do that. As you guys know, they had the third 10-win season in the last 20 whatever years it was. So Elko has to show that the floor is now 10-2, and the ceiling is competing for national championship.
I'm not high on Marcel Reed. I think he needs a big-time quarterback, nothing against Reed, but I'll tell you, I think we don't have enough time for us to debate that Steve Sarkisian comment, buddy. On him. Let me ask you, let me jump outside the SEC because you brought him up. In Dallas, around Texas, what is the feeling on Texas Tech after everything that has kind of occurred over the last few months?
Everybody who is not a Tech alum hates Tech now and views them as the clown show of not just the Big 12, but of college football. The problem is in the DFW area, there's a massive, massive Tech fan base. Of course, I went to high school with a ton of people who went to Texas Tech. They love Tech and will defend Tech at all costs and don't seem to understand why any of this was a big deal. And so, hey, I didn't go to Tech, so I'm not defending them. I'm just telling you what the Tech fans are saying.
We can confirm you're not on Cody Campbell's payroll.
I am not on Cody Campbell's payroll, but man, it feels like anybody with that black and red on around Dallas will just immediately go toe-to-toe with you on Texas Tech. And they've become, honestly, in Texas, the way it was is for years, Texas was the big brother, A&M kind of the little brother. Now it feels like Texas Tech is the real little brother who came along later in life and wants to be taken seriously, and everybody's looking around going, y'all are Tech, man. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Win something.
The one jumping up and down and screaming the loudest.
Yes, hands down. Yeah. And, man, they are an impressively annoying fan base.
Yeah. Okay, good. Good to know that we feel it in South Carolina, too. Okay, we're not.
Hey, listen, we all love good villains in sports, and they are maybe villain number one right now.
Oh,
in
they've
college
got to
football.
be. They've got to be.
Oh, man, good stuff. Well, Matt, we're about to run out of time. Got to get things over to Coach Beamer in the main room, but thanks for sitting down with us, man.
Appreciate you guys having me on.
Matt McLaren there of The Ticket in Dallas.
Yeah.
And, Bill, we're just a couple minutes away from hearing from Beamer.
Yeah, we'll get to hear him. He'll take to the mic. That is when we come back. When we come back, you will be hearing from Shane Beamer. Tyler, a lot to address from today. We will do it all tomorrow. We will. Who knows? Who knows who will join us, Tyler? That's right. Who knows who will join us?
Who knows? It's all fluid.
All fluid. But, yeah, Shane Beamer up next. Thank you again to Captain David there for his work. Thank you to Cale. Thank you to Tyler. Happy SEC Gamecock Media Day to you. Have a great rest of the day. Bill Gunner for Old Timey Meat Market. That is my second home, folks. I love going in there. I love talking with Mr. Derek. I love talking with the family in there. They are great to me, and then they are great at what they do, making it an old-timey feel, your family butcher store. When you walk in, they know you. They talk to you. They talk about your family. And when it's time to pick a great meal, they can help you decide on a great steak, chicken, pork. Maybe you want to go with some seafood, and they've got the absolute best prices of anywhere around. So you always hear me talk about those. But what about this? Have you ever tried the thick cut bacon? Oh my goodness, you got to give that a try. Maybe for snacks, how about a chicken salad? Some of their chicken salad, they got that. They have everything you want. Now stop by one of their 3 locations and find out for yourself. The Lexington store, you're going to see me there, or South Congaree or St. Andrews Road in Irma. I can't speak more highly than ever than I can on Meat Market. Stop by today. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you, and you'll find out why. We are going to Shane Beamer right now.
Wins over those 5 seasons, which ties him with Lou Holtz for number 7 on the South Carolina all-time head coach victory list. Shane's posted 3 wins over top 10 teams, 7 wins over top 25 teams in his first 5 seasons at Carolina. He's a Virginia grad from back in December of 1999. He was a member of 5 home teams during his period at Virginia Tech and 3 Big East Conference championship squads on the Virginia Tech team. So Shane and I are both old enough to remember when the Big East had football embedded in its conference. He was a long snapper on the 99 Virginia Tech team that played for the BCS championship. Shane's wife, Emily, was named the 2025 South Carolina Football Hall of Fame Humanitarian of the Year award recipient, and the parents of 3 children, 2 daughters, Sutton and Olivia, both born in Columbia, and a son, Hunter, born in Blacksburg, Virginia. Welcome to the podium, University of South Carolina head football coach, Shane Beamer.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for the introduction. Great to be back at SEC Media Day for year 6 for me. First time in Tampa. Very grateful for the position that I'm in as a head football coach in this conference. So awesome coaching in the SEC, premier conference in the nation when it comes to the depth of quality teams in this league and the depth and the amount of talent on the field every single Saturday. You see that in the NFL draft. Every April, players and coaches want to be in this league. The stat that Commissioner Sankey said yesterday to me says everything, in that this league averaged 80,000 fans a game last season, which is the highest average of any sport of any league in the world. And when you talk about, somebody asked me earlier why the SEC is different, you can point to that right there, just the state that you go in every single Saturday. Last year, the talk was about the Netflix special, Any Given Saturday. Not much talk about it this year, which I understand, but we continue to see it on the impact of that. I was at a wedding on Saturday, and somebody that's a fan of another SEC team came up to me at the wedding and commented on that, what a fan of our program he is. After seeing that, my family and I were in Turks and Caicos back in February, and was going through the TSA line down in Turks, And the guy that was doing everything in TSA looked at me, said, "You look familiar." And then it hit him. He said, "You're an SEC football coach. I watched that Netflix special, Fantasia," because he saw the episode where I sang Fantasia to my wife after the A&M game. So you never know worldwide, but most importantly, it continues to make an impact in recruiting. We see that with the number of families that visit Columbia and comment on any given Saturday and 3 episodes that we were featured in, and how that made them feel about South Carolina. Thankful for Commissioner Sankey and his leadership. My respect for him continues to grow year after year in this conference. I'm glad he's leading us in this new era of college athletics. Appreciate all you guys that are in this room and everyone else that I've met with today in the media for all you do to promote our game and the sacrifices that you make throughout the year. And I would be remiss if I didn't say hello to Steve Fink. I know he's watching on television, I'm sure, but this is my first SEC Media Day without Steve Fink, our former Associate AD for Media Relations. Congratulations to him on his retirement after 21 years at the University of South Carolina and over 40 years of being athletics. So he's been a great resource and friend to me, going back to when I was an assistant coach at South Carolina for Steve Spurrier, all the way through the time that we've been together that I've been back as the head coach. Congrats on your retirement, and also want everybody to continue to keep Stephen Garcia in their prayers. Just saw Stephen. He's here today bouncing around, lives in Tampa, so we're in his hometown. Just got a chance to visit with him. As you guys know, he's in a battle right now with cancer, but I know how tough and what a fighter Stephen is, and I know he's going to attack this thing like he attacked SEC defenses during his time as a quarterback at South Carolina. We got 3 players with me here today: Nicholas Harbor, Peyton Williams, and Lenora Sellers. Glad you guys are getting a chance to get to know those guys today and continue to. I think all 3 of them are great examples of what's right about college athletics and what our program is about. All 3 of them have had different journeys to Carolina, but all of them have made themselves into great players because of their work ethic and their humility. They're leaders on our team, and all 3 of them, which I think is rare in college football nowadays, all 3 of them are going into at least their 4th season in our program. Nick Harbor is a Washington, D.C. native. I've known him since I was an assistant coach at Oklahoma, and I went into his high school when I was an assistant at OU back in 2019, and his high school coach showed me video of this young kid running track and started recruiting Nick that day. Didn't know if he was going to be a tight end, a defensive end, a wide receiver, but it's been pretty awesome to see his development and his humility that has allowed him to become a great receiver. He'll graduate in December from Carolina. Peyton Williams is a Texas native. He is actually the longest tenured player on our team. He's been on our team since 2022. He's a guy that he's always ready and he's always dependable. For those of you that follow South Carolina football, you'll remember back in 2022, we had a home game against Tennessee that we won. During that game, we had one of our players get ejected for a targeting penalty. We didn't expect Peyton Williams to come in the game. He came in the game. First 3rd down, we call a man coverage where he's one-on-one. Didn't even think he was going to be playing. Now he's in the game. He makes a great PBU, pass breakup, in that game, and that's just who he is. He's been that player since day one. Leader on our team. He's already graduated. And then Lenora Sellers, and going into his 4th year in our program, a 2-time captain that's voted on by his teammates. He's grown a lot as a player since he came to Carolina. You think about October of 2024, we were 3-3. We had just lost to Alabama on the road, not in our building, but outside the building. I think there were questions about whether Lenora Sellers is the answer at quarterback. I never felt that way, but from that moment on, think about it, we won 6 games in a row, and then the very next year, I'm at SEC Media Day last year, and all the questions are about Lenora Sellers. He's a Heisman Trophy candidate. He'll be the #1 pick in the draft. You want to talk about somebody whose world changed, his world changed, but proud of him and his growth and development on and off the field. I believe that he's prepared and ready to go have the very best season of his college career this upcoming season, and he'll graduate in December. Overall, with our team, I really like this team. I think they've been very intentional about their work and they want to get done since they came back in January and start the spring semester. We've got a lot of guys still on our team that were here in 2024. when we were 2 points away from being in the college football playoff. Last year at this time, most of you guys picked us very high because of the players that we had returning on our team on the 2025 team. This year, we won't be picked very high. I get that. But we got the same players that you picked us high for last year. They're back this year, and they're a year older, which excites me. I like the freshmen that we brought in. It's a mature freshman class. I like the transfers that we brought in, winners. We've got 7 new transfers that have either won a national championship or participated in the college football playoff at their previous school. So we've got guys that are used to winning and very mature. You look at us offensively, got a new offensive coordinator in Kendall Briles, new offensive line coach in Randy Clements, and a new running backs coach and a head coach in Stan Drayton. Those guys are proven coaches and recruiters that have made us better already. A core group of returning players and some experienced transfers that have come in. We've obviously got to be more efficient and more consistent on offense than what we've been. Defensively, year 6 in this system with Clayton White, our defensive coordinator, who doesn't get enough credit for how good he is at what he does. He's one of the best defensive coordinators in the entire nation. Year 6, we've got to continue to be opportunistic. Since 2021, when we got to Columbia, we lead the SEC in takeaways defensively. We've got to continue to be that aggressive, opportunistic group. We've got a good mix of returners and youth in the back 7, and then we've certainly added to our depth along the defensive line. New special teams coordinator and Matthew Smiley, who's been a good addition to our program, will continue to be aggressive there. We lead the SEC in block kicks since I've been the head coach at South Carolina. So defensively and special teams, we've got to continue to be aggressive, and we will be in all facets of special teams, like where things are, not just on the field, but off the field with our team right now. Academically, we just we've got 12 graduates on our team right now. We've got 14 more that'll be graduating in December. We currently have the number 2 graduation success rate in the SEC for football teams. So our guys are coming to school, they're playing winning football, and they're graduating. We had 5 players on our team last semester with a 4.0 GPA. 25 guys made the dean's list last semester. And then overall, the last 4 semesters are the highest grade point averages in the history of the football program in South Carolina. So the culture's in place. Our guys are doing great things. Recruiting's going well. Will continue to go well. It's been it was a great summer of visits in the month of June, and July has been a really good month of commitments for us, but we are far from done. Darren Usher and Jessica Jackson are doing a great job heading up their departments of on-campus and off-campus recruiting. Last year for us, even coming off a disappointing season, to say the least. Last year's signing class, the one that just got here, was the highest rated class ever in the history of South Carolina football if you just take the average ranking of each player. We didn't have a very big class, but if you take the average ranking of each player, we were the number 5 class of the nation, and that's the best class ever at Carolina. And that's coming off a down year. We were one of 10 programs that had a top 20 portal class and a top 20 high school signing class, which when you're at South Carolina, it's an easy place to recruit to. When you talk about elite academics at our place, capital city, a great state to live in, the support that we have from our administration, our president, Michael Amaritas, our chairman of the board, Thad Westbrook, and then our new athletics director, Jeremiah Donati, and our deputy AD for football, Jeff Crane. We've got great leadership. We've got great alignment. And then it's an easy place to recruit to because we have the greatest fans in all of the world. And I know every coach in the SEC feels that way, but I am so driven to bring a championship to Columbia because of our fans. You know, we had a heartbreaking loss last year against Texas A&M on the road where we blew a significant lead. Any other program, we had Coastal Carolina come into town the next week. And at that point, I think we were 3-7. And any program probably in the world, 99% of them, they're going to go back to a quiet, probably half-empty stadium. We came back the very next week against Coastal Carolina, had another sellout at Williams-Brice Stadium, and they were loud and rocking. So we have sold out every game the last 2 seasons, and we've got a school record currently for consecutive sellouts. So thank you to our fans because there's nobody like them. I'm so blessed to be their head football coach and want nothing more than to bring a championship to them. And in closing, there's a lot of excitement for us going into 2026 on and off the field. The SEC I'm sure you're going to ask me about going to 9 games. I'm excited. We get to compete against the best in this league. It's a tough schedule. I saw where every team in this league has one of the 20 toughest schedules in the country. 9 of the top 10 toughest schedules in the country going into the season are in the SEC. We're now a Nike school. Nothing against we had a great partnership, I should say, with Under Armour for a long time. As of July 1st, we are now with Nike. That's made a huge impact with recruits, our fan base, our players, our coaches, our staff. We've got a stadium project. If you haven't been to Columbia lately, I'm looking forward to you getting there this upcoming season. We've got a 3-year stadium project going on that's going to make Williams-Brice Stadium even better than what it already is. Thanks to those guys that are working on that stadium. They are out there literally 7 days a week. I come in early every morning, and they are out there early every morning. That construction crew working on that stadium, have it ready to go. It's where we kick things off. I stood up here in 2020 when I got hired, or 2020 at the press conference, and I talked about 2 things. There was no ceiling on the football program in South Carolina, and nothing has changed. And I said that this was my dream job when I got hired back then, and nothing has changed. I'm more convicted about that than ever. Certainly last season was a difficult season, to say the least, and high expectations, and we fell woefully short, and that's on me. We had 6 losses last season that were 1-score games going into the fourth quarter. We certainly have to play better in the fourth quarter, but we don't seek comfort from that with how close we were. I'm accountable for everything that goes on in our program. Made changes that I felt like we needed to make. We've gotten better because of it. I'm a big believer that in life, you've got to go through some uncomfortable moments in order to grow. And we went through some really uncomfortable moments last season, but we have absolutely grown from that. The expectation always has been, since I've been the head coach, and always will be at South Carolina, to compete for championships and to compete for a spot in the 12-team playoff. That's what we are still working towards each and every day. And I think where we are right now as a team and the personnel in our program is a testament to the culture. Because when you have a disappointing season like we had last season, the easy thing for all the players on our team, and we've got some really talented players, is to pack up and go somewhere else in the portal. And make no mistake about it, our guys had plenty of opportunities to go other places, even though they weren't in the portal. But so many of our players, there's 3 of them that were here today that could play anywhere in the country, they chose to stay. We've had coaches on our staff that had opportunities to take other jobs in college football and in the NFL, and they chose to stay. The coaches that came to us, we've got new coaches on our staff, they chose to come, along with the high school recruits that I just referenced and the transfer portal guys that came into us. They chose to come because they believe in what we're about. They believe in what we've done, what we're doing, but more importantly, where we're going as a program. And I can't wait to start practice in August. Questions?
All right, thank you, Coach. We'll start here in the center. Please give your name and affiliation. Robert.
Robert Sessa, the Bryan College Station Eagle. Speaking of that Texas game, Shane, evidently
can we not?
Yeah, evidently you did immediately flush it and forget it, but come back and maybe use that since you do play A&M again as a learning experience.
Yeah, I think that was one of 3 games last season that we led going into the fourth quarter. So for me, I look at it, why did we not play better in the fourth quarter? Because in previous years, we won a lot of close games in the fourth quarter in 2024. So I look at it, and in 25 that we didn't play better in the fourth quarter. That's obviously the case study because of the lead that we had and how we finished. We'll really dive into that game specifically more. We do a summer scouting report on every opponent. So we've already done our summer scouting report on it. And you look at that. And then when we get to that game later in the season, certainly we'll really dive into that more strategically. But immediately after that game, you look at, what happened, why, you give them credit. I mean, so much respect for Coach Elko and their team to be able to come back from that in the second half. You give them credit, but then for me as a head coach, you look at our plays and you say, why did we not make those plays in the second half that we made in the first half? Why did we make those mental errors in the second half that we didn't make in the first half? And that's what I do. And that was a tough day. You give them credit, but, got another opportunity against them this upcoming season.
We'll go to the center aisle, fourth row, Barry.
Yeah, Barry Trammell, Tulsa World. Shane, we're 2 years into Oklahoma and Texas being in the league. What are the pros and cons of the expanded SEC?
Yeah, I think for the fans, it's awesome. I know when we went out to Norman a couple years ago, Barry, how many of our fans went out there and just had an amazing experience. And they got to visit a place that they hadn't been to. We haven't played Texas yet in Columbia or Austin, but when we do, I know that'll be a great trip for the Texas fans that come to Columbia, and it'll be a great trip for the South Carolina fans that go to Austin. So that's one thing, is just for the fans, the opportunities it presents. To the geographic footprint that I think it opens up for schools. Peyton Williams for us is from Rockwall, Texas, but we really didn't have a reason to go to Texas. And Texas is not going to be a primary recruiting area for us, but it allows us the opportunity to maybe get in some doors in some schools that maybe we didn't before, because Oklahoma and Texas were in the Big 12. You know, we've got somebody committed from the state of Texas right now. We've got a couple other guys on our team from the state of Texas. So I think it opens up more geographic opportunities, or opens up more of a geographic footprint for all schools in the SEC. But then it also does a great job it's a great opportunity for the fans to be, experience new places. And then those are two premier athletic programs, not just football, but you look at what Oklahoma just did in baseball. You look at what Texas did in softball. It's just bringing more championship pedigree teams to this league, which I think is awesome.
Coach, we'll go on the section in front of me, about midway back.
Hey, Shane, Nick Douglas with the Elite Media Network. In 2024, you had a mediocre start, and the team really came alive down the stretch. 2025, different story. What are you doing to proactively prevent the same story as last year, and what did you think caused that?
Yeah, good question. I think for us, we've got to start better, period. You mentioned that start in 24. We were, I think, 3-3 at one point. And we didn't play great in the two close losses, but then we had a lopsided loss to Ole Miss as one of those three. So we've got to play better in September and October, or particularly September and early October, getting started. We look at that every season. How do we start better? That's always the case. And then we've always been a team. Last year we weren't, but we've typically always been a team that has gotten better as the year went on. That we're a better team week 12 than what we were week 1. So, but you're always looking after a good season, after a bad season, after every season. I, as the head coach, and the people in our building, we're always looking at how do we be better next year? What do we need to tweak and change and adjust to better fit, kind of where we are right now. And this year is no different with some of the, tweaks and changes that we've made going all the way back to January.
Coach, we're going to go over onto our right side along the wall over to the right.
How you doing, Coach Beamer? Steven Bernard, league winners. You talked about accountability and being intentional. 2 close games, close losses, particularly in playoff teams. I know you've brought in some coaches on the staff, and that's going to make a huge difference. But when you look at yourself in the mirror, what's something that you told yourself this offseason that you could kind of change to improve this roster in 2026?
Yeah, we needed to get older. If you look back at that 24 team, we had a lot of older guys on that team. We had a lot of seniors that had played a lot of football for us. You look back at last year's team, I think we only had 4 seniors that started for us total on last year's team. So for me as the head coach, it was making sure that we got older. We brought in some transfers that have played a lot of football at a lot of places. So we increased the experience. That was one thing that I as a head coach can control. We've tweaked some things with how we do things in the offseason, practice, things like that. But you do that after every season. You're introspective and look at how you can get better. But we've been very intentional about getting better. We've gotten older, like I said, and certainly when you have the season that we had, that's on me. And I did not do a good enough job last year, to say the least. So you're always looking at every game, how can you be better the next week? Every season, how can you be better the next year? And last year to this year was no different.
Coach, we'll go in the section in front of me, about 3/4 of the way back.
Hey, Coach. Chris Marler, Locked On Gamecocks. Tennessee back on the schedule.
I like you.
I like you too.
Keep that good stuff up on social media.
I appreciate that.
I saw that tweet about the Pop-Tarts Bowl too, man. That's big time.
We got to talk about that later for sure. I appreciate that. So Tennessee back on the schedule.
Yep.
And last time they came to Williams-Brice, you scored so many points, you literally ran out of fireworks. Are you excited they're back on the schedule for one? But more importantly, did we up the budget for fireworks this year?
All right, I saw the question that Kirby got about Tennessee. Was that from you too? Okay, and he said, you said that, not me. You said that, not me. That was a great night back in 2022. There's no doubt about it. We know it'll be a huge challenge when they come to town this year. Another one, I got asked about playing Georgia again. It's been weird not playing Tennessee the last couple of years, so it'll be great having Tennessee back on the schedule this season too, along with Florida, 3 old SEC East, opponents and rivals for South Carolina. But got a ton of respect for Coach Heupel and the way he does things. We know he's going to have a really good team coming to town. I was so impressed just watching SEC Day yesterday. The 3 players that he brought, so impressed with those 3 guys, just as people and some of their comments for sure. But that'll be a big one when we get to that one, and hopefully we can have the offensive output that we had the last time they were in town.
Coach, we'll go back over here to the right-hand side, second row.
Hey, Coach, Bruce Marshall from WHBQ in Memphis. Quick question about recruiting the portal. At the ACC last week, a couple of the coaches were talking about one of the challenges there, and it's that since the players it's not like a real estate listing where they have a price. They just don't know what other people are bidding on them, and they know what they can spend, but they're just not sure what the marketplace is doing. At South Carolina, how do you guys approach the portal? Are you involved? Is it Darren Usher involved? Is he the one handling a lot of that? But there seems to be a lot of dynamics that are much different these days recruiting the portal.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely involved. There's not a player that we recruit that I'm not aware of who we're recruiting, why we're recruiting him, or what they may be getting from a rev share standpoint. I'm aware of all that. Darren Usher is certainly heading that up for us, and he's really passionate about South Carolina and does a great job of that, along with the other people in our personnel department. I would agree with those. I think you said ACC, other coaches. It's a challenge because there is no transparency. So all you can go on is, well, an agent tells you that his client is getting X amount from this school. Now, don't get me wrong, I, along with a lot of coaches, got great relationships with other coaches. So I've been known to pick up the phone and call Coach so-and-so and be like, hey, are you really paying so-and-so this amount of money? And I've gotten those calls from other coaches too. That happens regularly. So we're all talking in some ways, but then if you're at where'd you say you're from, Memphis? So if you're at Ole Miss and I'm at South Carolina and I know I'm competing for a kid with Ole Miss, I'm not going to call up Pete Golding and ask him what he's paying. But in other instances, we've been known to do that. It's tough, the lack of transparency. There's no doubt about it. But to answer your question, for us, it's like every school with budget. We have this amount available from a rev share standpoint, and you've got to make hard decisions, and you've got to say that here's what we're going to spend at the running back position, and here's what we're willing to spend on the offensive line, and you've got to be able to stick to that and make some hard decisions and be able to. I don't ever want a player to choose South Carolina because of money. Because if the only reason they come to South Carolina is money, they're going to be in my office every January, threatening to go in the portal because of money. So is money an aspect of it? Yes, I'm not naive. It better not be the only reason. Otherwise, I'm going to be having the same conversations with every year. We're going to be competitive. There's no question about it. But we've got to be able to, make tough decisions and, frankly, let a guy go somewhere else if that's going to be the deciding factor. Somebody else is giving him a lot more money and it doesn't quite fit with where we are from an evaluation standpoint or from a budget standpoint.
We've got 2 final questions. We'll start in the middle, about 5 rows back.
Hey, Coach Nick Closer from WOG in Athens, Georgia. Last year, Lenore Sellers' running ability not really as impactful as a lot of people thought. Is it a point of emphasis to include that part of his game more in the offenses?
Yeah, I think we'd be crazy not to utilize Lenore's legs. I mean, he's a load to bring down. And do we want him running the ball times a game? No. But I think what makes Lenore's great is his ability to throw the ball and run the ball. So will there be some design runs for Lenore's? Absolutely. Will there be some plays that break down from a protection standpoint that he needs to improvise and make plays with his feet, I'm sure there will be. But yeah, that's a weapon, and we'd be remiss, in my opinion, if we don't utilize what makes Lenore Sellers great, and his lip is a big part of it.
We'll take one final. George here in the second row.
Hi, Coach George Somerville from the Touchdown. You touched on this in your opening comments about the global appeal of college football. You've got an Irish player on the roster now, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts about more people outside the US watching college football, and specifically how it impacts recruiting.
Yeah, great question. One, kind of go back to what I said about the whole Netflix special. We agreed to be one of the teams to participate on the Netflix Any Given Saturday documentary. That was one of the things that I thought about, was just the amount of people that would see that and maybe exposed to SEC football and say, man, South Carolina looks like a place that I'd love to go to school. And being in Turks and Caicos, and the guy in TSA who probably hadn't watched much college football, he watched that and he knew about the South Carolina Gamecocks. So I think you're going to continue to see that grow. And then with Neff on our team right now, who's never played a snap of football, but all you have to do is turn on the tape and seeing a guy with his size and physicality and athleticism on the rugby field, what you call it? On the rugby field, not sure. And it tells you right away that this is a guy that we'll figure out something for him to do. But not just him, Justin Okoronkwo, who's one of our linebackers from Germany. And there's a lot of really good athletes across the world that, you know, want to come and play at the highest level, get a great education, and play in front of 90, 100,000 seat stadiums every Saturday. And if that's the case, they're not going to find anywhere better than this league right here.
Coach Beamer, thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, guys.
That's Shane Beamer in the big room down in Tampa. SEC Media Days Day 2. Carolina part of the rotation today, along with Vanderbilt, Auburn, and earlier this morning, the Georgia Bulldogs. We'll have plenty of coverage on that. Players still to come, and we will recap a lot of the things that Coach Beamer had to say. A busy Tuesday continues on the postgame show. 3:32 on this Tuesday. Welcome back in, and officially welcome aboard the post-game show. Jay Phillips in Columbia this year. Terry Ford is down in Tampa, day 2 of SEC Media Days. Terry still not incarcerated. That's good. Good. We're doing well.
I tried so hard last night, man.
Believe you.
I could not have tried harder.
Well, I don't
I'm
believe that.
so upset.
No. I don't believe that. You know how to get arrested. So, this is not.
Absolutely.
I'm not buying that. But a lot to get to today. Our buddy Vince Ferrara from our sister station, the Sports Animal in Knoxville, going to join us in about an hour's time. We'll get his take on what's going on with UT. Again, as Shane mentioned in that Q&A, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, all back on the schedule after a 2-year departure, which is again was odd for people around here, but they're all back, so that's a good thing. And Terry, a lot of good things to say there. I think we're fortunate around here, obviously, that we speak to Shane on a pretty routine basis. And, one of his big things, I remember him telling you and me this, gosh, during the Christmas holidays, I forget exactly, but when he was on after the season was done, we need to get older. We need a little bit more accountability, and we got to find a way to finish games. And that has obviously been the theme of the offseason. Talked about the coaches he made and said, quote, they're already they have already made us better. So, there's a real belief that the changes are working. You don't know that until you go play some games. He's mentioned today Jacarius Peak and Dylan Stewart and their rehab. So, positivity abounds at media days. Now you got to go show it.
Everybody's great at media days. That's a good part about this. You're right. I remember, and I've done some hits on, Digital Drive today, and they're asking. And obviously, the question is, what the hell happened last year? Right? I got that. That was like the first question from everybody. What happened, man? And when you and I talked to Shane right before Christmas, and we asked him, about what needs to change for next year. He brought up leadership. He brought up just like age, older players. And, remember we said, when did you feel like the leadership thing was starting to – when did you see a leadership vacuum? And he said as the year went on, it became more and more apparent that there was a leadership vacuum on the football team. Yeah. And look, Jay, you and I talked about this. You don't blow a 28-point lead to anybody if you've got leaders. I'm sorry. You just don't. But that team, when that lead was evaporating and you saw that sideline, nobody was stepping up saying, guys, get over here. Everybody relax. We got these dudes. You saw the A&M sideline was filled with guys doing all that stuff. And so Shane went out, he got leaders, and he got some older guys. Maybe he could find another dude with 4 kids in a minivan like Demetrius Knight. I don't know, but you need leaders. We've seen it all over college football, really college basketball too now. Older is better.
Yeah. And he mentioned 12 guys on the team that have already graduated, 14 more that will be graduating this semester. He mentioned the GPA. And I know for some people that's an eye roll. I think his point is not so much, hey, we've got a bunch of great students and that means it's okay if we don't win. I think it's more a matter of how they're devoted to what they do and how they're locked in. I think that was the point that he was going for there. But you look at that, that's 26 guys that have either graduated or will be graduating here in a couple of months. And when you look at the percentage of that on the team, that's 1 in 4 that are already at that point in their life and in their collegiate career. So that's leadership and that's maturity. And those are the things that he's looking for. Look, Lenore and the guys he brought, he made mention, Lenoris and Nick in their 4th years, Peyton in his 5th. So those guys will be immediately counted upon. And I've been reading a lot more about Nick Harbor and his offseason and the things that he's been doing as a leader, being at camp, working with kids, getting himself better. We know Lenoris is driven. And to your point too, Terry, about what happened last year, there was a question in there, does Lenoris need to run more? I think we're all still kind of scratching our head as to exactly what went wrong beyond the offensive line, right? Like, was there more that Mike Shula could have done, that Lenoris could have done? That, it went so off the rails that it was difficult to ever find a way to get it back, and that kind of thing needs to be corrected too. But from a leadership standpoint, We've already seen how much Lenoris is working with Kendall to get himself better, to get himself back to what he wants to be. Because like you like to say a bunch too, it's an audition year, in a lot of ways too, for what he's going to do at the next level. So plenty of reasons for that maturity to really show itself.
I think this is something that you and I yapped about all year, and I talked about it again with some of the dudes here on the row when I popped on some shows today. Look, Lenoris 2 years ago played free and instinctive, and yeah, if he took off. I'm sure there are times 2 years ago, Jay, he took off for 14 yards, and there was a dude open down the field, and instead he ran and picked up big yards when he could have gone through the progressions and hit a receiver. No one's arguing about that type of stuff. Remember the great story about the run against Clemson, the 3rd and Sellers. He's got a receiver wide open in the end zone, but he took off.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying you want to do it all the time, but if he's instinctively making plays, I will take him occasionally blowing a progression of a wide open receiver. If he gallops off for 25 yards, I'll say, okay, man, you made a play. And he's got to be a playmaker, Jay. He can't be a robot in the pocket constantly going through progressions. And he's got to play free and instinctive and be a playmaker. And I think that's what Kendall Briles will get him back to.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the interesting experiment in all of this is where that line is relative to 2 years ago with Dowell, because and I know the guys had Dowell on a few weeks ago on the afternoon show. I think it was. Regardless, Dowell was on here recently enough and told that Clemson story, but told some other stories too. And yet we also know that Dowell worked with Kendall in Fayetteville and wanted to find ways to make sure that Lenoris could play within the system but have those freedoms. And it just felt last year, and we've probably overstated it to make a point, or at least to try to explain why it was not good. That Shula maybe had him just a little, to your point, just a little too robotic, perhaps, a little too focused on stay within the progression, find your reads, stay in the pocket. And again, when the plays were breaking down, he was still wanting to make the play, which is admirable. There's nothing wrong with that in theory, but it also showed you that my words here, maybe was hesitant. I don't want to say scared because that's not right, but hesitant to take off and run last year for whatever reasons. And again, there's got to be a blend of that. There's got to be times when he can go when he feels like it. There's going to be times when it's designed for him to go. There's no doubt about that either. But again, where that mix is this year, it is going to be very interesting.
You know what, too, Jay? Maybe it's something you and we might have talked about. We talked about so many things last year. My head's ready to explode just thinking about some of that stuff we were going with the offense. One thing I think that we'll never know this. What were the progressions like?
Yeah.
Again, a lot of times and this is just you make them, and look, Dowell Loggains said this a few years ago. You make this game easy for these players where they're not thinking too much, right? Because you only get X amount of time to practice with them. This isn't the NFL. How difficult were these progressions to read? How much was being put on Lenoris' plate to overthink? You follow where I'm going?
I do.
Or I think the one thing I believe Kendall Briles would do, because again, obviously Dowell worked for Kendall. I'm sure Kendall Briles put in Dowell's head, hey, this thing, man, we're going to get so many hours with these young fellas. We got to make this thing streamlined so they don't have to sit around and think. They can just react and play. Even when Lenoris is going through progressions this year, is it going to be something that's quicker and more streamlined to where he can make these decisions in a faster pace to make, okay, do I take off now? Do whatever I do? We don't know how last year labored maybe some of that stuff was. You know what I mean?
I agree. Again, I'd love to know that. And I guess we're going to have a chance to talk to Lenoris in a little bit, and he'll certainly have some preseason opportunities to maybe further expound on some of that. But I think it's a great question. And not only that, but let's again throw into the mix. I believe I saw this morning that 42% of Lenoris' snaps saw him under pressure from the defense because the play broke down up front. 42%. Yep. I mean, that's just you know, it's almost unfathomable to think about that. And so, you know, look, number one, when that changes, what else changes with it for the positive, right? I think that's something to really think about. So, and I do believe, and you're down there, I'm not, but I believe we're going to have an opportunity with Lenoris later in the program. Is that, at least that's the hope?
Yeah, the word is from our and we want to thank, you know, Michael and Kent from South Carolina for helping us out, getting everything coordinated today, especially getting Coach Beamer on earlier. And they said that the plan is for us to get those guys in the 5 o'clock hour after they do the car wash down the ballroom for like ESPN, SEC Network, and all that. Then they'll spin back here and we'll get them in the 5 o'clock hour. That's the goal.
All right, good deal.
That's the goal.
Yeah, just as long as you don't, you know, offend them in some way.
Well, my plan is to be as offensive as humanly possible. I've just got to be me. I don't have to go out of my way to be offensive. I just got to be me.
That's fair.
Come on now.
A lot more reaction to some of the things that Coach Beamer had to say, and again, we'll get a little take on Tennessee and Georgia. Again, Tennessee went yesterday, but it was during the late afternoon while we were getting some things done. So we'll have Vince Farrar from our sister station in Knoxville, the Sports Animal, coming up in a little bit, and again, we'll check in on the Georgia Bulldogs as well. Kirby Smart going today. And, of course, that'll be the last conference game of the year. Used to be the first conference game of the year, Carolina and Georgia, so many times. And this year, in a much different spot on the calendar. Lots to do. Jay here in Columbia. Terry's down in Tampa. Kale's at Master Control. This is the postgame. 11 minutes in front of 4 o'clock on this Tuesday. Welcome back in day 2 of SEC Media Days. It's the Gamecocks' turn. We'll have some sound from the players and coaches, or at least the coach, because they don't have assistant coaches. That'd be fun one year, maybe to have some assistants.
That would be cool.
You know, I don't know. But I guess there's enough with it. You know, there used to just be a coach and 2 players, and then they decided to bring a 3rd player. Then they decided to expand the conference, and then they decided to expand media days. It used to be 3 days here. Now it's 4. Tell us what's going on. I mean, how was the reception last night? Is the breakfast good? Are you eating well? Is it nothing but like last year, nothing but desserts for you at lunchtime? What's
Well, you know, Jay, I am on a strict dessert only diet
I know,
by my doctor. Yeah, I think we had a little. Let's see, the food's been good. They had a little steak and chicken thing today. Oh, they had cheddar biscuits.
Okay,
can't go wrong with a good cheddar biscuit.
Sounds nice.
And they had tater tots. Of course, tater tots is universal food. You can't screw up. Tater tots.
Yeah, you can
if you
screw them up. I mean, if you
I'm gonna say now,
when they're soggy and spongy, they're not good, man.
I'm going to say this: though, if you screw up a tater tot, you need to reevaluate your future culinary skills. Just saying. Desserts have been solid. They had a little cool little strawberry shortcake thing, but then yesterday, and I'll ask you this because you're a lot more of a foodie expert than I.
Okay.
They had this dessert thing. It was called Earl Grey mocha something. So it had a little chocolate. I always thought Earl Grey was tea. I never knew there was Earl Grey in a dessert. It was a little spongy.
Yeah.
A little spongy. So I don't know what that was.
Was it maybe like a tiramisu, but with Earl Grey tea instead of coffee or something? I mean, I don't know that one, but it sounds like
they had tiramisu there with it.
Okay.
So I don't know, man.
Probably some type of tiramisu copycat thing, but with Earl Grey tea. If you're into that kind of thing, I'm not a big tea guy. I like coffee, but
I'll tell you what. Honestly, I mean, they were fine and it's free, so I'm not whining. But I'll tell you what's been good, man.
Well, just because it's free doesn't mean it's good.
Right. I'm not being radio guy for world problems, but I'm just saying it was a little weird, that thing.
I got you.
But I'll tell you the snack. You remember this last year, that turtle brownie. Remember it last year?
Yeah.
Well, they had a walnut brownie yesterday. Not quite as good as the turtle brownie.
Okay.
But the walnut brownie on a scale of 1 to 10 was cooking about a good 8.5, 9 yesterday. That was good. Cookies were good. Tyler's eating a cookie in front of me because he's rude.
Yeah.
And so I got to go
working all day. He deserves a cookie.
Oh man, it's all about me, Jay. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Now I assume that again, there's all just like Forrest Gump. There's all the Dr. Pepper you can drink.
Oh, the Dr. Pepper. And Tyler's off mic. The strawberry. What Dr. Pepper did you have? Strawberries and cream.
Yeah, I've had that.
It's excellent. Tyler cracked one earlier.
Yeah.
Elijah's a thumbs up on it.
Yeah.
I haven't had the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper yet, but it was really good. I know every year Dr. Pepper never fails us.
I've
So,
had that
excellent.
again. I thought when we were in their hometown of Dallas 2 years ago, and they had all kinds of flavors. They had the coconut cream. I thought that was actually really good. I was impressed. But
remember we had that. We were looking at each other like, "Wow, this is really good."
I'll try. Yeah, I was like, I'll try anything once. I mean, what the heck, right? And
Yeah.
cherry
It was
Dr.
really good.
Pepper is good, but but nothing beats just original Dr. Pepper. But
And the
nevertheless.
OG,
Yeah.
the OG is still the bomb.
Well, that's
man.
good.
Love
I'm
the
glad
original.
everybody's taking care of you. Tomorrow,
Oh,
by the
yeah.
way, we'll have the commissioner. Looking forward to that. And Charles Bloom, our good friend, former SEC associate commissioner, and now, of course, longtime associate AD at Carolina. We'll be back with some more Media Days stories. So looking forward to that. And well, I mean, we'll see. I know I'm doing a couple of hits. A couple of my buddies called like, "Hey, are you here?" Because they hadn't seen me. And I was like, "No, I'm not, but I'm happy to do your radio program and pretend, or I can just say I'm not there." So I'll be doing that later. And I know you've done a few hits as well, but I'll be curious as to how I think Carolina is going to be in that big group that we talked about with Auburn, Missouri, Tennessee, Florida. And trying to figure out maybe, exactly where they fit and exactly how good they can be and how people want to look at that. And will Lenoris get better? I think those will be the big questions that a lot of people ask themselves as they assess what Shane and the guys have had to say today is, all right, can I really believe in them being 3 or 4 games better than last year?
Yeah, last few years, somebody from the clump of teams emerges, right, Jay? And they have that year. Last year it was Vandy. 2 years ago it was South Carolina was sneaking in the college football playoff conversation. We know out of those teams you just said, someone, or maybe two, is going to break away and have a really good season. You just hope it's for our purposes, we hope it's South Carolina.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think it's going to be Florida. And again, because Florida has talent. So we'll see. We got a lot more to get to. We'll have a lot of stuff from Shane for you coming up in the next hour. If you missed a lot of what he had to say, don't worry. We got you covered. Again, our buddy Vince Ferrara from the Sports Animal in Knoxville will join us coming up in about 20 minutes to get us his take on the Vols and what to expect there. Right now, is it one of those situations for UT? Hey, you got two quarterbacks. I mean, you don't have one. Hour two coming up. All right, welcome back in. Hour 2 underway. Split duties this week. Yours truly, Jay Phillips in downtown Columbia's Herndon Chevy Studios. Terry Ford is on Radio Row in Tampa. Elijah's down there. Tyler's down there. Kale is here working hard. Dave is here working hard. Randy, our engineer, working hard. He's playing like TV producer, director.
Hardly
YouTube
working,
channel.
Jay. Hardly working.
Well, whatever it is, man, you're doing a fine job. And again, your mother may be listening. At least pretend that you know what you're doing. That's always important. But it's always about what mom thinks, right? So
I was going to say, just make mom think everything's going well. That's all that matters.
yeah. So, I mean, I can't impress my mom anymore, so I have to just live vicariously through those that can. Hey, Tara, I guess we know how that feels, but that's all right. You're always trying to impress your mom, no matter what. That's the way things go. What else is going on down there? Alex Golesh going today. Clark Lee. I know that Carolina doesn't see Auburn or Vanderbilt, but I felt like in listening to Golesh, there's a lot of work to do at Auburn, Terry Ford.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what I like though with him is he laid. Remember they asked him, so year one is like, look, we're just laying a foundation. Code word, we might suck. We might not be very good this year. But early, their schedule kind of is favorable early. They can maybe stack some wins, and the second half's a bear, Jay. And if they can, have something go their way, they might get to a 5-6 win year. But yeah, it's going to be a tough year on the Plains year one for Alex Golesh. Absolutely.
It was kind of, I don't know. You didn't get to see this because you were watching in the big room. But Alex was on the SEC network. And again, it's been weird for me to watch some of the appearances, not only when they're in there, but when they visit with the panel. And it was Alyssa and Gene Chizik and those and that group. And they had Gene talking to Alex, and it was just kind of a weird dynamic of like, man, Gene, you got fired from Auburn, and now here's a guy coming in after a guy got fired at Auburn, and what do y'all really want to talk about? So I think he said something like, just somebody asked Gene to tell him like, hey, what do you tell Alex on that first night at Jordan Hare? And just soak it in and enjoy it. And I'm like, yeah, because I mean, otherwise, when you don't win those games, they're going to hate you real fast. But he didn't say that, but I did.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if Gene looked to him and said, "You got your buyout solid, right?
You got a good agent, don't you?
Yeah, buddy, you're going to need it on the Plains.
Yeah,
there you
the
are.
interstate's only 10 minutes away. You can get out quicker than you think.
No doubt.
But for Clark Lee, I didn't get to see as much of him. But there again, man, I look at Vandy, and I mean, anywhere from 3 to 8 or 9 wins feels doable for them just based on what he's built. I don't think they're going 9-3. But at the same time, I don't think they're going 4-8. But that seems to be the neighborhood they're kind of back into. And I know we've mentioned it a couple of times this summer, but now with Clark on the podium today, he's got a couple of quarterbacks that he likes. Including one that's been with him for a while, that knows that New Mexico State system that Pavia was running. I think there are reasons to believe more in Vanderbilt than some want to give him credit for, Terry.
I think a couple things happened there. First of all, they lost a ton of players, right? A lot of starters. They lost the ultimate trigger man for them in Diego Pavia. And, and the other thing is, it feels like they'll be starting a true freshman quarterback, highly touted in Jared Curtis, but a true freshman. And the other thing is, Jay, look, let's just be honest, they're Vanderbilt. Even last year when they were rolling through and they won 10 and they curb stomped the Volunteers and all that stuff was going on, at the end of it, when it was all said and done, it's like, yeah, that was great. But, they're Vanderbilt, right?
Okay.
And we just all automatically feel like, okay, the Pavia thing was cute and fun. Well, Diego's gone. Now you go back to being Vanderbilt again, right? I feel like people are just thinking like that without really going through the roster. I mean, there's still talent there, yeah, but they did lose a lot. And if you are starting a true freshman quarterback in the SEC, man, it's not easy going.
It's not.
It's not. Do I think they're going to crater? No, I don't think they're going to win 2 or 3 games, but I think they're going to have some tough sledding. But if they can find a way to, do things around that freshman quarterback, run the ball, You know, the defense can help out with some turnovers and big plays. You know, maybe they can navigate their way back to a bowl game because, like you said, the range is so wide. But I think at the end of the day, the reason people are looking at Vanderbilt is going back to the bottom is because, well, they're Vanderbilt, Jay.
Yeah, and I get it. Believe me, you know, I've been covering this league a long time, but I do think that Clark Lee has tried to bring something a little bit different. I know the school has begun to finally invest its SEC money into football in ways that it really hasn't. I don't want to say ever, but certainly in the modern era, it feels like they are. And then to one of your more specific points, you know, Clark Lee's a defensive-minded coach. Was DC at Notre Dame before he came back to Vanderbilt. And maybe that's where they need to start looking, you know, in terms of making sure. And look, Terry, I'll use the Ravens as an example for a guy like you who's from the Baltimore area. You know, you go back to that Dilfer Ravens team. You know, it's like, hey, Trent, don't turn it over, man. And what we're going to do is we're going to give you the ball 3 or 4 more times per game because our defense is going to get 3 and outs. We're going to get turnovers. We're going to get stops, and you're going to get the ball. We just need you to not screw it up. The same kind of principle could hold for Vanderbilt if that defense can be good enough to get a few extra stops and give a struggling offense 3 or 4 more opportunities than average. You know, maybe that works out to be in some close games. I don't know, but I almost feel like if Vandy does crater, to the word you used, that may say a lot, not just about what they lost, but that maybe the foundation that Clark Lee was building isn't really as solid as it may have appeared. Because I'm with you, Stowers and Pavia were superstars, and they got some good dudes on that defense. But if you haven't built that foundation more properly, maybe you realize there's a little smoke and mirrors, and I don't know that that's good for Vandy long term.
No, and 2 things. One, it was really funny. You go back to Trent Dilfer's Ravens. They look at Trent and go, Trent, punting is good. Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, just
okay?
don't screw
Punting
it up.
is good,
Right.
pal.
Don't screw it up. We'll get you the ball back. And they
right,
did.
just don't screw it up.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 thoughts of what you said. And I think in the transfer portal world, we see some of these teams that pop up for a year because the transfer portal gods were in your favor and you go off and you have a big year, but you don't have the solid foundation, to your point, and then you crumble back because it was kind of smoke and mirror through a year. And we'll see what Vanderbilt, the foundation is. It was these last 2 years building something sustainable moving forward because, you know, Vanderbilt's got a lot of like rich people who graduated from there who have money that could help the program. The other thing, going back to Curtis, the freshman quarterback, we got to remember something. Tim Burke, the OC, and Jerry Kill, the offensive analyst, are high-level offensive minds.
Right.
And these are guys that because they're so good at what they do, they are going to protect their freshman quarterback. They're not going to put him in positions to fail. They're going to kind of build that offense around baby steps, around the things he does well, and they hope he grows and progresses as the season goes along. So I even if they do start a true freshman, I think what we're talking about is they're going to have other things help protect him, and part of it will be the game plan from Burke and Kill.
Yeah. We'll talk more about those guys, and again, we'll have some comments about Tennessee coming up in a bit. Before we hit the break and talk to Vince Ferrara from the Sports Animal in Knoxville, Kale, if you would please, where am I here? Cut number 16 on our new list, Kale. This is Shane Beamer on earlier with Bill and Tyler, giving an update on Jacarius Peak and Dylan Stewart's health.
Yeah, I think they're both well on track and doing a great job. Peak he's actually running. Saw him in the weight room this morning, doing workout in the weight room. Dylan's gonna advance next week in his rehab, so both those guys are doing well and on track to have a really good 2026. Do what's best for each individual player. The thing that I love is both of those guys are competitors, and both of those guys, they're working, do everything they can to play week 1, and they want to play week 1 as competitors. So, you know, it's not going to be, I don't think, an 80, 90, 100%. I've never been a head coach or a coach in general that has just, you know, gone down to the trainer and given him an ultimatum that this guy's got to play. We trust the medical professionals. There's a lot of them involved on this one. And when they say that these guys are ready to roll, then we'll turn them loose.
So there you go. positive news, Terry, if not completely definitive news. And I know Carolina starts with Kent and then has Towson, so there's an opportunity to maybe slowly bring them back. I have seen some suggest that, hey, if they have to miss the first 2 games, no big deal. Maybe it's not, but at the same time, I would think, especially perhaps for Peak, that you would want him to at least have some snaps in those first 2 games, just to get comfortable in the offense in live action. Again, even against smaller opponents. With Stewart, maybe it's more of a plug and play kind of a situation. But again, I wouldn't disagree in theory that if they can't go until game 3 against Mississippi State, okay, as long as it means they're getting healed up. But I would certainly think from an offensive standpoint, you want to get Peak in as soon as you can.
You love to get Peak some reps, right? Because the quicker you get your offensive line to gel, the better off you are, right?
Right.
And so you'd love to get it once he's ready to play. You'd like to get him on the field. Even, to me, it'd be great, perfect world, no later than game 2, right? Go out there, get some run, get sweaty, hit some people, get hit, get it out of your system, and then get ready for what's coming. And from what Shane says, it feels like Peak is really moving in the right direction to be able to go, maybe even before Mississippi State, hopefully one of those 2 early season games. And Stewart, you're right. Look, it's still Stewart's 3rd year. He knows what's up by now, right?
Yeah. Just
get him healthy and let him loose. And, hopefully there'll be a combination of guys or a guy will emerge on the other side. It might not be Kyle Kennard-ish, but something close to that, to where if Stewart's getting doubled, tripled, assaulted, bum rushed, whatever they're doing to him, on the other side, guys are going to make him pay. So that's what you're hoping for, obviously.
All right, you want to set up our next guest?
Yeah, well, Vince should be here shortly. Vince Farrar from the Sports Animal in Oklahoma City is going to jump in with us. It was Tennessee yesterday, and we didn't get a chance, like you said. It happened late in the afternoon, so we didn't get a chance to really ramp up on the Vols. But Vince will be here shortly. I hope. It's SEC Media Days, Jay. You never know. But Vince will be here shortly.
Well, you got time to go hunt it down. Go find him if you need to.
I'll
It's
go
okay.
find him.
Yeah.
I mean, if I got to, we got to drag him. We got to drag him by his feet over here. We will, because hey, we've already promoted him. You got to get your butt here, man.
Yeah, that's
Let's
true.
go, Vince.
That's right. And
Let's
just
go,
to let
Vince.
everybody know, we had Sports Animal Oklahoma City yesterday. Sports Animal Knoxville today.
Yes, Knoxville today was Vince.
Just a sports
So
animal.
that's
They're
coming
all
up.
sports animals. We're all sports animals.
Yeah.
All right, Vince coming up, talking Vols. And again, Gamecock players expected to join us in the 3rd hour of the program. It's a split post-game show from Tampa and Columbia on the game. Look, I know it's hot outside right now, but for most of the year around here, being outside at night or on the weekends is something that we like to do in South Carolina, and that needs to now include enjoying your favorite sporting events, movies, TV shows, concerts on your home theater system. You say, well, you mean I got to pick up my TV and take it outside, take the speakers out there and bring them all back in? No, that's not what I mean. You call Integrated Media and get yourself an outdoor home theater system with a big TV that's meant to be outside, beautiful HD, surround sound speakers, even an in-ground subwoofer. Yeah, they can do it for you. And it's meant to be outside all year long. Around the pool, no problem. Around the back porch, no problem. Patio, whatever you've got, they can make it happen for you. So make those outdoor home theater dreams a reality too. 803-948-8327. Watch it all better outdoors with Integrated Media. All right, welcome back in. 19 minutes after 4 o'clock. Jay Phillips in Columbia. Terry is in Tampa. Day 2 of SEC Media Days. And Mr. Ford, we have a special guest at the table. I'll let you do the intros as we talk.
So the best thing about SEC Media is, like, already Vince was coming here to sit down. Vince is all comfortable. We're going to put the headset on. Then Elijah said, they turn around and say, oh, Nick Harbor's here. Vince, beat it. We got Harbor. So Nick Harbor's here. And Nick, what you just said before we started, this is the most you've ever talked in 3 hours in your life.
Yes, sir. It's crazy. Like, they said we was gonna talk a lot, but I did not know this. And it's back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I'm like, oh my gosh, like my voice actually hurts, but I'm gonna give y'all the best I got.
We appreciate you.
Yes,
That's why
sir.
they call this thing the car wash. You just keep it going through, man.
Mhm.
And I think this is the last one for him, Jay. So then after this, he's done. It's a wrap.
Back on the
Yep,
plane
I'm
and
putting
back
on the
home.
head. Yeah. Yep, put on the headphones and I'm going to sleep. I'm tired.
Let's talk about your career arc here so far at South Carolina. You come in, you never played wide receiver before. You played
Yes,
tight
sir.
end in high school, edge pass rusher. You come in to play a brand new position.
Mm-hmm.
Never played. You had to learn route trees, how to learn, all these other things, catching the football, all these other things that you really had to hunker in on. How tough has that been? Because you've gotten better every year, to your credit. How tough has it been to do all this, by the way, in the SEC?
Yeah. First I just give God the glory to be able to give me the ability to go from one side of the ball to the other and just still excel in that. And then Coach Furry, me and Coach Furry have been to work for the last 2.5 years, and he's just really just taught me how to be a football player and how to be a wide receiver, and I just commend him for that. And it's just the hard work I put in. Like, I told myself, like, I wanted to play receiver, and that's what I was gonna do. Like, I didn't know the route tree. I barely could catch the ball. I was just fast, and then I had to accept that, and then I had to learn from that. Once you accept with something that you feel like you should be already good at, and then I had the mindset, okay, like, this is gonna be easy. No, it wasn't. And the SEC is the hardest conference you can ever play in. But now, like, I've just honed in, and now I feel like I'm just one of the best now. And it's just been hard work. It's been my teammates just pushing me. 16 gave me the opportunity to now, be able to go catch passes and really be and just turn the crowd up. So it's just like this year is going to be so much more of that, because now, like, I'm going in my 4th year as playing receiver, and I just feel even better than I did before.
Nick, it's Jay back up here in Columbia. You talk about you're working with Lenoris the way you have and the rapport that you all have built. Now you've got Kendall Briles coming in to revamp this offense, retool this offense, whatever words you want to use. Take us through what that's been like, not only in terms of how Kendall works with Coach Furry, who you've already praised, but works with Lenoris, and how that trickles down to you guys at receiver.
Yeah, Coach Briles, he's just been a blessing to us. He's allowed us the opportunity to play free. And when I say play free, he's giving us options in our own routes. Like, you can have 3 options in one route depending on what you see. And that's just the beauty of that offense is it's high, it's fast, it's high octane. It's like a Ferrari. You get in, you just go. And that's what we learned, that's what we took it in. But the spring was so fun. Just to learn that, just to be able to play like that, that's some of the best ball I've ever played. Some of the best ball anybody has seen me play in Columbia, and I just can't wait for the fans to see it. I just can't wait for the fans just to see all of us working and just the hard work that we have did and put into this offense. Just from the whole receiver room, just competing with each other. And I just speak on my receiver room too. Is, man, all right, we got a great group of guys, and it's like everybody just goes in there, they just work, and they just work. They make me better every single day.
Nick, you've been around. These last 2 years have been so, like, polar opposite, right? 2 years ago, you guys go on a 6-game heater. You're making all the big plays, both sides of the ball. You win 9 games. You're so close to the college football playoff. You guys are probably watching the show every Tuesday to see where you're going to land.
Yep.
And then last year, things just kind of went sideways. In your mind, what was the number one difference from 2 years ago to last year?
I'll say just the leadership and execution. Every game last year, we was leading going into the 4th quarter. We never finished. And, people can go back and they can see, okay, yeah, South Carolina was leading a lot of the games. So we wasn't as bad as people thought. Like, we didn't get blown out. It wasn't like just a stinker. Like, we just lost games that we just had bad execution on, and we learned from that. Like, the team 2 years ago had great execution. We was down either going into the 4th quarter, or we was tied, and we just pulled away. The fourth quarter was our baby. We was taking care of it. And then last year, the fourth quarter was our side chick. We was running away from it. So it's just like
That might be the best description we have ever gotten, Jay Phillips, on this radio show.
Yeah, that may become a cut. I like that. Well done, young man.
Maybe a
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, but it was just like, and then this year, we've learned from that. We watched so much film on last year, but we threw last year away.
Right.
Because this is a whole new team, a whole new coaching staff, and so to speak, on the offensive side, a whole new offense. Like, it's just like, it's a whole lot of new. So, like, we're in our mindsets. Why would we bring in 2025, 2024, 2025, and 2026 and bring that into this year? I'm like, okay, that was that year. Whoever was in that team, they learned from that, and it was like, okay, now we just got to execute the fourth quarter. We'll be good. Like, we had a team to compete for the playoffs. We just didn't execute. So now this year is just hard work, execution. We got 12 guaranteed opportunities to go play, and we just got to play them to the best of our abilities.
Talking to Nick Harbor, SEC Media Days, Gamecocks turn in the rotation. Kick returns. Let's talk about that for a second. That's a place where you can really use your speed. You had a long last year of over 40 yards. I know you'd love to break one, but take us through the skill part of that, the tactical part of that. Shane's obviously a big special teams believer. You've got a new special teams coach. What's that been like in terms of your progression?
It's been fun. It's been fun. In practice, kick returning this year it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. If Coach Smiley puts me back there, it's gonna be great. But we'll have to see about that. But I just enjoy it. It's a lot of teams don't kick to me relatively, so I just stand back there and just look pretty. But they don't really do anything. They don't kick, so it's just always going in the back of the end zone. So I just got to make a call of just put my arms out, making sure everybody okay. We're not running the play. But when the ball does come to me, it is exciting. I have been 99.9% close to breaking at least every single one. It's just been one mishap that we had, and that goes back to the execution that we didn't have. Like, one person just hold the ball for 0.1 more of a second, we're celebrating. But I'm getting tackled, and we're just starting the drives with a good amount of good field position and stuff like that. So we're just gonna see what happens. I love the kick return. I love to do it again. But if Coach Smiley doesn't put me back there and just puts me at gunner, then I'm fine with that.
You talk about the growth of you as a wide receiver. 2 years ago, end of the year, you could just being a schmo like me watching it, you could see it was coming.
Yeah.
And then last year you started making big plays. And near the end of the year, I mean, all of a sudden defensive coordinators, they're staying awake at night watching you make big plays. For you, when did it hit? Was there a moment where you went, oh, I got this? Or it could have been a play in the game. It could have been in practice. It could have been wherever it was. At what point were they lock in with you and go, oh, bleep, I can do this, man. I would be a hell of a wide receiver.
I would say Virginia Tech was a great opening of that, and then we had probably like 3 to 4. We had like 4 to 5 weeks of where like it was okay. Like you have 70 yards one game, and you have 60 yards, and then you have 0, and then you have like 2. Or Oklahoma, you had like 23 or something like that. And then you go on the heater of the last 5 games, and then it's all big time SEC opponents and big games, and then you have a touchdown every single game. But I think the play that really did it for me was that A&M play. That just sit in the zone, you find the zone, you find just that hot spot, catch that ball, you get a good move, and all you see is grass. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I said it's finally happening. And then it was just like, that's when it clicked. I'm just like, go.
What's up with that security guard, by the way? What's up with that guy?
We gonna leave that in A&M. I hope he's doing amazing and all that, but we're just gonna leave that in A&M.
That's still one of the more surreal things I've seen in my career, and it's been a long career, my man. I can tell you that much.
Yes, sir.
Last thing for me, Nick, I've been reading that you've been heavily involved in Coach Beamer's camps this summer, and I think that says a lot not only about you as a leader, and you mentioned, and Shane has mentioned that the leadership has become a big factor, but that also I think would speak to your level of confidence in wanting to help teach, that you have become comfortable enough in who you are as a player, as a receiver, to translate that to the next group of kids coming up. So take us through that part of what you've been doing this year to work with the team in that respect.
I feel like that's just another standpoint to my development. Being able to teach somebody what I know and what I've learned from Coach Furry, and then now being able to teach it, because your best teachers are if you can teach the game, you can play the game. And now I'm getting a great understanding to where I can share my knowledge of what I've learned because I haven't learned everything, but every single day I'm learning something new. So just spitting that to the next generation. And then now, like when you get into coaching, it's actually kind of crazy because like you get into coaching and you see what Coach Freddie's talking about. Like a lot of times I didn't understand what he was talking about, and then like now he'll tell me to go, okay, now you'll go tell Jordan to make this change, or I'll just come up to Jordan and be like, hey, do this, do that. It's like now you see the game differently, so you get the okay, there's that now I know this moment, okay, now that's what he was talking about type moments, and it's just so much. It's just like it's really just a blessing to be able just to have a coach like that that really just dumb the game down to you, and then now like he dumbed it down to a level to where I can understand it. And then now, as I've gotten more mature and I've gotten older, to where like, okay, now I can talk about the multitudes of cover four and how there's like 18 coverages of cover four, but it's still cover four. Like you got cover four push, you got mint, you got all these different things to where like, okay, now like see how backers look. Now you can look at a backer and see, okay, what covers they're in. You can see a corner plays one way, then he only play that in two ways. If the safeties are some way, then they can only do so many things. But I mean, I'm just learning how to be the player that can help the team the most. And that's my motto is being the best player I can be for the team on every given Saturday. And that's what I've been working at, since day one of January when it was time to get back in that building.
Nick Harbor, you are done for the day, my man.
Appreciate
We're going to let you off the hook now and let you go rest that voice.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Thank
Terry,
you.
as you hit the break, I know we got to hit the break here. Ask Nick
Uh-huh.
what his favorite restaurant is in DC so we can know that since both was at
Oh, that's true. When you go to D.C., what's your favorite restaurant?
Okay, you have to go to my old hometown of Upper Marlboro, Maryland. You got to
Okay.
go to American Best Wings.
American's Best Wings.
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
Upper
my-
Marlboro.
I'm talking about. I go to this place at least 5 times a
Okay.
week. If I go home for a week, I'm going there 4 times a week.
All right.
Wow.
America's
All right.
Best Wings, Upper Marlboro. 'Cause his kid's at Maryland, my kid's at American, so we always go hang out in D.C. You hear that? America's
I got
Best Wings, Upper Marlboro.
I got it.
All right.
All right.
Nick
Thanks,
Harbor,
Nick.
fine work, my friend. We
Yes, sir.
appreciate you.
Appreciate
Thank you for
y'all.
jumping
Thank
in.
y'all.
Good stuff. All right. Nick Harbor at the table on
It's
Radio
SEC
Row.
Media Days. Take it out, Jay.
Yeah, lots of good stuff there from Nick. Hopefully, Lenoris is coming by pretty soon. We'll still get Vince Farrar from the Sports Animal in Knoxville. Plenty more to do. Day 2 of SEC Media Days in Tampa. All right, you might have a favorite restaurant wherever. One of my favorites here in the Midlands, my friends at the British Bulldog Pub. I love their food. And listen, I know sometimes people say English food. What is that really like? Oh, listen, get the things you might never have ever heard of, like the chicken, bacon, and leek pasty. This thing is amazing. Their dough is homemade. Their gravy is homemade. The sauce inside there is absolutely fantastic. I love these things. You can also get the mustard mashed potatoes made right there in-house. If you want something that's different, it's still kind of comfortable for you, try the Tower of London burger. Bring your appetite. It's a half-pound burger with bacon, an English banger, fried onion rings, over easy egg. Oh, absolutely fantastic. Amazing beer list, great food, great fun, TVs everywhere for whatever games you want to watch all year long. No place to have a better time than the British Bulldog Pub, Howard Parkway in Harbison. That's my friends at the Bulldog.
This is Kale Wilson giving you a look at the traffic. Starting off in Lexington County, we have an accident reported on Highway 6 at Meadowfield Road and at Bethany Church Road, Pleasant View Drive. Staying in Lexington County on I-26 westbound at St. Andrews Road, exit 106, another accident reported. An accident reported on Two Notch Road at Brickyard Road, and then an accident in Kershaw County on Highway 601 at I-20. Construction delays in Chester County on I-77 northbound between exit 55 and exit 62. And then beware of the long-term road construction on Bluff Road, Blythe Road, Broad River Road, I-20, I-26, and McNulty Street.
All right, welcome back in. 23 minutes in front of 5 o'clock on this Tuesday, day 2 of SEC Media Days this year in beautiful Tampa, Florida. At least I think it's been beautiful. It's been kind of hit and miss, but that's summer in Florida. Hey, Phillips in Columbia. Terry is down there. And now I hope he's, look, I hope he's okay. We've known Vince a long time. We got a lot of great friends at our sister station, the Sports Animal in Knoxville, but Vince just got bumped, but at least he got bumped by a dude who's going on to the NFL. So there's that.
Well, Jay, I told Vince it was all your fault. So we're good. Vince and I are good.
That's cool.
I blamed you, Jay.
I didn't buy it, Jay.
Thank you, Vince. I appreciate that. I do what I can. And you're back in your hometown, so this is kind of fun.
Oh my goodness! I was telling Terry, I've been doing the show. I've been working this week staying with my family, and I've been doing the morning show 6 to 9. There's not a whole lot going on here at that time. So at Mom's house on her dining room table, doing my half of the morning show with John Wilkerson, who you know as well. And then come over here right afterwards. Mom has breakfast ready for me right afterwards. I got the espresso there. Like I got the hookup this week and then vacation next week, so it's really working out.
Very good. Yeah, maybe even saving the company a little money at the same time, and you get Mom's cooking. And that's
it's the only reason that we're even here. It's because of that.
If I'm Vince, I would say to the powers that be at Cumulus Knoxville, I could just do this way all the time, and that's how the show is.
After a while, I think Mom, after a while, I go, son, it's time for you to leave.
Get the hell out of here. Go back to Knoxville.
Yeah, I'd asked for a raise so I can afford to stay at the beach locally, so I could get to Mom quickly and then still work remotely, and then we'd.
Vince has a plan. Vince is planning this out.
I like it. That's good. You always got to have a plan. Josh Heupel has had a nice plan. It's been working. I mean, this UT offense continues to move the ball, continues to score points. I know last year was not what fans wanted, considering there was a playoff appearance the year prior, and maybe the quarterback situation has people nervous. But Josh seems to overcome that, Vince. This year going to be something different because there's not yet a settled number one?
For sure. And actually, you present it that way. And there has been, I think, some positivity since Tennessee got here and hearing Josh Heupel and the players talk. I think that's kind of been a positive for them and people's perception of them. But really, there's even been talk, Knoxville media, maybe some others in the SEC about hot seat. I don't buy that. I think that's overplayed. Maybe the fans and maybe those that once you get to the playoffs now demand that or else. I think that's unrealistic, and that's not what the university thinks about Josh Heupel. They've done things under Heupel. You mentioned the consistency of the offense every year, the wins that they hadn't done in an awful long time. So, that stuff to me, short of an absolute disaster season, which he hasn't had, and I don't expect by any means. I think even if they take a step back, it's going to be, hey, look, we need another year with a quarterback. He was throwing out the stats this weekend when he was here yesterday. 7 of the 9 years of him as a coach, as a head coach, he's had a different starting quarterback.
Yeah.
5 straight years, new quarterback. So like the returning quarterbacks that some have, he didn't have that luxury. So in 7 of those 9 years, he's had a top 10 offense with a new quarterback. So he finds a way to get it done. Is it good enough to get them where the fans want it? That's a different question.
And speaking of the theme of this year with quarterback, well, first of all, to backtrack, to be fair, you know this, Heupel thought he had stability at quarterback. This guy named Nico was supposed to be the dude for like 3 years, right? Or at least 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously that didn't go as well as playing. All of a sudden you have to, quote unquote, make a trade and get Joey Aguilar for last year. So the plan was to have stability, to be fair to Josh Heupel, and then things went sideways.
Well, and they weren't willing to give in to the NIL demands of his family. So,
yeah, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Did you agree with that? Did you say yes? You got to stand firm at some point with something because the way the family went about it didn't seem like that's the way you go about your business. Do you blame Heupel for saying, "Hey, kick rocks"?
I don't, because you have to make sound decisions in the NIL space. Tennessee went after a couple of guys that were the big money quarterbacks in this offseason portal cycle, but they didn't go crazy. They weren't Miami where it's all or nothing. We're going to outbid anyone. They didn't take that approach because they were a lot more active. They signed 3 times the normal amount of players than they typically have. Usually they're in the 7 or 8 player portal list, and this year they were at 22. I think that was pre-Chaz Coleman, of course. That's another story.
Mm-hmm.
But they haven't overspent because they knew they had a lot of holes to fill, and it really has the potential to pay off with the changes on defense. You have now a portal person, a Penn State portal player on every level of the defense, plus a coach on every level of the defense as well. So I think they've spent their money wisely, and that really was along those lines, and not giving it a Nico. It just so happened that they ended up with the better quarterback in Joey Aguilar. At least last year, we'll see if there's a late, development from Nico. But yeah, Aguilar worked out despite being late because he was a veteran, he was smart, and they were able to do things on offense, including the deep ball game that they just didn't have that consistency with Nico or before that with Joe Milton.
That's true. Hey, Jay.
Yes, sir.
Vince isn't paying attention. You want to bring Vince back and talk to him some more? We're running into a break.
Yeah, let's do that, because he mentioned another story, that being Chaz Coleman, and I actually had that on my list.
That's a segment in itself, by the way.
All right, let's
can you hang?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we'll get back to you, man. Wrap it up there, and we'll get back with Vince here.
I want to get into the
Drive.
Chaz Coleman situation and what kind of a dent that might be. So we'll do that and more. Our buddy Vince Farrar from the morning show at our sister station, Sports Animal 99 in Knoxville. When we come back, SEC Media Days coverage. Hey. All right, welcome back in. Vince Ferrara is now like the Lloyd Bridges character in Airplane. He picked the wrong day to come to 107.5.
You got bumped again,
Yeah,
man.
he did.
Yeah.
But, for another good reason. So, intro our
Yes.
next guest, Terry Ford.
I think we know this young fellow is the starting quarterback of the South Carolina Gamecocks and Lower Sellers. I just said to him, he's a veteran of this, man. This is your second SEC Media Day now, right?
That's rare.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
You're doing good. I appreciate you asking. How much more comfortable are you here this year than you were last year? And you feel more comfortable? You feel more like, all right, last year was like a wow, now like I got this thing. You feel better?
Yeah, definitely. Just preparing. Of course, I'm good at stuff like that. The same people. So it's been exciting and been fun.
Fantastic. Quick question for you. All right, you come out of last year, and I know you washed last year. I get it. You wash it. You come out of last year, you're in a new offense now with Kendall Biles. I know you haven't done it on the field yet, but how's this new offense feel to you?
I love it. Fast pace, just getting guys in place, getting the ball in the hand quicker. Less thinking, more football.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah. Lenoris, it's Jay Phillips up in Columbia. To that end, with this system, one of the things that we learned from Coach Loggins was how much he learned from Coach Briles when he was at Arkansas and brought that to Columbia. Do you feel like this is maybe not a complete return to what you were doing with Dowell, but is this making it a lot more comfortable for you when Kendall is here doing those things?
Yeah, definitely. Just a lot of dots are connecting, and it's just like stuff that I had when D'Lo was here, like my freshman year, and it's just like going around the block again. You know what I'm saying, seeing the same stuff, same verbiage, same language. So
Now, for you personally, last year too, as you get to this year, did you feel like, because I mean, last year, man, you remember, I mean, you were going to win the Heisman, you were going to be a top 5 pick in the NFL. All these things are coming your way, and now this year, not to say no one's talking about you because they are, because you're a talented guy, but it's different in this offseason. Are you happier that it's different? You're not, everybody's not throwing all the accolades at you. You can just go focus on ball, or how you feeling this offseason compared to last offseason?
yeah, it just depends. I mean, I didn't pay attention to outside noise anyway. It's just like if people they're thinking like less than you or more of another guy's kind of like, all right, you don't have nothing else to lose. Let's go out there and play.
Sure.
Lenoris, one of the things that Coach Beamer has been talking about all offseason was maybe one of the faults from last year across the entire team's spectrum was a lack of leadership and maybe maturity, and that was addressed. Now, of course, guys like you and Nick and Peyton that are representing the team today are in your 4th or 5th years, so there's that part for you. But whether it's your own leadership qualities or anybody else's, have you felt like this offseason those things have been addressed? Some of the new guys coming in, are they providing what maybe all of you kind of realized wasn't there last season?
Yeah, definitely. Just taking that step forward, only how important it is and how much better teams are that are when they're older. You know what I'm saying? More experienced guys. And we got a lot of experienced guys this year who's talking and pretty much putting something into like the younger kids who came in, the younger freshmen who came in. And then also just, doing something every day. People don't like confrontation, so just kind of like doing something hard that'll make you a better leader like every single day.
With you, look, you're a very mild-mannered guy. You always hear stories. I'll tell you this. I always hear stories about you people like I'll see in Columbia. Hey, man, Lenoris Sellers, all he did was call me sir all the time, man. I told him stop. You're a mild-mannered guy, very respectful. And then you get thrust into like a leadership role last year, and now you're back for that year or two. How much more comfortable are you now being that dude where it's like your team almost, or at least your offense?
Yeah.
How does that evolve for you?
Yeah, it's just, it just comes all down to like playing football, and it's like I'm an older guy, so they respect me. I've done that, playing the game, been with the highs and the lows, so I've seen it all. So it's just kind of like guys want to pick my brain or just like talk to me, and then it's like it's easier to talk to them because they listening. Like they want to be good, they want to be great, they want to win games. So it's just kind of like just talking to them. It's a lot easier.
Well, Norris, I know you probably get this a bunch, but playing with your brother, what's that like, especially as the two of you grow into new roles with a new offensive coordinator, And then B, you know, if you ever have to holler at him, does he like tell your mom, and then do you get hollered at too?
Yeah, just firstly, like we learn the new system together. Just going over stuff, watching tape, watching film, just getting the time down, used to that. And then it's kind of like when he's open or he feels like he's open, he's like, "Hey, bro, like why don't you throw me the ball? Like I'm gonna go talk to you today." Or something like that. And then he gets my mom going, and she's like, "Throw him the ball if he's open." I'm just like, "Bro, like that's not what this is about." So,
Now I'm gonna ask you, who's the worst receiver? And I'm thinking it's got to be Harper, and I could be wrong. Who's the worst receiver? Come back to the huddle, going, "Dude, I'm open. Dude, I'm open." He's like all the time. Is Harper the worst, or is it your brother?
It's definitely my brother. Like Nick Harper is more of like the chill guy. Like, hey fam, like nothing else. Like you know, I'm down there. Just throw it. I'm gonna get it. And then it's my brother. Like constantly, all the time, back and huddle on the sideline at home. He'll call me randomly, like, "Yo, hey, I was open on play 6 or whatever. Like, what's up? What are you looking at?" And it's like, "All right, bro." Come on.
Well, but at least he's studying the film, right?
He is. Yeah, I mean that's the good thing about it. He watching the film. I know that.
That's good. There's that part of it. What's look, this is gonna be it. But how quickly has this gone for you? Not just your athletic career, but your academic career too, man. I mean, this is year 4. All of a sudden, here it is, the end.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a wild journey for sure. It did fly by like people said it would. Just grateful for the opportunity.
Lenoris, great stuff, man. I know you had a good time with representing Carolina 2 years in a row at Media Days. Again, very rare opportunity. Says a lot about you and what Shane wants from you. Best of luck this season. We'll talk to you soon, man.
We appreciate you stopping in with us. Hey, good luck this year, man.
Thank you.
All
We
right.
see you up on doing all the cool things. You say, "Hey, you hung out with us Media Days."
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes,
so
sir.
good luck.
Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Lenoris. Good stuff. That's Lenoris Sellers. Hour 2 is in the books. A lot more from Coach Beamer and more from SEC Media Days in hour number 3. Keep it here.
This is Kale Wilson giving you a look at the traffic. Still got accidents in Lexington on Highway 6 at Meadowfield Road and Highway 6 at Bethany Church Pleasant View Drive. Got one on I-26 westbound at exit 106 in Lexington. One in Lexington on Lost Branch Road at Highway 1. And then one in Richland on Two Notch Road at Brickyard Road. And then we've got construction delays on I-77 northbound between exit 97 and exit 62. And then the long-term road construction on Bluff Road, Bluff Road, Broad River Road, I-20 between exit 61 and exit 63, I-26, exit 108A, and exit 125, and McNulty Street.
All right, welcome back in. It is 5 o'clock here on a Tuesday. Jay Phillips inside the Herndon Chevy Studios in downtown Columbia, South Carolina. Terry Ford on Radio Row or Digital Drive or something.
Whatever the hell this thing's called now.
Exactly. And,
hey, for us old heads, it's Radio Row. Forget this digital stuff, right, Vince?
That's right.
By the way, Vince came back, Jay.
Well, that's good. I told Vince you'll hopefully appreciate this. I said earlier you didn't get to hear it when Lenore's came on that you're like Lloyd Bridges character in Airplane. You picked the wrong day to come back to 107.5. But we're glad to have Vince back. He is the morning show host at our sister station, the Sports Animal in Knoxville. We were talking Vols football with him, and then again, Nick Harbor came by and bumped Vince, and then Lenora Sellers came by and bumped Vince. Is anybody else available to bump Vince?
I was trying to find somebody just for fun to go, oh, Vince, oh my God, Vince, you got to go. Sorry, Vince.
Beamer said hello to you.
Yeah, Beamer said hi on his way by. So.
That's good. All right. That's something, but we've already had Shane, so Shane won't bump you. But we'll get into some comments. A lot of things that Shane had to say earlier. We'll have that for you coming up in just a little bit. So, again, today it was Carolina, Georgia, Auburn, and Vandy. Of course, Georgia back on the schedule, Florida back on the schedule, as Shane mentioned, and the Tennessee Volunteers are back on the schedule. And again, we were talking to Vince about some of those things. We talked a little bit already, for those who missed earlier, about quarterback situation and the Vols offense. But, I know yesterday, Vince, Coach Heupel said, look, maybe the noise around the Chaz Coleman departure was louder outside the building than inside the building. That may or may not be true, but I am curious as to how you guys up your way did handle that. This was a very highly coveted defensive player from Penn State, and for whatever reasons, it didn't work out. Take us more into that, A, and then B, the impact that this could have on the Tennessee D.
Well, his comments yesterday were really just an exclamation point, and having him react for the first time publicly, comment on him medically disqualifying himself. We knew this was coming for a while. He's been away from the program. There was always dates where he was supposed to be back, and then he wasn't, and then he came into town, but he wasn't working out, and he was dragged on, and then you knew that, hey, this is going to be finalized. There's going to be closure on it soon. And VolQuest has been all over. They had the story that originally that they reworked the deal with Coleman and his camp. So what they did is they moved a lot of money back and used it as incentive for him to potentially be a part of the program. If he's able to get back, then all that money is kind of deferred. So it's not like he took all the money and he was done. So I think Coleman's camp deserves a lot of a lot of credit for that. So Tennessee didn't lose all that NIL money. They lose the potential of a player that wasn't very productive at Penn State. But Jim Knowles and the coaches that worked with him, wanted him to be at Tennessee. He was their highest rated of their portal additions, but it was an upside addition. But the thing is that I do believe Heupel that it wasn't a big deal inside their walls. Didn't get to know the guy very much. He just wasn't around for 1 week of spring, and then some workouts after that. Not enough to have that be different. People was like, oh, it's a Boot Carter situation like the past. I think it's much different. Boot Carter was around multiple years, and then they kind of knew who he was, and they're like, hey, you missed workouts. We're not doing this anymore. That's different. And then you get the medical stuff, which can be out of his control. So I don't think the players were like, divided or anything like that. So I believe him. We just got closure with them commenting on it publicly.
We talked about Tennessee last year, and they were setting themselves up for a possible playoff run again. Then the whole thing kind of cratered near the end, and the defense had issues, and maybe a little turnover stuff going on. Aguilar or something he stayed away from most of the year.
Yeah.
Some things happen, and the team finishes 8-5. This year, offensive line is a veteran group.
Mm-hmm.
And Heupel, because of the way that offense sets itself up for us, systematically, they can run the ball, and they will run the ball. Again, running backs are back. The receiving room's got talent. The defense, Knowles is there. It might take a little time to get together. It feels like, Vince, you tell me, especially on offense, if the quarterback situation gets settled, the rest of this offense is set up to cook. Am I wrong?
No, they have a lot of pieces to potentially help an inexperienced quarterback. Two outstanding receivers in Staley and Matthews. Both made huge jumps in their second year in the program. Got to find a third, and there's competition in there. They do have a 5-star in the mix, and TK Keys, the number one wide receiver in last class's recruiting cycle. So maybe it's him, maybe it's a couple of second-year guys. We have an outstanding, really talented tight end that until last year could not stay healthy in Ethan Davis. But my goodness, this guy is a specimen. He's a freak athlete, and he could have a breakout year potentially. And then you mentioned the offensive line. They moved David Sanders, another former 5-star, to left tackle. Lance Hurd moved on to Kentucky. The guy looks in amazing shape. He's so smart. He wants to be great. I think he's going to be one of the best offensive tackles in the entire league this year in his second year. That's how good he can be. They're bringing Ori Williams from LSU as the other tackle. Other veteran in the middle. Got to get better at center. That's where those interceptions last year was the middle of the line started breaking down in his face, pressure in his face, and that's where the turnovers picked up. And then the defense, the big thing about the defense with Knowles is, hey, everyone says that it takes 2 years for you to see the true Jim Knowles impact his defense. But he has coaches in every level of the defense that he's worked with. He has players from Penn State at every level of the defense, even without Chaz Coleman. So that transition there has been different. And Heupel's talked about it too. He's learned, hey, I don't have 2 years. I got to change and improve the way I teach it. And having those resources and him adjusting his teaching mechanisms, defense really was the star of the spring. Right? The offense had a tough time, and I think it's because of the defense. They tackled terribly last year, so there's nowhere to go but up. I think you'll see this be not top 5 defense because they don't have the dudes like they did at Ohio State, but I think this will be maybe a top 30, 35 defense, and they were horrible last year. So that big improvement can also kind of soften the quarterback blow. And we've seen Heupel, when they had Nico, he adjusted. Run game with Dylan Sampson, record-setting year, and then the defense. And then the Heupel kind of adjusted to how he called the game, and I think you'll see that similar approach this year.
Talking to our buddy Vince Ferrara, morning show host at our sister station, 99 FM, the Sports Animal in Knoxville. Let me take you away from football for just a second, but stay with UT and talk about Danny White, because I know, Greg Sankey yesterday, a lot about the business of college athletics and the legislation. And Danny White, the AD, has been one of the more vocal proponents of some form of collective bargaining, and it just doesn't seem to be gaining a lot of traction. What more do you guys get locally from Danny about that? What's the feeling about how that word could spread, and who Danny may be attempting to, dare I say it this way, Vince, lobby in an effort to get that conversation going a little more fully?
Well, he comes on our show right now. We're giving him a little bit of summer break, but during a good part of the year, he comes on our show every other week. And he's really, our show might have been one of the first venues, first outlets that he put that out there in collective bargaining, that he wants that. He thinks that's the answer. He also was one of the first that won in the 2014 playoff. Yeah, we didn't agree with him on that, but we get the collective bargaining portion of it. I don't know how much time, Jake, he's lobbying for it. He believes in it. I'm sure he's had discussions with people about it, but he's got so much on his plate for Tennessee that, look, when they have their meetings, I'm sure he is not one to be shy to voice it. How you execute it, especially when there's fewer people that are willing to step out with him, just a tiny little bit at the SEC spring meetings in Destin, but he's a different thinker, and so he has talked about that with us and in the market for a while. Just I think there's hesitancy around the sport. Clearly,
speaking of Danny White, the AD of Tennessee, Athletic Post today, he's rumored to be one of the possible candidates for the Michigan gig. Would you hate to see Danny White roll out?
Yeah, I had not seen that. I haven't been scrolling social media, so that would surprise me. But yeah, I mean, if you're Michigan, why not try? Because they've been doing things at Tennessee that they had not in a long time. It was a mess when he took over there. The hire of Josh Heupel, so many coaching hires have worked out great for him. I know some are like, yeah, but Kim Caldwell, well, great first year, second year took a step down, remade the roster. We'll see what it looks like this year. But no, I mean, consistently, 3 straight years in, I think, the top 5 or top 6 in the Directors' Cup. That hadn't been done ever. So, it took a little bit lower this year, but all the athletic programs are competing for championships and on a high level. Plus, they're raising record number of get donations, and then managing this new world. Oh, by the way, you have like almost 30,000 in season ticket waiting list. So the business of Tennessee athletics has never been better in this crazy world of college athletics. So yeah, that would be, Tennessee should do what they can to keep him if they're in danger of losing him.
Vince, last thing for me, Tennessee's in-state rival obviously is a conference game as well, unlike South Carolina's, but UT is still going to play a Power 4 non-con in Georgia Tech. And Tennessee has always been, in my opinion at least, at the forefront of challenging itself with big non-conference games. I don't know how far out the schedule is made. We've seen some cancellations of some of those kind of games here. With the 9th game added and the mandate, do you still see Tennessee wanting to challenge itself with Notre Dame's and UCLA's and, of course, Oklahoma's a conference game now, but back in the day when that was a non-con, does Tennessee still feel like that's a way to sell the brand, is to go out and play those big non-conference opponents?
Well, the approach is a little bit more conservative in them scheduling those. If you compare, I think South Carolina has plenty of games scheduled out, or definitely more than Tennessee. Some others are scheduled way out ahead. Like you said, though, some are canceling some of those, so that's fluid. But Tennessee's kind of taking a wait-and-see approach, and we just went to the 9 games not that long ago, and this year is the first year. So what Danny White's approach is when we asked him about it on our show is that they will, if they're playing 5 home games like this year, that 10th Power 4 game will be on the road or a neutral site. And if they have just 4 home games, then that game will be scheduled at home. So they will take that approach. I guess there's a time where they could lose a home game for a neutral site. It better be big money, because it's big money for a home game. But I don't think they'll do that route. They're still going to take that approach of balancing it out, 5 home, 5 away with those 10 Power 4 games.
Hey, last thing for you real quick, from my end. Josh Heupel has become, he's getting up. He's Eddie Murphy. He's a comedian. He's a joker in front of the microphone.
We see him joke around with some of the local media, Brent Hubbs and some others, but not at opposing coaches, knowing he's going to get it back, especially the bear that he poked that's now a tiger in Baton Rouge.
Explain that real quick if someone didn't hear it.
Yeah, so Josh Heupel was asked, hey, what do you think about Lane Kiffin. I know the venom towards him kind of cooled down. What do you think about Lane Kiffin and LSU going to Knoxville this year? He said, well, I hope fans haven't cooled down on him, and hopefully our stores will stock up on mustard, and our sporting goods stores will be stocked and ready to go with plenty of golf balls. And so we got him one-on-one yesterday. I asked him, like, just Lane Kiffin is going to reply to you and rebut. And he's like, yeah, I know. I haven't checked my phone yet, but he probably already has. So, and he also took a little jab at Texas. He was asked about Texas going to Neyland Stadium this year. And he said, oh, you mean the real UT hosting the other UT? He was laughing there. The only thing he didn't do was call Texas brown as opposed to that shade of dark orange. But, yeah, he was feeling it yesterday for sure.
Gosh, hypo there, Jay.
Yeah, I thought it was great. The mustard thing I thought was hilarious. When I heard that, I was like, wait, what? That was great. So,
he said, I'm just trying to help our local businesses.
That's a coach who's very comfortable in what he's doing, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Because some guys just are not going to go do that, and I do like that for them, especially at this event. I mean, come on, we still got
more fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Vince, appreciate it, man. Thanks for letting Terry bump you a couple of times. But again, at least it was for dudes that are going to the next level, right?
Absolutely no offense whatsoever, but it was fun to talk to you guys.
We appreciate you. Always appreciate you hanging out. By the way, Vince invited everybody on Digital Drive to come to the house. Mom's cooking dinner.
Oh, Digital Drive. No, we need to save a seat for you guys, not everybody.
Yeah.
Mom doesn't need to do that much
Listen,
cooking,
don't invite Terry to your mom's house. He won't leave.
It's been 3 days. Get out of here. Let's go. Here's the weird guy on the couch.
Yeah, he'll be there Friday and Saturday. You'll be back in Knoxville, and Terry will still be there, man. You don't need that.
My mom is welcoming, so she's not going to boot him out.
Vince, we appreciate you like always.
Thanks, brother.
Appreciate it,
Thanks
guys.
a lot, man.
Good stuff. All right, we'll come back on the other side with the Gamecock Notebook. More sound from Coach Shane Beamer in the big room and with us here at the game. AAA Heating and Air ready to help you and your family stay nice and comfortable. And as the summer progresses into a more stormy type of season, they also want to help you keep the lights on and keep everything running in case the power goes out. Whole home generators now a big part of what they're doing at AAA Heating and Air. You can get one of their great experts into your home and see exactly what would fit your family's needs. That way, when the power does go out, and let's face it, around here, it does from time to time. And you got all that food protected, your lights are on, you can still watch what you want to watch, listen to what you want to listen to. So call AAA Heating and Air and find out about a whole home generator to keep you and your family extra comfortable. And of course, if it's time for something brand new in the AC world, they can do that for you too, or just a quick repair. Whatever you need, 803-677-1500 is the number to call. 803-677-1500. Generators, AC, electrical, so much more from our friends at AAA Heating and Air. And we'll likely keep that Gamecock notebook open the rest of the hour. A lot to get to from Shane Beamer. Welcome back in. Jay Phillips in Columbia. Terry's down in Tampa. Thanks to Vince Ferrara. In the 4 o'clock hour, we also spoke with Nick Harbor and Lenora Sellers, but we've not heard from Shane Beamer since the top of the show. But Shane was in the big room today, and before that, had a few minutes with Bill and Tyler on the halftime show. One of the things that he told Bill and Tyler was an update on Jacarius Peak and Dylan Stewart. So before we do anything else, I know a lot of people want to hear that. Here's what Shane said about the O lineman and D lineman and their potential return.
Yeah, I think they're both well on track and doing a great job. He's actually running. Saw him in the weight room this morning, doing workout in the weight room. Dylan's gonna advance next week in his rehab. So both those guys are doing well and on track to have a really good 2026. Do what's best for each individual player. The thing that I love is both of those guys competitors, and both of those guys, they're working, do everything they can to play week one, and they want to play week one as competitors. So, it's not going to be, I don't think, an 80, 90, 100%. I've never been a head coach or a coach in general that has just, gone down to the trainer and given him an ultimatum that this guy's got to play. We trust the medical professionals. There's a lot of them involved on this one, and when they say that these guys are ready to roll, we'll turn them loose.
And Terry, that I kid here. I mean, how many old school coaches did go down to the trainer room and go, "You better get him ready to play"?
Oh, yes. It's like well, the NFL's famous for, hey, give him a shot.
Yeah,
give him a shot. Get him on the field.
Yeah, what's wrong with it? Is he breathing? Yeah, coach.
He should be playing.
Can he walk? Yeah, coach. And he is breathing. Yeah, coach. All right. Well, then why isn't he playing?
Right.
No, Shane's not going to do that.
The world has changed.
Yes, thank God.
Yes.
Thank God the world has changed for the better when it comes to that, so that they can keep breathing and playing for years to come. But in all seriousness, you and I mentioned this a little bit earlier. When we were listening to that comment, and I've seen some people on Twitter saying this, that hey, they could miss the openers against Kent and Towson if they have to, and be ready to go for conference play against Mississippi State in week 3. And I don't disagree with that theoretically, Terry, but as I mentioned to you earlier, especially with Jacarius Peak, not to say that one over the other is more important, but what Stewart can do in this system that he already knows, again, more of a plug and play type situation, perhaps. Whereas with Peak, look, he could certainly wait till week 3, and if that's what they need to do, then they will. But working with a new offensive line coach, a new coordinator, and again for him too, transferring in from a new system, you'd feel more comfortable with your left tackle at least having a good handful of snaps in week 1 or week 2 before conference play starts.
And remember, this is a different offense. I mean, this is a faster-paced offense. This offense plays with tempo. Peak didn't play in that offense at NC State at all. So it's not even a new offense. It's an offense that plays at a different tempo. And, again, when you're playing at a faster-paced tempo and you weigh 3 bills, you want to get on the field and get your rhythm, Jay, as fast as humanly possible.
Especially as you're rehabbing a knee injury. And just to be sure that everything feels good, or that if that doesn't feel good, what needs to be tweaked or fixed in your rehab and what the trainers can do for you. So, again, nothing replicates live action, right? As much as you can scrimmage or do whatever you can do, a game's a game. And again, even against a smaller opponent that you should beat. And let's face it, if South Carolina doesn't beat Kent and Towson, then we have a whole different set of problems, right? So,
absolutely.
I mean, let's just call it what it is. But try to get those things fixed ahead of time so that you don't see a problem rise up against Mississippi State and then going to Alabama and hosting Kentucky and then to Florida and so on and so forth. So we'll see. But some good news there from Shane Beamer. And from what I understand, Peak has hit the weight room and is actually feeling really, really good. And again, with Stewart, as long as it takes. And again, if he needs to wait till week 3, and maybe that feels
that's okay,
a little bit more acceptable. One of the things that we've talked a lot about with Shane, and he continues to reiterate, a cut number 29, please, Kale, that we have here. This is Shane from the big room on, what he and the staff saw from a roster perspective, or lack thereof, depending on your point of view, that told them, here's how we can get better this season?
Yeah, we needed to get older. If you look back at that 24 team, we had a lot of older guys on that team. We had a lot of seniors that had played a lot of football for us. You look back at last year's team, I think we only had 4 seniors that started for us total on last year's team. So for me as the head coach, it was making sure that we got older. We brought in some transfers that have played a lot of football at a lot of places, so we increased the experience. That was one thing that I, as a head coach, can control. We've tweaked some things with how we do things in the offseason, practice, things like that. But you do that after every season. You're introspective and look at how you can be better. But we've been very intentional about getting better. We've gotten older, like I said, and certainly when you have the season that we had, that's on me. And I did not do a good enough job last year, to say the least. So you're always looking at every game, how can you be better the next week? Every season, how can you be better the next year? And last year to this year was no different.
So Terry, when you and I talked about that Shane mentioned those kinds of things going all the way back to, the holidays last year and right after the season ended, and sticking with that. We talked with Nick Harbor and Lenore Sellers last hour about those things from their own perspective and what they see around them. I think and you look across the landscape of football, and I'm not trying to compare Carolina to Indiana by any means. Don't anybody take this the wrong way. But one of the things that we hear from Curt Cignetti is, I got guys that have been around, and I think that does translate in ways now that maybe a couple of years ago weren't as impactful, with schools like Bama, LSU, Georgia, having guys only there for 3 years and still being able to win championships. It feels different now, and I think Shane has evidence to point to 2 years ago, as he mentioned in that cut, that's better for us.
Yeah, when we talked to Nick Harbor and Lenore Sellers in the last hour, Nick came right out and said, 2 things killed us last year: the fourth quarter and leadership. And, and just like the stuff Nick's doing off the field, and you brought that up about just the things growing forget football, growing as a man and maturing as a man, and how that's leading itself into leadership. Because Nick's been there 4 years now. Lenore's has been there 4 years, and we asked Lenore's about leadership and how that's evolved in this year compared to last year. And he's just like, he's got another year under his belt. It's easy. One of the things, and Shane is right about the old guys. You bring in more mature guys like they had 2 years ago. But the other thing is, remember, the other part of this, Jay, last year, you had a bunch of younger players who were on that 24 team.
Yeah.
And I think part of it, Shane, alluded to it with us a little bit, is the idea you think those guys watch those old dudes, right? The Kennards and the Knights and the Rockets and all those veteran leaders. So your thought is, okay, now these younger players learning from those leaders will step up in leadership roles and fill the void. Well, they didn't do that for whatever the variety of reasons. And one might have been, well, they just weren't comfortable. Well, now these guys are all back for another year, right? So your thought is, like Lenore's or Nick, are they now more comfortable grasping the ring of leadership that maybe some of those guys weren't as comfortable with or ready for last year when Shane hoping that they would be?
We'll come back on the other side, stay with some comments from Shane Beamer, including some of the things that he saw in terms of fixing things in the fourth quarter. You're listening to the postgame show. Love telling you about our friends at Griffin Pools and Spas, and you will love a Griffin pool or spa in your backyard, but pools right now, right? I mean, it's 90-something degrees outside. Love to go jump into that pool. You've been dreaming about it for a while. Make it happen. Do what they've done at Griffin for years. Get that pool built. Stanley Griffin, the late, great Stanley Griffin, founded the company back in the 70s after he built his own pool and said, man, I'm pretty good at this. Well, he was right, because they've been doing it again since 1976. Custom pool design. They want to get it done quickly for you. So they're aggressive when it comes to the schedule commitment. Once that you guys have decided on what you're going to build, bang, they are into it. Low maintenance equipment installation. They want to minimize disruptions. So once that thing is done, and all you do is get in there and enjoy it, and they'll stay with you to make sure everything is nice, clean, and comfortable for years to come. Stop by and see them on North Lake Drive, right near the dam, and learn more online at griffinpoolsandspas.com.
Giving you a look at the traffic from the Schroeder's Towing Traffic Center. I'm Cale Wilson. Starting in Richland County, we've got an accident with the right lane blocked on I-20 eastbound at Clemson Road, exit 80. Staying in Richland County, we've got an accident on Broad River Road, and an accident on Kaufman Road at Ulmer Road, and then an accident in Lexington on Highway 6 at Meadowfield Road, and Bethany Church, Pleasant View Drive, and one on I-20 westbound at exit 63 Bush River Road, and one on Lost Branch Road at Highway 1, and then one on Two Notch Road at Brickyard Road. Coming up, it is more of the post-game show with Jay Phillips and Terry Ford.
See, Andrew McCutcheon could be inside. That's fantastic.
Welcome back in. Again, the whole week is a drive around the SEC, right? Or today, the whole of 5 o'clock hour, basically a Gamecock notebook. However you want to look at it. Welcome back in. Phillips here in Columbia. Terry on Radio Row / Digital Drive in Tampa. What's tonight's media festivity, by the way? I guess a reception last night. Are they taking you? You going to Legends Field or anything?
Yeah, it's like it's right down the road where there's a Cuban place. They're having a special Cuban night.
Okay. Like Cuban sandwiches and cigars.
Yeah, it's like
and
Cuban cigars,
playing
Cuban
some high
sandwiches,
life,
Mark
perhaps?
Cuban, a lot of Mark Cuban.
Okay, sure.
No, it's like a Cuban themed evening.
Okay. That sounds fun, man. I mean,
I'm in, man. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Again, Cuban
Works for me.
sandwiches are awesome.
Cuban sandwich is phenomenal.
Get a nice Cohiba, perhaps. From I don't know if they are going to have any cigars, but you can get one. Enjoy.
I'm kind of out on that cigar stage.
Okay.
But anyway. Yep.
You know who loves a good cigar is our buddy Matt Moscona from Baton Rouge.
Does Moscona like a cigar?
Yeah,
No
he's a-
kidding.
he's
Next
a-
time I see him, I'll say something to him about it.
Yeah.
I tell you, the thing, and you, I don't know if you went through this too. You go through that stage where a lot of your friends are getting married and you're in weddings, and part of the wedding thing is the bachelor party, and we won't go into parts of the bachelor party, but one of the things, everybody's got to have Cuban cigars or whatever, and I went through enough of those where I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
If you're not careful, you can start to get on the wrong side of that. But
I don't want to get on the wrong side.
have fun, and
Yeah.
again, do your best
Enjoy
to miss the
fun.
incarceration.
Yeah, well,
Sure,
it
at some
depends on the
point.
mood.
Yeah.
Depends on the mood.
Well, we're pulling for
You
you.
never know.
We're pulling for you. Let's get back into some sound from Coach Shane Beamer. Cale has this one ready to go. Shane, kind of a joking way, was asked again about the A&M finish last year, which was not good, but that did lead into what South Carolina has identified in ways to get better in the fourth quarter.
The Bryan College Station Eagle. Speaking of that Texas A&M game, Shane, evidently
Can we not?
Yeah.
That was one of 3 games last season that we led going into the fourth quarter. So for me, I look at it, why did we not play better in the fourth quarter? Because in previous years, we won a lot of close games in the fourth quarter in 2024. So I look at it, what happened in 25 that we didn't play better in the fourth quarter. That's obviously the case study because of the lead that we had and how we finished. We'll really dive into that game specifically more. We do a summer scouting report on every opponent. So we've already done our summer scouting report on A&M, and you look at that. And then when we get to that game later in the season, certainly we'll really dive into that more strategically. But immediately after that game, you look at, what happened, why, you give them credit. I mean, so much respect for Coach Elko and their team to be able to come back from that in the second half. You give them credit, but then for me as a head coach, you look at our place and you say, why did we not make those plays in the second half that we made in the first half? Why did we make those mental errors in the second half that we didn't make in the first half? And that's what I do. And that was a tough day. You give them credit, but, got another opportunity against them this upcoming season.
I don't know how much a result like that really becomes a motivator. I think it can, certainly, and that may be up to the individual players or exactly how Shane wants to couch it. How much does Clayton feel badly about that in terms of the fact that you had a 28-point lead? Now, look, I'm not putting it all on Clayton. Don't get me wrong, because Carolina didn't score any more points. You scored 31 points, and then he didn't score anymore. So it's not just about the defense giving it all up. The offense wasn't helping you out. So it's certainly a 3-pronged approach to why Carolina lost. But I'll be interested. And as Shane said, it's much later in the year. But again, you and I have talked about the Alabama game. And this time you go to Tuscaloosa, where for the last couple of seasons, some people would say you should have won both of those games. You certainly could have won both of those games. And you probably should have won last year's, if not the one in Tuscaloosa 2 years ago. So how much motivation that is, I'm not sure, relative to just this football team being more confident late, regardless of who they're playing or where they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, look, 2 years ago, they made every play in the fourth quarter, right? Remember the Missouri comeback, the plays they made in that 6-game win streak. Some of those games, they had already smacked you so hard. The fourth quarter was just, let's just get through 15 minutes, let's go celebrate. But all the plays they made 2 years ago, they didn't make those plays last year, okay? They just didn't. And because these games are also, and you and I have this conversation all the time, a lot of these games in the SEC come down to 5 or fewer plays.
Yeah.
make the plays. And last year, South Carolina couldn't make the plays, whether it's defensive stop against Bama, not turning the ball over against Bama, getting any stop against A&M, scoring any points in the second half against A&M. The LSU game, why are you throwing at Mansour Delaney in the fourth quarter?
Right.
I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, so
Or going 3 and out, I think a couple of times in a row at Missouri.
Yeah.
Just fine. Yeah,
it was a one-score game at Missouri.
Yeah.
You couldn't make the big plays on offense. I guess your hope is this year because, you have improved yourself on both sides of the ball through the portal and through some high school recruiting, and you really improved yourself in offensive coordinator. I do want to get to the comments of Sellers and Harbor about the offense before we get out of here. You feel like you've added some veteran leadership. That's another piece, Jay, is – and I know we always make it sound all Disney movie-ish or whatever, but culture and leadership matter in football, man. You know that, and I know that. And I think Shane always sets a good culture, but, that leadership piece just wasn't there last year. And how much does that help you not lose to A&M? How much does that help you when you get in crunch time in these games against Alabama and LSU and Missouri to have some leadership on the sideline? Ryan Brewer's always looking at the sideline, checking out the leaders. That's one of Ryan's things. So how much of not having that void filled in the leadership category also led to not making the plays because of whatever reasons, that intangible that we can never see, but it's there, if that makes any sense.
it does. And I speaking of Ryan, I think if he doesn't see enough of it this year, I think he's just going to run down there and play, man.
Hey, he wanted to last year.
He
he
wants
was
to every
dying.
year. Yeah, but in certain situations. Speaking of situations, one more cut here from Shane. And one of the missing pieces last year, perhaps at times, certainly, was LaNorris Sellers not running the football. Here's Shane today on making sure that part of the game gets corrected.
Yeah, I think we'd be crazy not to utilize Norris's legs. I mean, he's a load to bring down. And do we want him running the ball 40 times a game? No. But I think what makes LaNorris great is his ability to throw the ball and run the ball. So will there be some design runs for LaNorris? Absolutely. Will there be some plays that break down from a protection standpoint that he needs to improvise and make plays with his feet? I'm sure there will be. But yeah, that's a weapon. And we'd be remiss, in my opinion, if we don't utilize what makes LaNorris Sellers great, and his legs are a big part of it.
They are indeed, and that needs to get fixed. Again, sometimes it's not by design. That's okay. When it is by design, that's maybe even better. Sometimes it might not be by design, but you can take credit for it. Go ahead. Doesn't matter. Just make sure that you get LaNorris running the football. We did talk to LaNorris and Nick last hour. We'll kind of give you some of our thoughts on what we said with those two guys coming up here as we put a cap on day 2 of SEC Media Days. That's next. All right, welcome back in. Final few minutes of the program on this Tuesday. Jay Phillips in Columbia and Terry Ford in Tampa. Day 2 basically done. It was the Gamecocks' turn. Terry, kind of give us your thoughts from Radio Row on how Carolina did, what people are saying. I think Carolina's going to fly under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, I think they are. But also, look, this isn't like, a shock. This is a team that is perceived to have talent. And, again, we talk about this. If everything goes according to plan, Lenore Sellers will be a first-round pick. Dylan Stewart will be a first-round pick. Travis Peak will be a first-round pick. Nick Harbour will go in the first 3 rounds. Corey Swain could go in the first 3 rounds. Others themselves up the draft board as well. There is talent on this football team. And even the guys from the SEC Network were like, if Kendall Briles' offense pops and the offensive line can be solid, this could be a team that could surprise some folks in the SEC.
Yeah.
And I think that's the feeling up and down the road here is, that's a lot to say a 4-win team's going to all of a sudden go 9 or 10 wins, but it's a dangerous team. How's that sound? It's a dangerous team because of its talent. Now, are they going to put it all together? That obviously remains to be seen. But this is a team that does – they have some dudes. If they can get this thing right, they're a team you want to play on Saturday.
Before we get out of here, again, Georgia, Auburn, Vandy went today. Again, Georgia back on the schedule. Final conference game of the year. The Gamecocks get Georgia at home before traveling to Clemson. That harkens back to days of yore, at least in terms of a different kind of stretch at the end of the season. But we really haven't talked much at all about Kirby and the Bulldogs. But I almost feel like they're not flying under the radar, obviously, but Texas is going to be picked to win the conference this year. And I just wonder how much Kirby uses that as some motivation for his guys.
Yeah, it's interesting because some of the conversation with Kirby, and by the way, Kirby's gotten so good at this, it's scary.
Yeah.
He's smooth, man. But basically it's like, Georgia's good, but you're not championship good like you were a couple years ago when you could have conceivably won 3 in a row. You aren't that George. And Kirby, again, handles it because you guys say whatever you want. We're just here to win games and get better. But there is a perception, Jay, that this isn't – Georgia's really good, but they're not that Georgia that they were a few years ago. And I don't know. I don't agree with that. I think that it's a really good football team. Now, I think Texas has got a ton of talent too, and they're the 2 best teams in the league. But as you say, and I don't disagree with you, and I'll figure out what I'm going to do with my ballot, but Georgia, everybody can like all these other teams, but who ends up winning the SEC every year, Jay?
Right. Well, that's why I say, for me personally, I'm not going to pick against Georgia until somebody knocks Georgia off the pedestal. And at this point, no one's been able to in any significant way. And it certainly hasn't been Texas, who's now 0-3 against Georgia since they joined the league. And a couple of those games really have not been all that close. So I look at Georgia as having that kind of edge. But one of the things that I found most interesting from Kirby today was, again, I don't want to say push, but he wants to expand the playoff. And he said he would be happy to do it, in so many words, at the expense of the SEC championship game, despite the fact that Georgia wins that a bunch. I think when a guy like Kirby is saying that, it's probably going to have a little bit more traction behind it.
I feel like Kirby looks at it this way. That's more opportunities for the SEC to get more teams in the playoff, to have the opportunity to go win another championship. I think that's where Kirby's coming from. You give a 2014 playoff, how many more of us are going to get into this tournament and have a chance to win the whole thing? I think that's my guess is that's the way Kirby is angling it, because he'd love to see more access for the SEC.
Yeah. How many Dr. Peppers have you had today?
Only 17.
Okay. How many has Elijah had?
Elijah's had 19. Tyler leads the way with 26 Dr. Peppers today. My man Tyler loves the Dr. Peppers.
Well,
I am not going to lie.
If they're giving you all the Dr. Pepper you can drink, you got to drink it.
Oh, well, I remember in Dallas, we're like, how many can we stuff in that bag to get through the airport customs? Remember that?
Yeah, I thought about bringing one. I did. I really did think about bringing one of those coconut. Now you can get the coconut ones here, but back then you couldn't. And I was like, you couldn't. Should I take a Dr. Pepper in my luggage? And I thought, no, I don't want some kind of pressure thing to to make this.
Explode.
I don't need that. I don't need that.
30,000 feet.
Yeah. I don't
Oh, man.
need that. But no, good stuff. All right. Well, so again, have fun tonight at Cuban night. Don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
And I guess you're not getting tropical stormed upon, right? So you're good there.
No, the sun is actually out right now. I'll tell you in 5 minutes what's going on. But right now we have the sun out, checking out the bay. You know, I get used to this Tampa living, Jay Phillips.
Well, there's a lot of people down there. So again, just don't go. Just stay at Vince Ferrara's house, or at least with this.
I'm telling you, I'm going to go to Vince's house. Mom's cooking. It's going to be good times.
Greg Sankey with us tomorrow at 3:30. Looking forward to talking to the commissioner. Great stuff today from Cale and Dave and everybody. See y'all.